Honourable Senators, Mr President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, a committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 3 of today's order of business. I also table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 28, Competition and Consumer Amendment Making Price Gouging Illegal Bill 2024. Senator McKim to move the second reading.
Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I move that the bill now be read for a second time. This, of course, is the Competition and Consumer Amendment Make Price Gouging Illegal Bill. And folks in the chamber and I'm sure many people around the country will remember the select committee that the Greens established into supermarket pricing in the last Parliament. It's a committee that put the supermarket corporations on the rack, and in particular the CEOs of those corporations, and held them to account for their rampant price gouging, in particular Coles and Woolworths, the duopoly in the supermarket sector, who together enjoy a market concentration of about 2/3 of the entire supermarket sector in this country. A concentration, I might add, that far exceeds any other similar jurisdiction around the world, whether it's the UK, whether it's the US, whether it's European countries, whether it's New Zealand. Australia has the most concentrated supermarket sector in the world. And thanks to the pressure that committee brought to bear, and I acknowledge Senator Cadell in the chamber today, who is a very constructive member of that committee. It reminds me of Mr Joyce's quote that the way to make things happen in this place is when people in akubras and people in koala suits get together. And that committee recommended a range of things, including divestiture law reform, but also including making price gouging illegal. Now, I spoke about the supermarket duopoly, but of course there's a political duopoly in this place, the Labor and Liberal parties. And together they resisted the Greens' attempts to make price gouging illegal right across the economy. And in fact, I very clearly remember when Labor voted this bill down, this very same bill in the previous Parliament. So out of the goodness of our heart, we're now bringing this bill back on to give Labor an opportunity, another opportunity to do the right thing. Now, under pressure from the Greens, the Prime Minister got up in the early days of the election campaign last year and committed Labor to making price gouging illegal in the supermarket sector. And I'll say a couple of things about that. Firstly, it shows that Greens pressure works. It shows that when we go to work and we raise an issue, we explain clearly how people are being hurt by what is going on, in this case supermarket price gouging, we can put enough pressure on Labor to force them to act. And that's exactly What Labor did, they've now come in and introduced regulations that make price gouging unlawful in the supermarket sector, and those regulations will kick off on 1 July, and the Greens will be scrutinising those regulations very closely, both ahead of 1 July during the disallowance period, but also post 1 July if those regulations should stand, to make sure they do what it says on the tin. Now, the simple fact is, price gouging should be illegal not just in the supermarket sector, but right across the economy. Whether it's the big banks, whether it's big energy companies, whether it's big insurance companies, when you have a concentration of market power in particular sectors of the economy, big corporations should not be able to exploit that market power to price gouge their customers. It makes no sense at all to just make price gouging illegal in the supermarket sector when you've got the big banks, the airlines, the insurance companies, the energy companies also misusing their market power to price gouge ordinary Australians. And of course, millions of Australians are getting smashed everywhere they look now, whether it's at the supermarket checkout, whether it's their medical bills, whether it's their power bills, whether it's their school bills, whether it's transport costs. And importantly, given the interest rate rise this week, whether it's their mortgages or whether it's their rents. And of course, we saw the performative hand-wringing from the Treasurer and the Prime Minister this week after the RBA put up interest rates, pretending there was nothing they could do about it. Blaming it all on the RBA is independent, there's nothing the government can do, when in fact the government has plenty of levers it can pull to take out of our economy and reduce the pressure on the RBA to put up interest rates. I mean, you wouldn't think that Labor could have turbocharged an already out-of-control housing crisis after coming to office, but that's exactly what Labor has done. Their ongoing support for the mind-bogglingly generous capital gains tax discount, over half of the benefit goes to the 1% wealthiest people in this country. It overwhelmingly favours older Australians. Young Australians get next to no benefit out of it. And of course that pump primes demand in the housing sector and puts houses more out of reach for renters who are trying to buy their first home. And of course Labor's 5% deposit scheme, which every economist in the country warned them would put house prices up. And look what happened, it did. And the combination of those two things is worsening the housing crisis and driving the great Australian dream of owning your own home further out of reach for millions of Australian renters and young people. The other thing Labor could do to rein in inflation and ease the pressure on the RBA to act is to make price gouging illegal. Now, at Senate estimates, in 2024, the Greens questioned Ms Bullock, the Governor of the Reserve Bank, and she conceded that some corporations are using the cover of inflation and the lack of competition to hike prices higher than any increase in their input costs. Now, that is a textbook definition of price gouging. And of course, when big corporations with market power jack up prices simply because they can, because Labor won't stop them from doing it, that drives inflation higher, it drives costs for ordinary Australians higher, and it puts pressure on the RBA to lift interest rates, which then applies more financial pressure to millions of Australians through their mortgages and through their rents. And of course, you know who cheers the loudest when the RBA put up interest rates? That's right, the big banking corporations, because there is a direct correlation between interest rate rises and increased profits for the big banks. So while millions of Australians are now struggling with higher mortgages and millions more Australians will struggle with higher rents as a result of the increase in interest rates. The big banks are laughing all the way to the bank. And while Australians are suffering deepening financial stress, the supermarkets, the airlines, the insurance companies, the banks and the telcos put up their prices and report ever-growing profits. In the last financial year, Qantas reported an 18% increase in profit. Australia's largest insurer, the Insurance Australia Group, reported a staggering 30% increase in their profits. Australia's Big Four banks booked an eye-watering $31.5 billion profit between them last financial year. Since Labor came to government in 2022, the cost of essentials across the economy has skyrocketed. Insurance has jumped 38% since Labor came into government. Essential food products like bread, cereal and milk are up 20%. And when the Treasurer and the Prime Minister brush off any responsibility whatsoever for rate hikes, what they fail to tell Australians is they have the capacity to bring inflation down, which would lower the likelihood of rate rises. And they could start to exercise that power right here today by supporting this bill to reduce corporate price gouging. This needs to be done across the whole economy, not just in the supermarket sector. But what Labor's capitulation on this issue, after voting down the Greens bill to make price gouging illegal during the last Parliament, Labor capitulated during the election campaign and announced that they would make corporate price gouging illegal in the supermarket sector. And what that shows is proof that Labor can act should it make the political choice to do so. But of course, Labor rakes in political donations from many of the big corporations who would not be able to price gouge if this Greens bill was successful. The other proof point in Labor delivering price gouging reform in the supermarket sector is that it shows that the Greens campaign against the capital gains tax discount actually is starting to bite, and that Labor does feel political pressure. And when you point out the egregious unfairness of the capital gains tax, both in terms of economic inequality but intergenerational inequality, it is an absolute no-brainer for reform. If the Treasurer is looking for budget repair, I offer him capital gains tax discount reform. If the Treasurer wants to deliver for working Australians, as he said he would after his economic roundtable, the Greens offer him capital gains tax discount reform. If the Treasurer wants to deliver on intergenerational equity, as he said he did after his economic roundtable, the Greens offer him capital gains tax reform. And the great thing about capital gains tax reform is that because it benefits overwhelmingly such a small number of Australians, overwhelmingly the ultra-wealthy of this country, you can actually pluck the largest number of feathers with the smallest amount of squawking in this country. It is a political no-brainer, it's a budget no-brainer, but most importantly, it is a no-brainer in terms of fairness. It is a no-brainer to address soaring wealth inequality in this country, and it's a no-brainer to make sure that young people get a fair crack, not just at owning their own home, but at getting ahead and having a dignified life. Because you know what? Going to work for a living is turning into the worst way to get ahead in this country. If you're on the average wage, if you go to work every day and you're on the average wage, you pay more tax in a year than someone who makes the same amount of money flipping investment properties. That is how cooked our economic system is. That's how biased our tax system is against working people. And then you've got a Labor government, a party that was formed to look after the interests of working people, who lock in behind this eye-wateringly unfair tax provision, where well over half of the benefit goes to the top 1% wealthiest people in the country, and when people under 35 get well under 10% of the benefit. It overwhelmingly favours older Australians, and younger Australians keep getting shafted, as they are by climate change, as they are by biodiversity collapse, as they are by the housing crisis. And now Labor is locking in behind this unfair provision in the tax code. Now, in relation to making price gouging illegal across the economy, we've got renowned experts, including the former ACCC chair, Professor Alan Fels, who recommends making it an offence to charge excessive prices. And Professor Fels, I note, did not recommend that that provision only be limited to a single sector. The Greens bill is based on Professor Fels's recommendation, the support of a range of economists right across the political spectrum, and it's based on the EU model, which is working to keep prices down in the European Union and stop corporations from price gouging. It is possible to take on corporate Australia. It's possible to make price gouging illegal. The numbers are there in both houses of this parliament. The only thing stopping us is the Labor Party.
Your time has expired. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm pleased to be able to speak to the Competition and Consumer Amendment Make Price Gouging Illegal Bill 2024 this morning, and I rise to show my support for this bill. Australians know that when they go down to the supermarkets, to the shops, the deck is stacked against them. Billion-dollar corporations have the market in a vice grip. They choke their suppliers and underpay farmers. You would think that these companies just sell food, but no, they actually engineer spending. From the moment you step into a store, the way they have laid out the aisles, the music they play, the smell of fresh bread pumping through the store, they're all conditioning and nudging you to buy more. They're getting inside your head and pushing you to buy more and to accept the prices that they have asked you to pay and not even challenge it. The 2025 ACCC report on supermarket prices found Australia has, and I'll quote this, an oligopolistic market structure in which Coles and Woolworths have limited incentive to compete vigorously with each other on price. Now, the report goes on to say that the past 5 financial years, margins have increased for Coles, Woolworths and Aldi, meaning that at least some of the grocery price hikes Australians are having to pay for is translating directly into very high profits for these giants. And it doesn't stop at just prices. The ACCC's interim report found that 165 blocks of land, largely owned by Coles and Woolies, have been left undeveloped, some for many years. This practice, known as land banking, prevents competitors from opening new supermarkets and keeps competition out of local communities. Now, in WA, in particular in Maylands, which is within the member of Perth's electorate, Coles has held onto a vacant lot for 18 years. Now, this is causing huge frustration for West Australians who look at the empty land while driving down Guildford Road, and not only is it an eyesore, it is prime land that could be used for housing less than 5 kilometres from the Perth CBD. Now, when you pose the question to Coles and Woolies, these two giants, about this, they just blame local councils and development rules for the delay and the lack of progress. But the effect is clear. Fewer choices means less competition, means higher prices, and it's ordinary Australians carrying the burden of the rising cost of living pressures. Now, before the last election, as Senator McKim mentioned earlier, Labor did promise to ban price gouging in supermarkets. At the October estimates, the minister said, and I quote, "The government's commitment in response to substantial community concern was to develop legislation by the end of this year." Now, by this year, it meant 2025. Yet this deadline came and went, but no such bill was brought before this Parliament. And that tells Australians exactly how much urgency the government has attached to this issue. Instead, we're given regulations, and this is a very long one, called the Competition and Consumer Industry Codes Food and Grocery Amendment Supermarkets Excessive Pricing Prohibition Regulations 2025. Quite the mouthful. But these regulations were made without parliamentary scrutiny, and they won't even come into effect until July. A political duopoly that is regulating a supermarket duopoly is what we're seeing before us. These rules effectively hand the price gouging problem to the courts at a time when Australians need the government to stand beside them at the checkout. And the regulations raise serious concerns. For example, how will the government accurately measure the true cost of supply for Coles and Woolworths? Supply chains are complex and we know it's constantly changing. But without clarity, how does the government and the ACCC keep track of these changes so that price gouging can be distinguished from supply instability? Now, compared to the government's regulations, an element of this bill that recommends itself is that it does not believe, as the government apparently does, that the scourge of price gouging has quarantined itself within this country's supermarkets. We've seen it particularly in insurance, mortgages, electricity. Prices just never seem to go down. We need to address price gouging no matter what happens and where it happens. And earlier this week, I moved OPD 317 relating to the excessive pricing regime, and I hope that in the coming weeks, we finally get some clear answers about how the government intends to deal with this, because this is a question that is circulating around dinner tables. People are having to make those really tough decisions. Do we pay rent? Do we buy less groceries? Where do we go to get our groceries? Counting every single cent, because with the interest rate hikes, it's every dollar counts, every cent counts. And the reality is that the Reserve Bank has signalled another wave of inflation, if not two. As interest rates continue rising, everyday Australians will pay. They will pay more for essentials, the basic essentials of life. Yet, time and time again, the supermarket duopoly just seems to walk away unscathed. And we're seeing this pattern, not just now, but it's been happening for a while. Regular Australians carry the burden while the duopoly profits from their pain. It's not fair, and that's not how the economy should work, and I implore all my colleagues in this chamber to support this bill, because your constituents, Australians out there who have placed that responsibility on us to make the sensible decisions, to be hearing and listening to them and to ease their pain, to ease, to address issues like this without putting it off, waiting for the government to come to the table. This is a very sensible bill, and I commend the Greens and Senator McKim for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation agrees with the motivation behind the bill. Coles and Woolies have far too much market power, and they're exercising that power in a way that benefits their shareholders and not their customers. With BlackRock Inc. holding influential positions in the share registers of these once fine companies, rapacious greed was always going to be the outcome. The accent here, though, is on the fundamental mistake Coles and Woolies are making, which is to exercise their market power for the benefit of their shareholders, not their customers. Customers have been given notice. Coles and Woolies, once trusted names, respected names, are now the two most disliked brand names in the Australian corporate scene. What a fall from grace. This abuse of their market power has caused customers to migrate to new options, so the market's coming to the rescue. In a stunning rebuke to Coles and Woolworths, Amazon has now paired with Harris Farm to add fresh food to Amazon. Amazon now offers same-day and next-day delivery of Harris Farm products, including meat, dairy, eggs and fresh produce, to over 80 suburbs in Sydney's inner city, inner west and surrounds. This will use specialised insulated chilled packaging via Amazon Flex for freshness. Harris Farm already had its own online store and partnered with Uber Direct for quick store-based same-day delivery prior to this happening. That's the beauty of the free enterprise competition. If one retailer turns a cynical and greedy operation, then this creates an opportunity for someone else. And Coles and Woolies will be done. If you haven't been into your local Harris Farm, IGA or Superbarn lately, I suggest you do that. Because Coles and Woolies have put their prices up way more than the inflation rate would justify. And independent retailers have not. The price difference now is almost negligible. And you still get served by a human being. Imagine that. Fancy that. A human being serving. A retailer that values their customers and wants to treat them as human. What a refreshing change. The 25-cent paper bags don't fall apart, whereas Coles and Woolies' paper-thin rubbish do indeed faint with fright when confronted with an escalator or steps on the way back to your car. We all had this happen. The existing regulations need to be policed before we add new ones, especially one as poorly worded as in this bill. Seriously, this bill could mean anything. The ACCC conducted an inquiry into deceptive price advertising by Coles and Woolies and found they're using specials to put the price of a product up, then down, then up again, in a way that confuses the public as to the real price of the product. And the public's learning from this. They know that Coles and Woolies are not focused on customers, they're focused on their BlackRock Inc. investors. Then they exploit the confusion to put the price further up. They were fined a pittance and they're still doing it. Surely we have the laws already to bring these companies to heel. This Labor government needs to grow a bloody spine and just do that. Enforce the laws. You're not enforcing the laws, and then you're quite often wanting more. How much has Coles and Woolies donated to the ALP in recent years? While we are on the subject of price gouging, will this bill cover price gouging by the government? $70 for a packet of cigarettes is price gouging. Fuel excise, the fees on passports, energy bills, insurance, strata fees. Now these are price gouging. One Nation supports the principle but opposes completely the implementation. This bill won't do anything except create a lawyer's picnic that Coles and Woolies will win. A lawyer's picnic, and the customers will lose.
Senator Wish-Wilson.
What a surprise One Nation aren't supporting the battlers out there in Australia who are doing it tough right now. Senator Roberts, respectfully, this is a chance for you to stand up for those Australians that are suffering right now in a cost of living crisis. This is a very constructive bill. It's been well worked through for a long period of time, and I commend Senator McKim for all the work that he's done for bringing this forward, as well as the momentum that he and the Greens have been able to achieve, pushing the government to do better on supermarket price gouging in particular. And yes, we're certainly going to look forward to seeing those regulations when they appear before the Senate. But Senator Roberts, you say you support the battlers out there who are doing it tough, especially in rural and remote regional Australia. Why wouldn't you support a bill that actually takes on the power of big corporations? Is it because you're now campaigning with billionaires? Is that why you're not going to support Australian battlers? You know, Australians have got pretty good bullshit detectors, Senator Roberts, and I think they're going to look at exactly what you're doing on the ground versus all your rhetoric on social media and the machine that you've got behind you that is funded by billionaires.
Senator Whish-Wilson, I would remind you that we do try and use parliamentary language here, and I would also remind you to direct your remarks through the chair.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thank you for reminding me of that, Deputy President. So this is doable. This kind of reform is doable in the Australian Parliament. And I wanted to remind senators of a time when we all did work together to get significant reform to Australian competition policy. I remember when I started in the Senate, Deputy President, in 2012, it was Mr Bruce Bilson at the time, who went on to become the Small Business Commissioner, was floating the idea of an effects test, a competition effects test. Competition policy in Australia at that time, if you wanted to pursue a big corporation, especially a supermarket giant who was dealing with farmers, for example, in terms of buying their produce, in terms of the contract terms, if you wanted to pursue a big corporation for misuse of market power or misconduct, you had to prove intent that they were deliberately conducting anti-competitive behaviour, which is extremely difficult to do. And my personal experience of this was an interesting one. I went to King Island as a new senator in 2012, and farmers right at that time had their abattoir shut down. They'd had a state-of-the-art upgrade to their abattoir on King Island, which is important because the only other option was to send their cattle on boats across one of the roughest stretches of ocean on the planet, Bass Strait, to be processed in Tasmania. And their abattoir was bought by JBS, one of the biggest, most aggressive corporations on the planet, who at the time appeared to be supporting farmers on King Island, but very shortly shut down the abattoir. They rationalised their portfolio of assets because they had processing capacity at Longford in Tasmania. And the state government had just put in a $4 million taxpayer-funded grant to help the effluent plant at King Island become a lot more sustainable. And of course farmers were furious. And I wrote a letter to the ACCC asking if they would investigate JBS for anti-competitive behaviour. And the ACCC wrote back to me and said, Senator, it's going to be very difficult to do that because you need to prove that they've done this intentionally. I felt there was a good case because it was clear that they had bought the abattoir to shut it down to make their Tasmanian business more profitable. And so that's when my and the Greens campaign to get an effects test started. Like, if that's what it takes, here's a really good example of how these big companies are ripping off small businesses and farmers, then we're going to do it. And the story gets more interesting, Deputy President, because we had a couple of champions in this chamber to get what turned out to be one of the most significant reforms to competition policy in decades. And one of them was Senator Wacker Williams, who used to be in this place that many of us remember fondly, quite frankly. And the way it turned out was in 2015, the Harper Review into competition policy also recommended the government implement an effects test, but the Liberal government of the day said no. They weren't going to do that because, I tell you what, there was a mother of all fear campaigns, and we've seen some pretty big ones in our time in this place, but there was a mother of all fear campaigns that if we got an effects test, it would literally shut down our economy overnight. Of course, big business railed hard against it. They wore out the carpets in this place lobbying against it. And you know how we got it? The Greens put up a motion in here for an effects test, and as it turned out, Mr Malcolm Turnbull's leadership challenge against Tony Abbott in 2015, at that time the Nats crossed the floor to join the Greens to support an effects test. And that was the day that Mr Turnbull was negotiating with the Nationals to pull him into a coalition with him as a leader. And Wacker Williams told me, he said, we've put it on the table. We're not going to bloody well form a coalition with Malcolm Turnbull unless we get an effects test. Because he was standing up for farmers. This was in the days when the Nats actually cared about farmers and small business. They weren't just in this place supporting the interests of big fossil fuel companies, which is what they do now. Anyway, as it turned out, true to his word, the LNP reformed under Mr Turnbull's leadership, and then we got an exposure draft for an effects test in 2016, which I'm very proud to say the Greens, working with the Nats, and because the Nats were part of the LNP then, which they're not anymore, we had the numbers with the LNP to get that through. And of course the government did it. So in 2017 we got an amendment to the Competition Consumer Act 2010, and we got an effects test delivered in this country. And of course the sky hasn't fallen in. It's been a very sensible amendment to competition policy in this country, just like Senator McKim's bill is here today. And if we work together, and we actually do care about battlers, and we do care about small business, and we do care about railing against misuse of market power, then this is exactly the kind of legislation that we should pass. And let me give you another example of when the Senate led on also cracking down on predatory pricing, financial misconduct. The Senate passed a Greens bill for a Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry, which was a Royal Commission that reported to Parliament, not the Executive. And it's one of the few times that a private senator's bill has passed the Senate and gone to the House. And at that stage, once again, Wacker Williams, along with other national senators, and at the time the Labor Party, supported that bill. And it went to the other place. And of course, Malcolm Turnbull, the Prime Minister at the time, was under a lot of pressure. It was kind of like kryptonite. No, but he didn't want to touch it. But in the end, Mr Turnbull, facing a potential rebellion from some of the LNP senators and MPs at the time, called a Royal Commission into the banks. And it shocked the nation. It literally shocked the nation. And some of the biggest critics of that Royal Commission in the lead up to it, within a week or two of evidence, came out and did a mea culpa and said, I had no idea how bad things were. But the Greens, Senator McKim and myself and others, we'd had nearly 16 Senate inquiries in the lead up to this. And we couldn't do the job that needed to be done, but we knew what was at stake here. And I must say, One Nation supported our bid for that Royal Commission into the banks that would have reported to Parliament. And so there's another example of how we can work together to actually shift the dial on the misuse of market power and take on excessive corporate power and excessive greed. There is plenty of precedent for the Senate and senators working together on this. And I put this question genuinely to the National Party and the Liberal Party, who are currently at war with each other. What's it going to take? Are you going to work with the Greens on this? Are you going to support this bill? Get this momentum, get it going? I don't know if there's any supporters in the National Party. They haven't given a contribution on this. And look, let's face it, the National Party's been the tail wagging the dog for some time now, hasn't it? On a number of things. It appears there are more fleas on a dog right now, but I'd like to see what they're going to say. Are they going to be in here supporting a bill that supports battlers at a time when Australians are doing it so tough? At a time we have a cost of living crisis. At a time when we have a housing crisis, a housing affordability crisis, and a lack of supply. Once again, we can all work together on that to get more housing supply into this country and help people who desperately need a roof over their head. Give some hope to young people and Australians on low income who would also like to own their own home or at least have access to public housing. For women who are suffering from domestic violence, who desperately need shelters and long-term secure accommodation. There's so many reasons why we need more housing in this country, but the reason we haven't dealt with this crisis is the Parliament of Australia. We haven't been able to put aside our differences, wean ourselves off the vested interests that are in here constantly trying to lobby us not to do this kind of thing when we know that we can make a difference to the battlers of Australia. And a price gouging bill, we know it's a major driver of inflation, as Senator McKim said in his contribution. We saw the Reserve Bank raise rates. Well, I don't think that's going to have any short-term effect on inflation. It's the same game all the time. It's like whack-a-mole. Why not do something structural that actually impacts inflation in this country, like tackle corporate price gouging? And the supermarkets are a clear example, Acting Deputy President. But this problem goes far beyond the checkouts across Australia. Price gouging is happening across the economy, and it's keeping inflation higher for longer. And of course, if we keep raising interest rates, then we're increasing to price people out of the market, especially low-income and young Australians who want to own their own home. And, you know, it's also tough on mortgage holders, many of them who are also struggling to pay their mortgage and put food on the table. The Greens bill would make price gouging illegal across the economy and give the ACCC the powers it needs to investigate and prosecute corporations that exploit their market power to unfairly hike prices. As Senator McKim also said in his contribution, this bill has the support of key and very experienced, may I say, experts in this field like Professor Alan Fells. So rather than facilitating big companies ripping off Australians that are doing it tough, we can actually make a difference here today. The ultra-wealthy are getting richer than ever before, and the major parties appear to be giving them special treatment. Instead of leaving inflation fight to the Reserve Bank and interest rate rises, the government should be tackling corporate price gouging, which is, as I said, one of the major drivers of inflation. Our politics is becoming a place where billionaires speak the loudest, and they're expecting you to listen. We've mentioned in the chamber this week that we've seen the latest AEC data, where a number of very wealthy people, including Gina Rinehart, Australia's richest citizen, give significant money to a right-wing attack group like Advance, which I notice has essentially been campaigning for One Nation, the irony of that. And some of the issues like, you know, mass migration and the kind of political frames that we find ourselves in now. And of course we saw, I think, Mr Clive Palmer yesterday here in Canberra talking about a High Court challenge, talking against the caps to political donations. We know billionaires have a big influence, and wealthy, ultra-wealthy, have a very big influence on our democracies, not just here in Australia, but overseas. And I tell you what, it's on the nose. It's on the nose for a lot of Australians. As I said before, they've got very good BS detectors. And when they see billionaires trying to influence our democracy, pumping money into, right-wing advocacy groups that have been out there spending tens of millions of dollars prosecuting their agendas, not agendas for the battlers, by the way. This bill before us today is an agenda for the battlers of Australia, not for billionaires. You think billionaires really care about price gouging, the fact that prices in the supermarkets have gone up and that Australians are struggling? I don't think so. As I said the other night, I don't know exactly what the agenda of some of Australia's most prominent billionaires, that, for example, that have been in the media this week, like Gina Rinehart and Clive Palmer, but I can guarantee you their agendas aren't your agendas. I can guarantee you that. This bill is something that Australians would support. They all want to see excessive corporate power being tackled by the parliaments of Australia. It is our job to regulate these companies. It is our job to regulate in the public interest, not in the interests of a few wealthy Australians or big corporations. And I finish by commending Senator McKim for bringing this bill forward and urge all senators to support this, send it to the House so we can have a really good debate.
Thank you very much, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this bill makes a mockery of this place. The Senate is a place for serious debate on the issues that affect this country, not a place for socialist dog whistles. Title a bill with a name that no one could disagree with. After all, who wants price gouging? Then fill the bill with pure socialist government control. Let me be clear, One Nation cares deeply about the people of Australia and making the dollar go as far as possible. But this bill will not achieve that. They call economics the dismal science because economics ignores the utopian dreams and follows the ironclad laws of supply and demand. Capping prices does not work. Price caps destroy supply, kill competition, reduce quality and limits choice. What actually drives down prices is greater competition and innovation. The Greens quite rightly point out that we have a concentrated supermarket sector, but that is because of government regulation. More government regulation will not solve this problem. The only businesses that can afford to comply are the big players. Mum and dad stores, cooperatives are locked out. Who in their right mind would start a business under this Labor government? Every step of the way you are hamstrung by regulation. Every step navigating a broken tax system, income tax, payroll tax, fringe benefits tax, goods and services tax, the list goes on. They need to navigate oppressive industrial relations laws, green tape, compulsory surveys. There is no relief for small businesses. So guess what? They're disappearing. Now I know what the Greens will say. This is only targeting the big end of town. Where do you think the big end of town starts? It starts with small businesses that grow into big businesses and provide people with choice. I should know. I started a business with only myself and my brother.
Thanks, mate.
And ended up with over 1,000 employees. And I can tell you this, I don't think I'd be able to do it again under the current laws. I would be crushed by the red, green and black tape. The government already controls every aspect of business. Now the Greens want to control the prices. We have seen this show before, Mao's China and Stalin's Soviet Union. This is not a recipe for human flourishing, it's a roadmap to deprivation. The real price gouging in Australia comes from those that are trying to push these bills, the government. You want a real monopoly? Look at the taxman. Look at those that are able to charge you what they like. The real villain taking money out of the pocket of everyday Australians is the Labor government. This government is the reason that people can't afford the basics. They have fuelled inflation through their reckless spending. They are the root cause of the cost of living crisis. If the government was silly enough to go down this path, the shareholders of these companies will make their profits, and they will do it by pushing down on suppliers, cutting costs and quality. The farmers will be the ones that are squeezed out, and when they're gone for good. One Nation will deliver real cost of relief to Australians. Less taxes, less red and green tape, more money in your pocket, and more choice for all Australians.
That's all right. I think there was a very sudden finish to that speech. Thank you, Senator Whitten. I take it you love the call, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President.
Right.
Look, I welcome Senator McKim's attempt here to try and help out. I must say, I'm a little sceptical of the chances of this actually doing much. I don't know if people are familiar with something called Polymarket. It's an online prediction odds site, and overnight on Polymarket, the odds of Jesus Christ reappearing this year have doubled. They were 2%, they're now 4%, and I still think there's more chance of Jesus Christ returning to Earth this year than Nick McKim being able to help lower grocery prices, in Australian supermarkets. It's an admirable goal.
Senator, can I just remind, just to refer to senators by their correct title in this place?
As long as I've referred to his saviour and Son of God by the right title, I'm happy, Mr. Acting Deputy President. But Senator McKim, I don't think, has much chance here of making a difference. It's an admirable goal. Prices are too high, but this bill, it's very, very simple. It's very simple, and if it was this simple, it's a little surprising that somebody hasn't done this before. I mean, all the bill does is says, I did have it here before, all the bill does is say that, look, a corporation that has a substantial degree of market power cannot price a good over an excessive price. And how do they work out what the competitive price is? It says in the bill the competitive price for a good or service is the price at which the good or service would have been acquired by or supplied to the other person if the corporation did not have a substantial degree of power in that market. Now that, Mr Acting Deputy President, is price setting. That's what this is. Because there's no price here that the Senator McKim is referring to. There's no external data or figure that can be used to set the benchmark under this bill. You have to have someone with a slide rule, somebody with a spreadsheet, determine what the price would have been if the corporation did not have a substantial degree of market power. Who's going to determine this? I mean, there has been examples of this over the years. It's called a Politburo. You know, a Politburo gets together and says this should be the price of bread, this should be the price of shoes, this should be the price of screws at Bunnings. That's what this is. Now, I don't know if it's news to the Greens and to Senator McKim, but all of the attempts in history to do this have failed, and failed miserably, because there is no way for governments, for bureaucrats in Canberra to set prices in a sensible way without destroying the incentives to produce, to sell, to take the effort to provide goods and services to Australians. This is covering the entire Australian market with a Politburo that would be charged to set prices for all Australians. It will be a complete disaster if passed. If passed, it would be a complete disaster, because we simply can't assess these things without doing great damage to people who do produce goods and services. And it's not just Coles and Woolworths here that would be harmed by this naive and simplistic attempt to set prices in Australia. As egregious as their behaviour has been, and I'm a big supporter of changing our competition laws to introduce divestiture powers like other countries have because of their behaviour. But this would also impact all of the suppliers to Coles and Woolworths, right? The farmers, the small business people, who the Greens are purporting to protect, because this bill doesn't exempt them in their supply chain that goes to somebody who has a substantial degree of market power. They'll be impacted because the bureaucrats will have to sit there and say, OK, what should be the price of milk? And they have to assess what the price of milk should be in a competitive market without market power, have to sit down and work it out. And what happens if these bureaucrats make a mistake? I mean, obviously public servants never make a mistake, do they? But what if they make a mistake and set the price of milk way below the cost of production for a farmer in this country? Well, you'll get exactly what you get in places like the Soviet Union. You'll get shortages then of basic goods because people won't produce the milk if they're not getting a return for their hard labour and work to do so. So again, I'm not questioning the motivations here of the Greens. They want to lower prices. We'd all like to see that. But this is too simple, too naive, and has never worked before, and so we should oppose this bill.
No other senators want to make a contribution? Excellent. All right. Well, the question then before the chair is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells. I've never done this before. So what do I do here? Show me. Oh, yeah? Oh, just the app. Thanks, mate. Lock the doors. The question is that the Competition Consumer Amendment Make Price Gouging Illegal Bill 2024 be read a second time. The ayes will move to the right, the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim for the teller for the ayes and Senator Collins teller for the noes. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I haven't been referred to as Deputy President before, so I was like, oh yeah, sure. Oh, thank you. Order, Senators. There being 29 noes and 12 ayes, the matter has been resolved in the negative. Would honourable senators please resume their seats or leave the chamber quietly? The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of government business, and I call the clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Senators. The committee is considering the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment Bill 2025 as amended. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to, on behalf of Senator Lambie, I seek leave to move amendments numbers 1 to 3 on sheet 3630 together.
Leave granted. Leave's granted.
The amendments.
Anyone seeking to? Thank you, Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition does not support these amendments. The amendments limit on the paper's reviews specifically to student visas, reducing the scope of streamlined reviews for migration decisions. Limiting the bill in this way may undermine its objective of reducing backlogs and streamlining processes in the ART, as it potentially narrows the decisions eligible for on the paper's review.
Minister.
Thanks very much. The government will not be supporting these amendments. The government maintains this power provides flexibility to respond to changes in migration caseloads in a timely way. It is appropriately constrained to apply to temporary visa types and does not apply to protection visa matters. Removing the regulation-making power would undermine the effectiveness of these reforms. As a regulation, though, it is of course disallowable by Parliament, as is appropriate.
Doesn't appear that anyone's seeking the call, so I'll put the question then. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Those against say no.
No.
Noes have it. I only heard one voice, but okay. All right.
You're voting your chair, David. Anyway, just
look. I think we can understand what's happening. So I'll call it. Is a division required? Yes. Okay. Ring the bells. 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll grab my stove. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Oh. Let's take a picture. Yeah.
Lock the doors. Senators, we're dealing with amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 3630. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion move to the right of the chair, and those to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Nampijip-Price as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 32. The question is resolved in the negative. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. All those of the opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be reported. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment Bill 2025 and agreed to it with amendments. Minister.
I move that this bill be read a third time. I apologise. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you. Got a bit ahead of myself, sorry.
That's okay.
I now move that the bill be read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells 4 minutes. I haven't called you yet. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair, and those against will move to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim, is it? Yep, as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 32, noes 11. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Yeah, just before we continue, if I could just get the microphones turned up, it was hard to hear. Senator Cash, are you going to seek the call?
I am, thank you very much. And I rise on behalf of the opposition to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. It is a fact that in 2026, Australia today faces the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. That, of course, is not rhetoric. It is the sober assessment of defence planners, intelligence agencies, but more concerningly, our closest allies. It is a reality that demands seriousness, urgency and, of course, responsibility from this parliament. The Liberal Party supports the principle of this bill, strengthening parliamentary oversight of defence, provided that oversight remains bipartisan, and this is a very, very clear point, bipartisan, disciplined and focused on strengthening Australia's defence capability, not politicising it. The bill, quite frankly, is a long time coming. It builds on the work of the Liberal Party parliamentarians over many, many years who understood that defence is not just another policy portfolio. In fact, we have always said in the Liberal Party, time and time again, it is the most fundamental responsibility of any national government. Liberal Party senators such as the late Jim Molan, Lynetta Reynolds and David Fawcett consistently argued for stronger parliamentary engagement with defence, engagement that improves accountability and understanding without undermining national security. In fact, the late Senator Jim Molan said this in 2018 in the Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade report, Contestability and Consensus. Defence is one of the most important priorities of any national government. Greater bipartisanship on defence, reached through debate and contest on a dedicated committee, will help to produce better policy outcomes to develop the capability Australia needs to defend ourselves into the future. As I said, that was the late Senator Jim Molan, somebody respected on all sides of politics back in 2018. That was true then, without a doubt. But jump forward to 2026, and as I said, we now are in the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. The statement made by former and late Senator Jim Molan is even more true now. Australia is unusual amongst its closest security partners. In fact, unlike the United States and the United Kingdom, our AUKUS partners, Australia does not have a dedicated parliamentary committee focused solely on defence. We believe that done properly, this committee can actually fill the gap. It can provide a trusted forum for scrutiny, improve parliamentary understanding of defence programs and strengthen accountability around delivery without undermining Australia's strategic objectives or indeed our national security. But again, and I go back to the point I have just made, the committee must build confidence in defence. It cannot become another platform for political games. It cannot add unnecessary bureaucracy, and it must not become a forum for grandstanding or point scoring. It must enhance scrutiny, whilst at the same time supporting defence's ability to plan, decide and possibly most importantly, deliver at speed. At its best, we believe that this committee can actually strengthen bipartisan consensus around Australia's strategic interests. It can improve how defence engages with the parliament, reduce excessive risk aversion and help ensure that every dollar spent on defence is actually well spent. And again, as I said, for those reasons, the Liberal Party supports the bill in principle, and we will support the bill when it goes to a vote. But at the same time, we will be holding the government to the long-standing conventions that protect Australia's national security. This is incredibly important. Defence demands continuity, competence, but most importantly, bipartisanship, not politics. This committee must follow the proven model. It's a committee that I currently sit on, of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, otherwise known in this place as PJCIS. For more than 2 decades, 20 years, PJCIS has operated on the basis that membership, for the very obvious reasons of what we are dealing with, is drawn from the government and the opposition only. The convention exists for a reason. I think anybody would understand that committees dealing with national sensitive security matters or sensitive national security matters require trust. Trust between members, trust with defence and the intelligence community, and most importantly, trust with our allies. Appointing Greens or independents would politicise classified defence matters, undermine that trust and weaken the purpose of the committee. It would also undermine and break long-standing bipartisan practice upheld by every single Prime Minister since former Prime Minister John Howard. Whether the current Prime Minister Anthony Albanese respects that convention, quite frankly, will support this bill, but this is going to be a test of both his leadership and his judgment. Appointing members committed to defunding defence, just read their speeches, look at their platform, undermining our alliances or opposing Australia's core strategic partnerships would directly contradict the intent of this bill. Worse than that, quite frankly, the committee could potentially become a laughingstock. It would weaken the committee, but worse than that, it would actually weaken our great nation of Australia. As I said, we have a fundamental principle here. The committee must strengthen defence capability and accountability. It must not dilute it. So whilst this committee is a welcome step, and as I said, we're not opposing the bill, it cannot substitute, and this is the important bit here, for readiness. Australia's strategic environment is deteriorating rapidly. In Europe, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has entered its 4th year. A reminder that major war has returned on the international system. In the Middle East, instability driven by state-sponsored terrorism has shown how quickly regional conflict can escape and then spill beyond borders. In our own region, coercion, grey zone pressure, cyber activity and rapid military build-ups are now the norm as opposed to what they have been in the past, the exception. Those realities demand honesty about the threats we face, but more importantly, the urgency in how we respond. The Defence Strategic Review provided that diagnosis. The National Defence Strategy set out the plan. The Integrated Investment Program was meant to turn those words into a real-world capability. But sadly, under Labor, these documents remain largely paper exercises. The truth is that the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy were underfunded from the moment they were released. Announcements have far outstripped resources. Defence insiders themselves have warned that much of the Integrated Investment Program is underfunded, that the cost curve for new projects is outpacing the budget, and that essential investments, particularly in northern base upgrades, missile manufacturing, cyber capability and sustainment, are now being pushed off into the never-never. That should worry every single Australian. Despite claims of billions in new defence investment, just $700 million has been allocated this final year to implement the National Defence Strategy. At the same time, and again this should worry every Australian, billions of dollars in projects have been cut, delayed or reshaped to make the numbers look tidy. While capability, again this should worry every single Australian, itself drifts. Reviews and announcements, it is a fact. They sound good, but they do not deter aggression. It's a very simple fact. Readiness does. Australians understand that. They want peace through strength. They want faster decisions, more local defence industry jobs and equipment that arrives on time to keep Australians safe. Announcements without allocations do not deter adversaries. In fact, it's the opposite. They see the announcement, they see no action, and they say, this is fantastic, we are now emboldened. Every year of delay, every dollar not spent widens the gap between what the ADF needs and what they are actually getting. And we have been incredibly clear. We would, as the Liberal Party, change course. We will move Australia from rhetoric to where we need to be, given the deteriorating strategic environment, readiness. We have said that we will set a credible, fully costed pathway to lift defence spending to 3% of GDP, ensuring deployable capability is delivered sooner, not decades from now. That commitment is about credibility, is about matching defence funding to defence tasking, and it is about ensuring strategy documents translate into real capability. We have said that a Liberal government would ensure the National Defence Strategy and the Integrated Investment Program are fully funded and delivered, not treated as slogans. Again, slogans sound great, but I tell you, if they aren't implemented, you've got a bit of a problem when you actually need readiness as the #1 capability. We have said that we will prioritise a minimum viable capability quickly over gold-plated projects that arrive too late. We will build sovereign mass in missiles, drones, cyber and undersea systems so Australia can stand on its own 2 feet within our alliances, because allies, it is a fact, help those who are prepared to help themselves. This is especially critical for AUKUS. AUKUS, signed under the former coalition government, is a generational opportunity for Australia's security and our economy. It offers high-skilled jobs, apprenticeships and a durable pipeline of work, particularly for South Australia and for my home state of Western Australia. But AUKUS too, it is a reality over the last 5 years under the Albanese government, has also been underfunded. Labor has promised the most ambitious industrial build in our history. Again, a great slogan, a great press release. Look behind it. They have actually not allocated the money to make it real. Seriously. As a result, AUKUS is now cannibalising the existing defence budget and leaving Australia in the worst of both worlds. Key decisions remain unfunded under this government. Infrastructure is lagging under this government. Skills pipelines are uncosted under this government. Pillar 2, with its enormous economic and technological potential, is now under-resourced. The recent United States review of AUKUS has only heightened the risk. Scope and schedule are under pressure. Every dollar delayed now will cost more later. Drift or underfunding will not just erode deterrence. It therefore has the flow-on effect of weakening trust with our allies and risk breaking faith with the Australian communities being asked to carry this incredibly important project. Again, just like when in government, we have said that a Liberal government will back AUKUS with real funding. We have to, through our pathway to raising defence as a percentage of GDP, so that one capability is not sacrificed to pay another. We have said we will drive timelines. We will co-invest to unblock bottlenecks with our allies and ensure Australian workforces are trained and ready when the yards need them, not years later. Remember, readiness. If you do not have readiness, quite frankly, I don't know how you actually can do anything. But above all, what we have said is this, and it is a clear message to our defence forces. We will put people at the centre of defence. Defence does not run on press releases. It runs on people. Recruitment, retention, housing and family support are not secondary issues. They are foundational issues in defence. Morale and readiness begins with our fantastic men and women who serve, and importantly with their families who are there to support them. The Liberal Party will fix the people challenge first, because credibility, quite frankly, in defence starts there. So again, as I said, this bill is a constructive step, and I do go back to the words of the former and late Senator Jim Molan back in 2018. But again, constructive step, and it must be about strengthening Australia's defence, not weakening the conventions that protect it. The Liberal Party supports strong oversight. We support serious bipartisanship, and we support a defence force ready to meet the times. We will support the bill, but I will be very clear. We will continue to hold the government to account for delivering the capability Australia needs, importantly, to keep Australians safe.
Senator Whittaker.
Deputy President, I rise to add my strong support of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. This bill represents an important step forward for this Parliament. It strengthens our ability to scrutinise some of the most serious, complex and consequential decisions any government can make. Decisions about defence policy, military capability, major procurement, and, in the gravest of circumstances, the commitment of Australian forces to conflict. These are no ordinary policy questions. They involve immense public resources, consideration of long-term horizons, strategic risk, and most importantly, the lives and the well-being of the women and men of the Australian Defence Force and the civilians impacted by these decisions. It is entirely appropriate that this Parliament equips itself with the right structures to examine those matters with care, depth and seriousness. The creation of this committee responds directly to the recommendations of the inquiry undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade into international armed conflict decision-making. That inquiry identified a clear gap. While Parliament debates defence policy and scrutinises defence expenditure through existing processes, it has not had a dedicated mechanism to examine defence strategy, capacity and operations in a way that allows access to important classified information. That gap matters. In the strategic environment we face, many of the most important questions about defence cannot be meaningfully examined using only publicly available information. The details that shape capability choices, operational risk, contingency planning and the conduct of operations are often classified for good reason. Without access to that material, parliamentary scrutiny is necessarily partial. This new committee is designed to address that reality. It is modelled on the established and respected framework of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. That committee has shown that it is possible for members of Parliament from across parties and from both houses to receive and consider highly sensitive information while maintaining the test of agencies and protecting our national security. This bill extends that proven model into the defence portfolio. Let me be clear. This is not about expanding the Parliament into operational decision-making. This committee will not direct the Australian Defence Force or make decisions about deployments. It will not override the prerogatives of our executive government. Those important constitutional settings remain unchanged. What this committee will do is strengthen Parliament's capacity to understand, to question and to scrutinise. The functions of this new committee are broad and forward-looking. They include examining defence strategy and planning documents, scrutinising capability development and major acquisitions, being apprised of war or warlike operations, and monitoring significant non-conflict operations at home and abroad. The committee will also consider matters relating to defence personnel and veterans and the performance and independence of key oversight bodies such as the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force. That matters because defence is about our people, our Australian people. It is about the responsibilities we carry towards those we ask to serve and the way we manage the risks that they are exposed to. Strong parliamentary scrutiny is part of that duty of care. Senate committees will continue to examine defence legislation and budgets through established processes, including Senate estimates. Other statutory committees will retain their roles. But this bill would complement those existing mechanisms. The key innovation in this bill is that the new committee will be able to receive classified briefings and information, subject to clear and robust safeguards. And it is those safeguards that make this workable. Defence agencies and our international partners must have confidence that sensitive operational information, intelligence-derived material, and details about highly sensitive capabilities will be managed appropriately. And this bill provides that framework. With private proceedings, with defined categories of protected information, and with ministerial authorisation being required before certain highly sensitive material can be compelled or disclosed. And, importantly, offences for the unauthorised disclosure of information obtained through the committee's work. Some might see these provisions and focus on the limits, but I see them as enablers. Without strong legal protections, agencies would be understandably reluctant to share the information that gives scrutiny its real substance. With those protections in place, the committee can operate in a way that is both responsible and effective. It is also worth making another important point. Scrutiny conducted in private is not lesser scrutiny, and in many cases it is more searching. When witnesses are able to speak frankly in a secure setting without the pressure of public performance, members can ask the hard questions. Assumptions can be tested and risks explored in detail. This committee also represents a step forward in the institutional maturity of our Parliament. Defence planning and capability development are long-term endeavours. They extend beyond the electoral cycle. They involve investments measured by decades and decisions whose consequences will be felt by future governments and future generations of Australians. A standing joint committee with secure access to information provides continuity. It allows the Parliament across party lines to build deeper expertise and institutional memory in this field. That continuity strengthens democratic accountability. It ensures that scrutiny of major defence decisions are sustained and informed. I want to acknowledge the direct connection to the work already being undertaken in this Parliament through the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and in particular the Defence Subcommittee chaired by my colleague, Senator Collins. I am very lucky to be a member of that committee, and through that committee I have seen closely the work involved in scrutinising the current defence policy settings, capability development and our important role in the region. The work of that committee really matters. It builds on the practical work of parliamentarians and the executive who have been grappling within the limits of existing arrangements. But we understand that a deeper and more structured scrutiny is needed. The inquiry that led to this recommendation, the recommendation to establish this committee, came from sustained engagement by members of that committee who saw both the importance of defence oversight and the constraints of trying to do that work without access to classified information. Acting Deputy President, it would be remiss of me to talk about defence in this place without talking about our great state of Western Australia and the importance of Western Australia to this government's defence strategy. Western Australia is not peripheral to Australia's defence posture. It is central to it. And I've spoken here before about my local community, which is absolutely central to our government's defence work and absolutely central to the success of the AUKUS partnership. From HMAS Stirling and the growing strategic importance of the Indian Ocean to the infrastructure and workforce that will support the future of our conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine enterprise, of which my local community of Henderson is central to that work. Western Australia is at the heart of some of the most significant defence developments underway in this country. Decisions about the capability, basing, sustainment and long-term investment, decisions that will shape the jobs, the skills, the industry and the local communities in Western Australia for decades to come. These are decisions that deserve the scrutiny of a committee like this. Western Australians deserve to know that these vast, complex and long-term decisions are being scrutinised carefully with access to the right information, not only by the executive but by the Parliament as well. A dedicated Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will help ensure that the national interests and the interests of communities like mine that host and support major defence activities are being examined in a serious, informed and sustained way. And so this bill has real significance for my home state of Western Australia and the local community in which I live, a place where we are playing an increasingly central role to Australia's defence and strategic future. Around the world, trust in public institutions is under strain. Complex policy areas, particularly that of national security, can easily drift further away from public understanding, and so never has parliamentary oversight been more important. Creating structures that allow elected representatives to engage seriously and responsibly with these issues is part of keeping our system healthy and robust. This bill, of course, does not solve every question about war powers or defence governance, and it does not attempt to. But what it does do is make practical, carefully designed improvement to the way this Parliament performs its oversight and its scrutiny role. It responds to considered recommendations. It draws on an existing model that has proven effective through the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence. It balances transparency with the protection of national security. And it strengthens our capacity to honour the responsibilities we carry towards the Australian people and the members of the Australian Defence Force. And for all of those reasons, I commend this bill to the Senate and support its passage.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of the Greens to oppose the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee Secret Boys Club on Defence Bill. This is a bill that just goes to show how broken the war parties and the status quo parties are in this Parliament. What they're setting up is yet another sort of dark, smoke-filled cigar room where those who get the tick of approval from Washington, get the tick of approval from the likes of Richard Marles maybe, or our security heads, they can sit in their little private circle and furiously agree on how we should spend even more money buying US weapons to go to war with China on behalf of Donald Trump. And they're the same club of people who have got us into an impossible, embarrassing mess on pretty much everything they've touched in defence. So this same club of war-hungry, warmongering war parties who call themselves parties of government, they're the ones who have secret oversight of our security agencies. And how's that going? That is now the subject of Royal Commission review, repeated criticism, failure of ASIO to get out and communicate with our state police, failure of state police to talk with federal police. That's all oversighted by a private club in the PJ-CIS committee. And that's a disaster zone, complete mess. Nobody thinks it works. So what do the geniuses in parties of government decide to come up with? Well, let's take the secret dysfunctional club for security oversight and let's make it part of a secret dysfunctional parties of government oversight of defence. And then we get the representation from Labor that actually, do you know why this is great for democracy and why this is great for Parliament? The real magic sauce in this thing is it'll all be in secret and nobody will see it happening. That's the magic sauce in this oversight. It's a secret meeting of people who already agree, who've got post-political careers that they want in the defence industry, who love Washington, who love Donald Trump, and it'll all happen in secret. And the secrecy is the magic, because in secret, you can, in a room where everyone agrees you can ask the hard questions. You can ask the hard questions and get the likes of Defence Secretary Moriarty to give you the hard answers because, you know, that's going to work in secret. You couldn't make this stuff up, right? It's a joke. It's a joke. The pretense that a secret club of people who agree, who are looking for their post-political career in a defence contractor is going to hold defence to account is an embarrassing joke. And the country can see it. They can see that this shrinking part of the parliament who wants to hold on to the status quo, who wants to keep shoveling endless billions of dollars into US defence contractors, nuclear submarines, the world's most expensive frigates on the planet, drones that can't defend themselves, US weapons systems that they get sold by some tech bro in an afternoon spiel. They can see it doesn't work. They can see that defence is a mess. They can see that the club is taking Australia in the wrong direction, and that's why more than a third of the country and a growing part of the country are voting for anybody but the war parties and the status quo parties. But I've got to tell you this. This is a bill that says we're going to set up a new secret committee. It's going to be dominated by the government, but you're going to let the opposition in, but only the opposition in. It's going to operate in secret, and that's going to fix defence. Well, one of the questions I'm asking is, who are the parties of government now that are even going to sit on this? Used to occasionally invite a Nat in, but I suppose they're on the outer now too. So it's just going to be the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. Just the Labor Party and the Liberal Party furiously agreeing on how to screw up our national budget on defence and then getting the patsies from defence to come in and say, oh yes, you know, we need this new weapons system. We need this new weapons system, and we haven't tested it for value for money, but we think you should spend $8 billion acquiring this new weapons system because we want to press the button and see it go whoosh. And our friends in Washington would like it because it makes us more interoperable with the US military, and we can be part of the next US war in Eurasia. So actually, we should buy this $8 billion. And I don't think we need to tell the public anything about this. I don't think we need to trouble the great unwashed with the reasons why we're doing these dumb decisions. We'll just do it quietly amongst ourselves. Quietly amongst ourselves. We already agreed before we came into the room. We agree even more now. Let's just spend the money on this next US-UK weapons system. And it is such a gross misrepresentation to say that this is about oversight. It's just getting the club to give another big rubber stamp on their war plans and upon their complete and utter surrender to Washington. That's what it is. I mean, why do we even pretend to have parliamentary oversight anyhow? You know, why don't we just set up a small approval process in the Washington embassy? We could just do that. You could just set up a small desk. You could have a proposal. It wouldn't have to originate in Canberra. It could easily originate in Washington. You could then send it over to the Secretary of Defence. It could go and, of course, Minister Miles could add his usual value to it, with no doubt a very insightful analysis of whatever's come from Washington and the Defence Secretary. And then you could just send it to the desk in Washington and they could invite whoever Vance wants to send in, Vice President Vance, and they could just approve it. It would be much more efficient. You wouldn't have to go through the pretense of a sovereign process. Why don't you just do that? Or you could set up a secret committee amongst yourselves, which you don't tell the public about, and you could just do it here anyhow. Well, you've chosen the secret committee path. So what has the war club, what have the war parties delivered? The parties of government. What have the parties of government delivered so far for defence? Well, we're in the middle of spending $9 billion to build the United States a nuclear submarine attack base just off Perth to make Perth a nuclear target and to ensure that Australia will be involved in a US war with China. Well, you've done that. I personally think that's probably a bad decision, making Perth a nuclear target, spending $9 billion of Australian taxpayers' money to build the US a nuclear submarine attack base. I think there's a misspending of money, but you guys agree on it, and you can agree on it in secret now. Terrific. You've decided to spend $375 billion on some speculative gamble to get nuclear submarines. Well, that's a disaster zone. The US has no spare submarines. We just heard today that the US will only supply submarines to Australia if we guarantee to use them in a US war on China. Otherwise, we can go whistle. And currently we're shoveling billions of dollars to the United States to increase their industrial capacity to make more nuclear submarines so they have some spare for us, and that has not worked, has not shifted the dial. The United States is still producing about 1.2, on a good year, nuclear submarines a year out of their industrial capacity. Unless they produce about 2.5 a year for the next decade going forward, there'll be no spare submarines for Australia. We won't get any submarines. That money is lost. That money is lost. Well, lost to us, but gained by the United States. So that first part of AUKUS about getting some second-hand spare US nuclear subs, that's a disaster zone, going badly, billions being wasted, big black hole. But you could meet in secret and agree on how good it is. So that might be nice, because you won't have to persuade the public. You can just persuade each other about what a great deal that is in secret. That might be nice for you. Bad for taxpayers, bad for Australia, but it might be nice for you. Then you're proposing, you've already handed countless billions of dollars off to the UK for their nuclear submarine industry. Most of it's gone to Rolls-Royce, because, Rolls-Royce obviously deserves, those poor people in Rolls-Royce, they suffer a lot. And so we have found, Richard Marles, Defence Minister Marles, Prime Minister Albanese, with the support of the Liberal Party, have found a way that Australian taxpayers can give billions and billions of dollars to Rolls-Royce. And that's rolling out now, the money to Rolls-Royce to produce nuclear reactors for the AUKUS submarine project. And the UK's own audit office says that program that we're putting billions of dollars into is in a terminal spiral of failure and will not produce nuclear reactors. It's been red for the last 5 years, pumping billions of dollars into the UK for nuclear reactors and an AUKUS nuclear submarine project that will not happen. And then we get Richard Marles, when the head of the delivery agency for the Barrow-on-Furness project in the UK, which is where they're going to be allegedly producing the reactors and producing the next class of AUKUS submarines, when the head of that from the UK, Lord, whatever his name is, says, actually it's not working, we haven't got the infrastructure, we're not going to be able to build this stuff here, we don't have a solution to the multiple infrastructure bottlenecks, we're not going to have the workforce ready to produce the nuclear submarines. What does Australia say? Australia says, oh, you can ignore all that. Ignore the fact that the audit office has said the reactors won't work. Ignore the fact that the head of the delivery agency in Barrow-on-Furness says it won't work. Ignore the fact that the entire UK budget is in a meltdown and they don't have the money to build submarines. Ignore the fact that they can only put one of their current nuclear submarines in the water because they can't afford to maintain or know how to maintain the rest of them. You can ignore all of that because it's all on track. It's all on track. And we could keep shoveling billions of dollars. And the good news about your secret committee is you can agree on that in private now. You can meet together in private and slap each other on the back and say it's all on track, and you can ignore reality. That's a great thing about a secret committee. Or why don't you come and meet about the Hunter frigates and agree on what a great job you guys are doing on the Hunter frigates? Because, there's been a lot of talk at the moment about 67 defence sites that are prized and cared for by the community, which have beautiful green open space, heritage sites, great spots for public housing. But no, Defence Minister Marles and the supporting cheer squad in Defence have decided to flog them all off, sell them all off for property development, and they think that over the next 5 to 10 years, they could net $1.8 billion from selling all of these prized public land all across the country. And the good news about that is, for $1.8 billion, you could almost build 1/5 of one Hunter frigate in Adelaide. You could probably get the bit that has the landing pad for the helicopters on them. You could almost get 1/5 of one of those for selling off 67 prize sites, because the same club that wants to meet in private and agree in this committee have signed off on the $45 billion Hunter frigate deal, which is before the NAC on a corruption inquiry, and is producing the most expensive warships pound for pound on the entire planet. And when we asked the Defence Department, is there any more expensive warship on the planet than these Hunter frigates that we're making at Adelaide, they hummed and hawed and they said, oh, maybe a US nuclear-powered submarine is more expensive. They found one, a US nuclear submarine. Like India produces entire aircraft carriers, fits them out for less than what we're paying for a single Hunter frigate. And the same bozos who are in charge of that and have sent us down that corrupted, hopeless process for Hunter frigates, they can now meet in private and privately and secretly agree on what a great idea it would be to do that again. Or maybe we could have the same people who met in secret and agreed that agreed to produce another class of boats, which of course Defence cannot find a purpose for. Maybe they could agree to put billions of dollars more into that project as well. So right now, we have a Defence Department that is hollowing itself out to pay for nuclear submarines we'll never get, that is shelling billions of dollars overseas for projects that won't produce reactors or nuclear submarines. And of course that means that there's no money left for the rest of Defence if you want to buy things. We have a Defence Department that's building the most expensive warships on the planet in Adelaide, a handful of them, and they want to do more of that. We have a Defence Department that's had a recruitment crisis forever because it turns out people don't much like joining a defence force which is led by such a bunch of bozos and directed by a bunch of noddies in the parties of government. We have a defence force that is designed not to defend Australia, but to be part of US deployments around the world and not have an independent sovereign capacity. We have a defence force that is probably a global leader in the failure of procurement, the failure of strategic thinking, and you want the same bunch of people who have got us in this mess to now oversight it in secret while they agree with each other in a smoke-filled, cigar-filled, quiet, private room. This will surprise you. The Greens say no.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President, and I don't think, Senator Shoebridge, that surprises us at all. I rise today to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, which improves oversight of Australia's defence. I support this bill because of proper governance and accountability of the defence of Australia is more important today than on any other day since World War II. The Liberal Party believes strength is peace. That strength in defence is necessary even in times of peace. And the Liberals' unwavering allegiance to the sovereignty of this great nation is unmatched. The opposition understands that sovereignty is first and foremost secured by the brave men and women of the Australian Defence Force. And I take this opportunity to again thank those in uniform, past and present, for their service and dedication to preserving the freedom of this great nation. The Liberal Party is committed to the key function of this bill, that is, the creation of a new Defence Committee to oversee, prioritise and enhance the ADF and defence architecture of this nation. This area of governance is sadly in need of urgent reform, and we have seen weak and ineffective Labor members of government not understand or refuse to face the challenges in the Indo-Pacific in 2026 and beyond. In support of this bill, the opposition reaffirms that we follow the proven bipartisan track record of the practices of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. This practice demands that only parties of government be included on the committee. So those who seek to weaken defence, like those in the Greens political party or the Teal political movement, are unwelcome. Just rewind a little to hear the contributions from Senator Shoebridge, and you will understand why they are not welcome.
You were heard in silence.
Well, they are not welcome on this committee. Those who are unwilling to hold the sovereignty of this nation above all else and would seek to use this platform to defund and hamstring our defence forces are unwelcome. This convention must be followed. If not, our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will send a message to Australians and foreign adversaries that he is unserious about defence. This committee is essential today. Australia faces the greatest military threat to peace and security in generations. Already, Royal Australian Navy personnel have been injured by the forces of Xi Jinping's Navy while in international waters. Our air crews have been subjected to life-threatening manoeuvres by Chinese aircraft. Even our civilian air crews have been put in danger by reckless CCP operations in our region. Under the Liberal Party, these provocations would be met with strength. We would deliver peace through strength. A Liberal government would deter these events. We would invest in and increase capability that would detect threats by air, land, sea and space assets that the Labor government has failed to procure. But this government must change its course. The strategic circumstances are too precarious to ignore the warnings. Grey zone tactics are ramping up, and these grey zone tactics have ranged from illegal free trade attacks to unprecedented cyber intrusions of our democratic institutions, and finally last year, most dangerously of all, to state-sponsored terror. With the Liberal Party at the helm of defence once more, Australians would be reassured that they will no longer fear waking up to yet another attack on our freedoms, which under Labor have all too often been met with fake smiles, hand-wringing and platitudes from our Prime Minister. Australia's defence must be made more resilient, and we must stand on our own 2 feet. Allies who help those, help themselves. That means building sovereign mass and missiles, drones, cyber, undersea systems and sustainment here in Australia. Manufacturing at all levels must be unlocked, and the red and green tape hampering our defence and critical sovereign manufacturing capabilities must be abolished. This new committee must strengthen defence capability and accountability, not weaken it through politicisation and appointment of anti-defence MPs. And this committee must recognise the importance of AUKUS to Australia's security. The AUKUS submarines are the most complex machines ever built by man. And on this committee, the Liberal Party will see that agreement and the respect and lethality of our brave men and women in the ADF given the funding and direction they deserve. This government must soon commit to the construction of a new submarine base on the East Coast, and this committee will examine the decisions behind this serious endeavour. And we need this scrutiny because the Labor government has been unwilling and unable to produce the location of this base. Labor's inertia on this critical project disrespects the need of industry partners who are core to the AUKUS agreement and the communities of my home state of New South Wales in having a say about their future. The people of Port Kembla, the likely location of this East Coast base, deserve a government who is upfront, and the Australian manufacturing base needs support to deliver for our sailors. The Albanese government has delivered neither. No certainty to the people of Port Kembla and no support to our sailors. A trusted, disciplined committee should build bipartisan consensus around our strategic interests and enhance the ability for defence to interact with Parliament. The committee should reduce risk aversion and support better outcomes, not just to protect Australians, but in how we ensure every dollar on defence is spent well. Because good economic management is important to defence too. With the Liberal Party in support of raising defence spending to 3% of GDP to bring us in line with both the threat faced and our allies' commitments, only the Liberal Party is clear-eyed and ready for the challenges in this 21st century. Because the Labor government has cut defence spending in real terms. Don't believe the spin. The budget papers clearly show this decline, but when we ask the Defence Minister about it, all we get is smokescreens and subversion. The Minister for Defence is happy to point to ships that aren't built yet, to munitions yet to be acquired, and to troop numbers that couldn't fill a bus. It does not change the fact that we are dangerously undermanned and under-equipped, and service on this new committee must therefore come with advice and clear moral convictions to do the hard things that this government won't do. Australians want peace through strength. They want faster decisions, more local industry jobs, and equipment that arrives on time to keep our people safe. That is what the Liberal Party will champion in this committee, and with that commitment, I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. And I rise today to speak to the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. I do so with a deep sense of responsibility and with a conviction that this measure is essential to strengthen Parliament's capacity to scrutinise, advise and hold to account the institutions charged with protecting our nation. Like many in this chamber, I wish for peace above all. Peace is the aspiration that guides our diplomacy and our values, yet we must be clear-eyed about the world we inhabit. Peace is most reliably preserved when a nation is prepared, when our defence forces are properly funded, when they're well trained, and when they're ready to respond. That readiness depends not only on equipment and strategy, but on robust parliamentary oversight that ensures capability, accountability, public trust, and indeed public pride in the defence of our sovereignty. In my role as Chair of the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I have had the privilege of visiting bases, meeting with personnel across ranks, and hearing directly from those who plan and execute our defence posture. I've met exceptionally talented, brave and committed men and women, young Australians who volunteer to serve, who display professionalism and courage, and who embody the Anzac spirit in a modern form. Their dedication demands that Parliament do its part to scrutinise, to support and to ensure that the institutions that serve them are fit for purpose. The nature of conflict has changed. Warfare in the 21st century is significantly a technological endeavour. The domains of space, cyber and autonomous systems are now central to strategic thinking. The conflict in Ukraine has provided a painful and costly education to militaries around the world about the interaction between tactics, industrial capacity and the rapid iteration of both hardware and software. What's happened in Ukraine has shown the value of both high-end, sophisticated systems and cheaper, flexible, expendable devices. For Australia, the lesson is not to replicate another theatre's approach, but to learn, adapt and build sovereign capability and capacity suited to our geography and our strategic circumstances. Our geography matters. We are an island continent in the Asia-Pacific. Critical communication, trade and transit sea lanes lie immediately to our north. That reality drives the investments we are seeing in our northern bases, in Townsville, Darwin and key sites in Western Australia, which will serve as staging posts and first lines of deterrence. These investments are not merely about hardware and platforms. They're about people and communities. If we are to sustain a credible presence in the north, we must make it attractive, and a sustainable place for defence personnel and their families. That means modern facilities, reliable infrastructure, quality education, access to health services, including maternity care, in place, and community support that enables families to thrive and benefits the communities that wrap their arms around our defence personnel. Central to our deterrence posture is the strategy of denial, ensuring that any adversary is deterred from attempting to reach our shores. The acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines through the AUKUS partnership will be transformational for our nation. These platforms represent a step change in stealth, endurance and a deterrent capability. They will also be a national endeavour.
Senator O'Neill, it's time, so you'll be in continuation. So being at the hard marker 11:15, we'll move to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No? Call the clerk. Do you have anything? Yes. Okay. I think there's a selection of bills committee report. Senator Sheldon.
I present the first report of 2026 of the selection of bills committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Sheldon.
That the report be adopted.
So the question is that the motion is moved. Oh, sorry, who's seeking? Is someone? I'm told someone's seeking the call. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I see. Do I need leave, or I just do it? I move amendment that's circulated in my name, I think. At the end of the motion, add and the interactive gambling amendment ban gambling ads bill 2024 not be referred to a committee. And the government's view is that this doesn't need to be referred to a committee. Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. There has been plenty of time that these issues have been examined, and further examination in a committee. The committees are heavily have a number of references that are currently before them. I don't think that another reference of this order needs to be sent to the committee. There is plenty of work that has gone into this issue and been examined by the Senate, and I hope that we are able to get support for that amendment.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
I just seek your guidance, President. Obviously, I would like to speak on the amendment moved by the Minister, but I've also circulated an amendment which is in direct opposition. Would you like me to speak to both amendments at the same time? I'm just seeking your...
Yeah, so this is the amendment in Senator McKim's name?
Yes.
Just to advise the,
yes.
the chamber. Yes, so you can move that as an amendment to Minister Gallagher's amendment and, and speak to the motion.
Okay, well, in that case, I move the amendment as circulated in Senator McKim's name to the government's amendment because, frankly, the gall of this government to block a bill that implements the recommendations of a Labor committee previously to put a ban on gambling advertising is just outrageous. And this government seems to have forgotten everything it stands for. The government had made a previous commitment to reform gambling advertising in this country, and yet 3 years down the track they have done nothing. And now, today, they are in this chamber blocking a bill that does what they have previously called for and going to a proper legislative inquiry to make sure it does what it says it should do. Now, I heard the argument from the Minister that there's been already enough time spent on this issue. Yes, there has, but still we see nothing from the government. Nothing from the government. So because the government hasn't acted, the Greens are. Because the government hasn't done what they said they would do, it's been up to us in the Australian Greens to draft the legislation and to put it to the chamber. And when you're serious about getting a piece of legislation past the Senate, you put it to a legislative inquiry to make sure it does all the things it needs to do. That is the purpose. It is proper governance. It's proper scrutiny. It's proper governing. Something that this government could take a few lessons on. And the whole idea of amending of this particular amendment bill, the gambling advertising amendment bill, is to put a ban on gambling advertising because we know that this is what's needed if we want to stop the suffering, the lives and families being destroyed by the insidious gambling industry. Now, there is nothing in this bill that says you're not allowed to gamble, by the way. It just says the big gambling lobby, the big gambling industry can't advertise. Can't advertise it, just like big tobacco can't advertise, because they're trying to sell a dangerous product. There is nothing more dangerous to so many Australian families, particularly young people and young men, than the insidious, harmful advertising that is thrust down their throats from the gambling industry. The inducements that young people get on their mobile phones, begging them to get back on, even if they're a known gambling addict, to get back on and have another bet. The only people who want to stop this bill from going to an inquiry and then passing this parliament is the people making money off gambling addicts. The greedy, nasty parasites in the gambling industry. And who's doing their dirty work for them? Who's being the shrill of the gambling industry? The Labor Party. And of course, we will see today, when we move on these motions and these motions go to a vote, we'll see the Liberal Party doing exactly the same. And I don't have much time for Peter Dutton. I don't have much time for Peter Dutton at all. But at one point in time, he actually thought curbing advertising on the gambling industry was a good idea. And now, of course, the Liberal Party seem to have forgotten that was even a party policy. Why? Because we know the gambling industry pays millions of dollars in donations to both Labor and Liberal parties. They have them by the neck, and the Labor and Liberal parties are as addicted to the gambling industry as some of the gambling addicts who desperately need help. It's the Labor Party and the Liberal Party who are addicted to the gambling industry's money, to the greed of the gambling industry. The greed of the gambling industry. Now, if you want to take money off people who suck money out of the pockets and feed off the misery of everyday Australians, at least admit that's what you're doing.
Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Look, I do appreciate the need for items in this chamber to come under scrutiny, and I and my Nationals colleagues will always support the Senate's rights to look into things in depth and in detail. We will support the Greens here to seek an inquiry on this issue, but I do want to stress in saying that I think the Greens have once again taken their normally unbalanced approach to this issue, where they simply seem to want to ban everything, any fun, anyone doing anything, anyone wanting to have a punt on the footy or enjoy looking at the odds. It's just too unbalanced. It's too over the top, and so we will support. Yep, let's have an inquiry, because I don't think there's anything to hide here about the Australian pastime of having a punt on the football, on the races, whatever it may be. There is, of course, a major issue with with irresponsible gambling. There is a major issue to make sure we promote responsible gambling, have proper restrictions and regulations. This is a heavily regulated industry, as it should be, and there should be appropriate restrictions on advertising, when they're put on, how children are exposed to them, etc. We support all of those things, and we have no compunction, nothing to hide in it going to an inquiry like this right now. But we can't simply have an approach here which seeks to blanket ban all types of behaviour in this country. I do think that adults, in other platforms, the Greens are all for consenting adults. They're all for consenting adults exercising their rights to engage in all sorts of activities, and I do think adults should be allowed to make those choices. And I worry here with where the Greens are heading on this, but I don't know why sometimes this chamber is almost afraid of the Greens in a way, like, oh, we can't let them have an inquiry, or I'll go on committees and have a say. I say let them talk. Let them, let them go. Give them enough rope. Let them have their say. So we have no problem here from the Nationals Party in supporting an inquiry into these things, because it will expose, I think, the need to have a balanced approach to these issues. It will allow our gambling industries, the responsible industries, to outline what they do to protect against people irresponsibly gambling. And I know, having met with many of this industry, that they take these issues very, very seriously, and we should be properly regulating them. And I do just want to make one more comment in the time I have. I do wonder why, at the moment, we seem to be so focused on one form of gambling, on sports betting in particular, which I say is a fairly traditional Australian pastime. But we ignore the insidious, or have now seemingly ignored the insidious nature of poker machines. That is, in all the evidence of problem gambling shows that poker machines are a much, much greater issue. And I, as a Queenslander, grew up in Queensland when we didn't have poker machines. I don't think our state's any much better for having them. But that's something that we seem to have ignored lately in this obsession over one form of gambling, which, yes, can still lead to pain, can still lead to heartache, but on all the statistics is nowhere near the same issue as the gaming machines that have proliferated all throughout our country. So look, I always say welcome scrutiny. We will support this initiative for the Senate to apply that scrutiny, but we'll do so, as we always do, in a balanced way, seeking to balance all of these concerns. Let people have their say, not shut people down from all sides of the debate, including the industry, which, as I say, takes these issues very seriously and has to and should take a responsible approach to wagering in this country.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I commend Senator Hanson-Young for bringing forward this bill to the Senate, to the Parliament, in the wake of a tragic and, for so many Australians, devastating lack of action from the Albanese Labor government. They have betrayed Australians who want action on gambling advertising. They have so far betrayed Peter Murphy and the incredible work that she did on this area. You go back and you look at the Murphy Review. This was Parliament at its best. Just read the foreword. The foreword of the Murphy Review, I think, will go down in history as an incredible piece of leadership, someone who clearly believed in what she was doing and was able to actually build consensus in this place that spends 90% of its time bickering. It is well worth a read. And the context of that, let's go through some facts and figures. We're the biggest losers in the world per capita. In a cost of living crisis, Australians lose $32 billion each year. We're in a situation now where gambling has been so normalised by gambling advertising that 16% of 16 and 17-year-olds are already gambling. When we turn to the 18 and 19-year-olds, 46%, almost 1 in 2 18, 19-year-old Australians are now gambling. Why? Because they think it's a normal part of enjoying sport. Why? Because they have been inundated their whole life by gambling advertising. More and more frequently over the last couple of years, I've been pulled aside at events by young people wanting to talk about gambling advertising, particularly young men, saying, I'm ashamed to say I have a problem with gambling. It's really having an impact on me, on my life, and it's so damn hard to actually stop, because everywhere you go, you're confronted with gambling advertising. You're reminded, oh, just have that punt, chase that win. You're getting the inducement. The company's saying, oh, here's some free bets. This was all covered in the Murphy Review. And yet we've got Labor who pull out these ridiculous talking points about how we've done more than anyone since Federation. Yeah, good on you. You did some things that the Coalition started. You completed them. You did Bet Stop. You banned credit cards. Not a single thing on the Murphy Report. So let's go to Peter Murphy's foreword. And I'll quote directly. Australians outspend the citizens of every other country on gambling, on online gambling. This is wreaking havoc in our communities. Saturation advertising ensures our future losses. Only online wagering service providers, major sporting organisations and media gain from the status quo. Australians do not like being flooded by messages and inducements to gamble online and worry about the effects this is having on children and young people. Most believe that gambling is harmful for society and that it has become too easy to gamble in Australia. I am proud to say this committee has delivered a unanimous report that says enough is enough. The committee has made 31 recommendations that apply a public health lens to online gambling to reduce harm across the whole Australian population. Online gambling companies advertise so much in Australia because it works. Online gambling has been deliberately and strategically marketed alongside sport, which has normalised it as a fun, harmless and social activity that is part of a favourite pastime. Gambling advertising is grooming children and young people to gamble and encourages riskier behaviour. The torrent of advertising is inescapable. It is manipulating an impressionable and vulnerable audience to gamble online. We've had silence for almost 3 years from the Albanese government on Peter Murphy's report. Now, when we have a bill that contains the recommendations of the report, the Labor government, the Liberals, won't even allow that report to go to a committee. That is frankly disgraceful. We have to do better for the communities we represent.
Senator Pocock. The time for debate has expired. Senator McKim.
Thank you very much, President. I want to acknowledge the support for the Greens amendment from the Nationals and also from Senator David Pocock, although I was much more enamoured of Senator Pocock's contribution than I was of Senator Canavan's. But I want to make two fundamental points here in support of our amendment. Firstly, what Labor is doing here is moving that a private senator's bill from the crossbench not be referred to a committee for inquiry. Now, that is a very unusual approach from the government and from Labor, and it leads to the inescapable conclusion that there is a political reason for Labor not wanting this particular bill, under the name of Senator Hanson-Young, to go to an inquiry. Now, ask yourselves, colleagues, why it might be that the Labor Party doesn't want a bill that simply proposes a ban on gambling advertising. I might add, not a ban on gambling itself. why the Labor Party doesn't want that legislation to go to an inquiry. And the answer is abundantly clear. Firstly, Labor doesn't want a platform to be created that would expose their mediocrity and their gutless failure to act on this issue. Their failure to address the manifest harms caused by gambling advertising that was spoken about so eloquently by Senator David Pocock and by Senator Hanson-Young. Labor doesn't want a platform that would expose Labor's culpability in allowing this egregious social harm to continue to be perpetrated against so many Australians by a greedy, parasitic gambling industry. And Labor doesn't want it exposed as the recipient of political donations from big gambling corporations in this country. It is an inescapable conclusion to this position of Labor that they are ashamed of their failure to act. And I want to say to Labor, if you are ashamed of your failure to act on gambling advertising, and you should be, the solution is clear. Join with the Greens and put in place a ban on gambling advertising as proposed by Senator Hanson-Young's legislation. Because, of course, the numbers are there in both houses of this parliament, with Labor having a majority in the House and Labor plus the Greens making a majority in this chamber. The numbers are there in both houses of this parliament to ban gambling advertising and to mitigate the massive social and personal harms caused to so many Australians by the parasitic actions of the greedy gambling corporations. The numbers are there. There's only one thing stopping action, and that one thing is the Australian Labor Party. So we have an opportunity, folks, to act. Now is the time. It's the perfect opportunity. The mood of the people is with us and the numbers are there in the parliament. What we are asking for today, just to be clear, is not your vote in support of this bill. It is simply your vote to send the bill to an inquiry so people can come in and have their say. And I think that is what Labor is fundamentally afraid of here. They don't want people to come in and share their stories, as Senator Pocock has done, Senator David Pocock has done, about the harms that gambling advertising has caused to them, has inflicted on them. They don't want those stories told because they know that when those stories are told, the argument for change becomes inevitable and the argument to ban gambling advertising becomes too strong to resist. Shame on you, Labor.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So that concludes. Doesn't look like there's any other speakers. So the question is that the amendment as moved, standing in the name of Senator McKim and moved by Senator Hanson-Young to the Selection of Bills Committee. No, I'm putting McKim's first. Be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator McKim's amendment, as moved by Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to the Selection of Bills Committee report. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 19 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, there will be... I'll now put Minister Gallagher's amendment. This debate finishes at 11:46, but the standing orders allow that all amendments be put. Senator Gallagher, you've moved your amendment, so the question is that the amendment is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator McKim, Senator Sheldon as the teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Good. Order. There being 27 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now invite Senator Mackenzie to move your amendment. Senator Mackenzie.
I would like to move an amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report as circulated in the chamber.
Thank you very much. Senator Duniam.
President, if we could please ask that those two elements of Senator Mackenzie's amendment be put separately.
Thank you. If you don't have the amendment in front of you in the chamber, I'll advise the chamber that it consists of a Part A and a Part B. So it's my intention now to put Senator Mackenzie's amendment Part A. So those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Senator Hanson-Young.
Which bill is Part A and which bill is Part B? I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, so the Part A is the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill of 2025, and Part B is the provisions of the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025.
Thank you. And you're going to put them both separately?
Yes,
okay.
As requested by the opposition. So the question is that Senator Mackenzie's amendment, Part A, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Mackenzie to the Selection of Bills Committee Part A be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Canavan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to the Senator Mackenzie's amendment Part B, which is the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator Mackenzie's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee Report Part B be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 9 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move the amended Selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator Sheldon. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Thank you, Senators. I understand it suits the chamber to deal with the deferred motion from Tuesday the 3rd of February, after a division which occurred after 6:30 p.m. was called on the motion moved by Senator Hanson-Young, proposing a reference to the Environment and Communications Reference Committee. So the question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. Aye. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the deferred vote standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young from Tuesday the 3rd of February be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I shall now move to the... Beg your pardon, Senator Hanson-Young.
Sorry, President. Can I just seek clarification? So that was Labor and Liberal voting for the second time, against
Senator
a gambling inquiry. The second time in less than an hour. Second time in less than an hour.
You are out of order. Order. Order in the chamber. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that general business notice of motion number 359 be considered during general business today.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, a postponement notification has been lodged by Senator Mackenzie in respect of general business notice number 360, postponed from today to the next day of sitting. And the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 8 of today's order of business.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection, the business is postponed. Senator Sheldon.
Oh, sorry, just regarding leave of absence.
Yes.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absences for senators.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Sheldon.
I move the leave of absence be granted to the following senators. Senator Polley for 19th to 20th of January 2026 for personal reasons. Senator McCarthy for today on account of ministerial business. And Senator Cox for today on account of parliamentary business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Sheldon be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Any other? Senator David Pocock.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to conflict in Iran as circulated in the Senate on behalf of Senators Ciccone, Chandler, Smith, Shoebridge and myself, and for the motion to be determined without amendment or debate.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move the motion and I thank Senate colleagues for their constructive engagement on this issue.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to formal business. I'll begin with business of the Senate 1, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock.
I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection with this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Barbara Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 20 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Payman. Oh.
I ask that that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senators, it being 12:15, I call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Number 2, Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. As I was saying before the hard marker at 11:15, on the matter of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary and Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, our geography matters. And so does our capacity to deter. So central to our deterrence posture is the strategy of denial, ensuring that any adversary is deterred from attempting to reach our shores. The acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines through the AUKUS partnership will be transformational. These platforms represent a step change in stealth, endurance and deterrent capability. They will also be a national endeavour that must deliver jobs, skills and economic opportunity across our regions, indeed across the entire nation. As we build capability, we must ensure communities share in the benefits and that local consultation and investment in community infrastructure proceed in parallel. Technology, colleagues, is moving at a pace. The government's investments in advanced platforms and the Advanced Strategic Capabilities Accelerator are important starts. But the technology development cycle for many autonomous systems is measured in months, not years. Building stockpiles that sit in warehouses and become obsolete is not an effective use of taxpayers' money. Instead, Australia must support a sovereign industrial base capable of rapid development, production at scale and iterative improvement. That requires a whole-of-society approach, government procurement and incentives, industry partnerships, research institutions and workforce training. Our aim must be to ensure the ADF can access the right mix of high-end and mass-produced systems when required, and that we can scale production quickly in response to changing circumstances. The Defence Subcommittee's recent report, which was tabled this week, of the 2023-24 Defence Annual Report emphasises these points. It highlights the rapid evolution of autonomous technologies and the need to align capability development with Australia's strategic geography. It also underscores that investments in capability must be matched by investments in people, in recruitment, in retention, transition programs, and services for veterans and families. Insight into defence agencies is incomplete without insight into the experiences of those who serve and those who have served. This bill recognises that reality. It proposes a dedicated Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence with the mandate and expertise to examine defence policy, defence capability development, defence procurement, defence operational safety, and the welfare of defence personnel and veterans. It balances transparency with the need to handle classified material securely, drawing on the model of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. That balance is crucial. Oversight, provided such a committee as this, must be meaningful, but it must also be able to protect sensitive information that, if mishandled, could harm national security. Parliamentary oversight is not an adversarial exercise for its own sake, much as the column inches that are expended on the battles of this place might convey. Parliamentary oversight, at its best, is a powerfully constructive mechanism to improve performance, to identify risks, and to recommend reforms that deliver better outcomes for the Australian Defence Force and, through them, for us, the Australian people. Effective oversight builds public confidence. It ensures that taxpayers' money is spent wisely, that procurement delivers capability on time and on budget wherever possible, and that operations are conducted with due regard, not just to safety, but to law. I've seen where improvements are needed, and I've seen where progress is being made. I've seen defence personnel working tirelessly to adapt to new technologies and new strategic demands. I've seen communities eager to partner with defence, to share in the economic opportunities, the national security uplift, and the national pride that capability development brings. Establishing a dedicated Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will allow sustained, specialised scrutiny and constructive recommendations that improve capability, accountability, and the lives of those who serve. This bill is a practical, measured step to ensure Parliament can meet the challenges of a more contested strategic environment. It will help safeguard our nation. It will help support our service personnel and veterans. And it will help to ensure that investments in capability deliver value for the Australian people. The formation of this committee will enable Parliament to ask hard questions. It will enable the Parliament to receive classified briefings where necessary and to report publicly where appropriate so that Australians can have confidence in the institutions that protect them. Colleagues, this is an important change step from the current structure of the committee that sits as a subcommittee underneath the auspices of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. It is an amendment to the Defence Act of 1903 and inserts new requirements that will enhance the capacity for us to do our work as parliamentarians. Importantly, this bill, which I hope will be supported in the chamber today, is a response to the 2003 report of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Subcommittee, which called for the implementation of this new joint statutory committee to request and receive those classified information briefings. The comparison for those who understand these matters is with the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. And the fact is, its significance demands very careful attention to ensuring the nature of those who are conducting, those who are selected to conduct the inquiries is given very careful consideration. And that is why this 13-member committee will be appointed by the Prime Minister in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. Acting Deputy President, the men and women of our Defence Forces deserve the best oversight and support we can provide. They deserve a Parliament that's informed, engaged and capable of guiding the nation's defence policy with both wisdom and care. The bill strengthens that capacity. It strengthens our democracy. And as you well know from your experience in the chamber here as a Senator for Tasmania, now acting in the role as the Deputy President of the Senate for the purposes of this debate, there are important matters that are dealt with in the most careful and serious way in this committee, in this Parliament. And the role of committees in undertaking the work that cannot be done on the fly, in public, in this chamber and the other one, is vital to the nation's security and well-being. I think of our Anzac commemoration events and the pride that Australians have in the defence of democracy. Well, in the current environment, Acting Deputy President, the defence of the nation requires this step change, and this is an important addition to the capacity of our nation to defend itself. I commend the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 to the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support it so that Parliament can better fulfil its duty of oversight in the national interest.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock David.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to this Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill. Decisions about defence are among the most consequential decisions this Parliament makes. They go to the lives of Australian servicemen and women and to hundreds of billions of dollars of public money committed over generations. In a healthy democracy, decisions of that magnitude must never rest solely with the executive. They must be subject to rigorous parliamentary scrutiny, genuine accountability and democratic oversight. And for that reason, I support the establishment of a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence in principle. Defence policy now reaches deeply into our economy, our industry policy, our alliances and our sovereignty. Nowhere is it clearer than in Canberra, where we are proud to be home to the Australian Defence Force Academy, Duntroon, the Department of Defence and many innovative SMEs in the defence industry. It's frankly extraordinary that until now defence has not been subject to standalone, dedicated parliamentary scrutiny comparable to that which exists in many other democracies. However, I want to be very clear. My support for this bill is conditional. I will only support this legislation if amendments are passed to guarantee crossbench representation on the committee. Nearly 1 in 3 Australians vote for someone other than the major parties. If the recent split of the coalition remains, then this number is even higher. Their voices deserve to be reflected in the mechanisms of scrutiny, particularly when the stakes are this high. In fact, without that safeguard, this committee risks entrenching executive power rather than scrutinising it. Parliamentary committees exist to hold governments to account, not to shield them from uncomfortable questions. A committee committee dominated by the major parties, nominated through processes that exclude independents and minor parties by design, undermines parliamentary sovereignty rather than strengthening it. This is not about weakening our defence. It is about strengthening the legitimacy of decisions made in its name. We've seen time and again what happens when defence decisions are made behind closed doors, insulated from any challenge. Cost overruns, capability delays, governance failures and procurement blowouts are not abstract risks. They are well-documented realities. Parliamentary scrutiny is not an impediment to national security. It's a safeguard for it. And AUKUS is a powerful example. Whatever view one takes of the agreement itself, it represents a commitment of extraordinary scale and consequence. The principle at stake is simple. Decisions of this magnitude must be able to withstand independent, fearless scrutiny. Public trust is not built through secrecy or enforced consensus. It's built when Australians know that the right questions are being asked by people who are not constrained by party discipline or political self-protection. There are times when information must remain classified. This bill rightly recognises that. But secrecy in the national interest is not the same thing as secrecy for political convenience. A properly constituted joint committee, one that includes crossbench members, can respect security while still upholding democratic accountability. If amended to guarantee genuine crossbench participation, this bill can strengthen parliamentary sovereignty, improve defence decision-making, and restore public confidence in how power is exercised in this place. Without those amendments, it will be a missed opportunity. Our Parliament deserves processes that reflect its composition, and Australians deserve to know that decisions taken in their name are being tested, not just rubber-stamped. For those reasons, I urge colleagues to amend this bill to include crossbench support, and I indicate that only then will I support the bill.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Deputy President, well, I won't speak long, but I do rise to speak in support of this bill. As many other speakers have iterated earlier today, the defence and national security challenges our nation faces are unprecedented in at least 8 decades. And as we scale up the capability and the readiness of our defence force, it is critical that there is greater oversight of our spending of money to fund new capability, but also greater parliamentary oversight of the timelines that are necessary to acquire that capability. And one of the greatest challenges facing our defence force is not only, well, there's several, there's the amount of money available to it, but it's capability acquisition. And the truth is Australia has a very poor record when it comes to the acquisition of new capability. We have had far too many defence projects, and this is not a partisan point, this is an institutional point, defence projects that have run significantly over budget and over time, and too often in our acquisitions we have allowed the perfect to become the enemy of the good, endlessly bespoking and customising platforms rather than requiring them off the shelf, and endlessly seeking to tailor and tinker proven and trusted capabilities to meet quite peculiar national circumstances. And that has led to, over many years and across many governments, defence projects which have rivalled Snowy 2.0 in terms of their cost overrun and their failure to deliver on time. That's simply a luxury that we can no longer afford in Australia. If everyone accepts the rhetoric that we face difficult and uncertain strategic times, and I certainly do, then we need to fix this. And I do believe that proper scrutiny and accountability to the Parliament, which allows for the furnishing of classified information and the proper protection and handling of classified information, will add an important discipline and oversight and accountability mechanism to the billions of dollars of public money that we will be pumping into defence over the next decade or two. I don't share the concerns of some of my crossbench colleagues that such a committee composed of entirely of parties of the government and opposition will not be able to do a good job. In fact, I think it's quite important that membership of this committee, either by convention or by the bill that's before us, be limited to members of political parties who form government or opposition, just as we do with the PJCIS, because of the sensitivity of the information that's being handled, because of what is a bipartisan basis in many respects to the strategic challenges we face, that a viewpoint that's shared by the government and the opposition. And because I don't think we can risk having political games being played or classified information being misused for people in this parliament who are entitled to have a legitimately different point of view, but who do not basically share the strategic assessment that underpins the scale up in the Defence Forces. I did want to acknowledge and pay credit to some former senators here, most notably the late Jim Molan, Senator Jim Molan, but also Senators Linda Reynolds and David Fawcett, who have over many years advocated for a greater role of parliamentary oversight and scrutiny of the Defence Force, and have shared the frustrations of many that one of the biggest items in our federal budget is not subject to the same scrutiny and discipline and accountability as other items of public spending. Now, there are good reasons for that, but I believe this committee will help address those and overcome those. So for those reasons, I do support this bill, and I do not support the amendments.
Thank you. Senator Polley.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to support the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill, an important and timely reform that will strengthen transparency, accountability and oversight across our defence establishment. This bill amends the Defence Act 1903 to establish a new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, or PJCD, modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Insurance Security, the PJCIS. Like the PJCIS, this committee will allow parliamentarians to examine classified matters in a secure setting, ensuring that oversight of defence policy, expenditure and decision-making is robust, informed and responsible. The creation of this committee is not just a bureaucratic reform. It is an essential step in modernising Australia's parliamentary oversight of our defence institutions at a time when our strategic environment is becoming more and more complex, uncertain and contested than at any other point since the Second World War. The purpose of this bill is straightforward but significant: to create a formal mechanism through which Parliament can oversee and scrutinise defence decisions, including strategy, planning, capability, development, expenditure, personnel matters, in a secure and structured environment. Why do we need it? Because Australia faces increasingly complex and evolving strategic challenges. Our Defence Force, they operate in a rapidly changing region. What we're responding to is the realities of new technologies, shifting alliances, new forms of warfare, cyber, information and space. With this complexity comes the need for stronger democratic oversight. The Australian people rightly expect that decisions involving the expenditure of billions of taxpayer dollars and the potential deployment of Australian men and women in uniform are subject to appropriate parliamentary scrutiny. Until now, there has been a gap in our oversight framework. While the PJCIS provides classified oversight for our intelligence agencies, there has been no equivalent mechanism for defence. This bill fills that gap. It delivers on a key recommendation of the Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making, and a recommendation that received broad support from experts and the public alike. The new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will have broad and meaningful functions. It will oversee the Australian Defence Force, the Department of Defence, the Department of Veteran Affairs and key defence portfolio agencies. Its remit will include oversight of administration and expenditure, capability development, strategic planning, personnel issues and major defence operations, whether warlike or non-warlike. The committee will also review Defence's response to the Royal Commission, such as those relating to veteran suicides or misconduct, ensuring accountability across the system for the men and women who serve our nation. Importantly, it will examine the performance of key statutory office, including the Inspector General of the ADF and the newly established Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator, a critical role as Australia embarks on the AUKUS pathway to nuclear-powered submarines. Let me be clear. This committee will not duplicate the work of the PJCIS. They will continue to oversee our intelligence agencies, including those that fall under the defence portfolio, such as the Australian Signals Directorate. The PJCD will focus on defence broader responsibilities, capabilities, policies and welfare of our people in uniform. The bill gives the committee the power it needs to do its job properly. It will have the authority to request and consider information and documents relating to its functions and to require witnesses to appear or produce documents. For the first time, a Parliamentary Defence Committee will be empowered to receive and consider classified information, subject, of course, to stringent safeguards. We recognise that defence often deals with highly sensitive information, operational, technical and strategic information. We understand that. This bill also includes robust provisions to protect that information. It introduces strict criminal offences for unauthorised disclosure of protected material, modelled on the Intelligence Services Act of 2001. These offences apply to committee members, their staff, and any other person engaged in the committee's work. Information may only be provided to the committee with the ministerial authorisation, and the minister retains the power to issue binding certificates to prevent the disclosure of information that could engage national security or defence operations. These are sensible and balanced safeguards, protecting our nation's interests while enabling meaningful parliamentary oversight. The composition of the committee will ensure both representation and flexibility. Like the PJCIS, the Prime Minister, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, will appoint 13 members, 7 from the government and 6 from non-government parties, drawn from both houses of Parliament. This structure preserves a balance of parliamentary representation while allowing for flexibility, including the option to appoint crossbench members, should the government choose. That flexibility is deliberate. The government recognises that national security should be above partisanship. There will be times when crossbench voices bring valuable perspectives and experience, and this model allows for that possibility. And as I mentioned earlier, the bill includes strong provisions to safeguard sensitive information. Operational sensitive material will be protected, and any unauthorised disclosure, whether intentional or reckless, will attract serious criminal penalties. This reflects the approach taken to our existing intelligence oversight framework. Members of the committee will undergo appropriate security vetting and training. The aim is to ensure that our parliamentary oversight process do not compromise, I repeat, do not compromise national security while still allowing elected representatives to perform their vital scrutiny functions. This is about trust in our institutions, trust in our parliament and trust in the integrity of our democracy. There's been no more important time than right now. Colleagues, we recall that this bill was previously brought before the Senate in July 2024, and unfortunately it was negated due to disagreement over committee membership. The coalition, well, they were the coalition at that time, now they're divorced, so maybe I shouldn't be using coalition. The Liberal Party and the Nationals opposed the bill unless membership was limited strictly to government and opposition members. The Greens sought guaranteed crossbench representations. The government did not agree to either proposal. In fact, we were disappointed to see the bill defeated, and of course we were, because we know how important this committee and the work that they will be doing will be for those who serve this great country in the defence and wear the uniforms. And also, at the end of the day, when they put that uniform on, they are protecting every Australian. It was particularly disappointing given that the former Shadow Defence Minister had repeatedly expressed support for the establishment of this very committee, even calling for it to be expedited. Instead of working constructively, the opposition of the day, that's now the Liberal Party today and the National Party today, who aren't in a coalition, chose, as they normally do, to play politics and political games instead of supporting the establishment last year of this important committee. So therefore it has been delayed. That reform that would have strengthened accountability and transparency across the defence portfolio was delayed because of their political games. But this bill is not, but this government is not deterred. We have reintroduced this bill with the same flexible and balanced membership model, one that allows for adaptability to the needs of the parliament while maintaining robust oversight. This is not about politics. It's about good governance. I know it's a foreign term for those when they were previously in government, but we strongly believe that this is an important legislation that should never be used in a political way to play political games. So we're here again today putting this bill before the Senate, and it is largely unchanged from the version of 2024. We believe that this is a bill that should be supported. I'm very proud to support this bill. But to just remind people that the bill includes the removal of provisions following the passage of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Act in 2024. The functions of the PJCD now explicitly include oversight of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. Additionally, the bill updates the definition of the Department of Veteran Affairs to align with the new Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act 2024. There are practical technical changes that ensure consistency across our legislative framework. Acting Deputy President, this bill is about strengthening the health of our democracy. It is about ensuring that Defence Force, one of our nation's most powerful and respected institutions, remains accountable to the Parliament and through it to the Australian people. We ask a great deal of the men and women of the ADF. As someone whose family has proudly served in whether it was the Air Force, the Navy or the Army, and coming from Tasmania where we punch well above our weight with those enlisting to protect our country, this is of critical importance to my state, to our country, but most importantly at this point in time, we have to demonstrate that we will do what's necessary to protect our democracy. We are there to support the men and women in uniform. We trust them with our security. We trust them with our sovereignty. and our lives. That's what we do when men and women put on the uniform. They then too lay down their lives to protect us as the men and women before them have. So in turn, they and the Australian people deserve a system that ensures defence decisions are transparent, well-governed and subject to proper oversight. Establishing this committee brings defence into line with the rigorous oversight already in place for our intelligence agencies, as I've said before. This is a practical, sensible reform that ensures our parliamentary structures keep pace with the complexity of our strategic environment. The oversight is fitting for these times that we now live in. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence strengthens accountability, modernises our oversight framework and ensures that decisions about defence are made in an open and transparent way. Our people, our strategy and our resources are made under the watchful eye of this Parliament. This is a reform that strengthens our democracy, respects our armed forces and reflects the Labor Party's long-standing belief that transparency and accountability are the hallmark of a good government. We demonstrate this every day, that we are here to provide an open, transparent and good government, because we are every day focused on making sure that we focus on the things that matter to Australians. There's nothing more important than the defence of our country, of our people and our democracy. I commend the bill.
Thank you. Senator McAllister. Oh, sorry, Minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Can I thank all of the senators who've contributed to the debate on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. The bill represents a significant step in strengthening parliamentary oversight on defence. It is modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and it seeks to allow parliamentarians to scrutinise capability development, strategic planning and operational decisions. The committee will access classified information, giving Parliament the tools for secure, informed oversight in a challenging strategic environment. The committee complements existing oversight mechanisms, including Senate estimates. It closes a critical gap in classified scrutiny, and it monitors the performance also of defence regulators and the government's response to the Royal Commission's findings. The membership arrangements of this committee reflect the approach taken in the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. And the success of this long-standing and well-respected committee is why it is a key model that we are using to establish the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. It allows for the effective, balanced oversight of defence matters by both government and non-government members. This bill reflects our government's commitment to transparency, accountability and stronger decision-making in defence, and I commend the bill.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required? Yeah. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. They're onto it. Okay. Thanks. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint Senator Darmanin teller for the ayes and Senator McKim teller for the noes. The result of the division is 31 ayes, 10 noes, and the question is resolved in the affirmative. And would senators please resume their seats or leave the chamber? I call the clerk.
The Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
Come to committee. Okay. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. All those opinion.
If you encourage him.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I move the amendments on sheet 3471. These amendments, Deputy President, would expand the membership of the committee to expressly include crossbench membership from each of the Senate and the House of Representatives. I know that there's a separate amendment being proposed by One Nation that has a different formula for extending crossbench membership on the committee. But I'll speak to the Greens amendment. I mean, it was extraordinary what we heard in the contributions from both Labor and the Liberal Party in this debate. In a denial of pretty much every basic principle of democracy, which is meant to be a robust exchange of views. You're not scared of disagreements, that actually a robust debate where disagreements are played out is actually how our democracy is designed to work, where you test ideas and you allow people into a chamber that have a contrary view to you, and you have to win the contest of ideas. That's what our democracy is meant to be. But what we heard from both the Liberal Party and the Labor Party is they are deliberately establishing this committee so that anybody with a contrary view to either the strategic direction for Australian defence or which particular, international grifter should be favoured with the next arms deal, whether it's, you name the former Liberal or Labor Defence Minister who's out there selling weapons to any taker who'll do them. Anyone who objects to the latest Christopher Pyne enrichment program will be excluded from this committee because they don't like the opinion or they don't like the view. It's directly contrary to how democracy is meant to work. And it just sums up how little value this committee will be at the end of the day. This amendment won't fix it entirely. It'll still be dominated by the war parties, and they'll still be patting each other on the back, thinking about which mate they give a contract to, working out how much they can bow and grovel to Donald Trump. That'll still be the majority of the committee, right? But at least there might be one voice in there testing it, suggesting, and I hope it won't be me, it could be maybe Senator Stewart, in there testing it and actually suffering through the insufferable on the part of the Australian people to at least put some contrary voice in that space.
The question is that, Minister, you wish to answer? Sorry, Minister.
Thanks. I'll just make a short statement, Chair, to just indicate that the government won't be supporting the amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge on behalf of the Australian Greens. I should also indicate, as a person who had the very great privilege of serving on PJCIS, that Senator Shoebridge's account of the operations of that committee couldn't be further from the truth, and he would know that had he observed the many hearings held in public where he could have observed the entirely robust way that those committee members approached their responsibilities and duties. And it is on the basis of the quite important role that committee has played over time that the government seeks to emulate that approach in establishing this committee, and we're grateful for the support of the Liberals in this regard. The government's approach to membership in particular models that committee. The legislation, as with the legislation for PJCIS, makes no commitments that would limit or commit the appointment of particular members, and the government intends that appointments will continue to be made in accordance with the legislation and long-standing parliamentary practice. And consistent with that approach, the Prime Minister, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition and leaders of recognised political parties, will appoint up to 13 members to the PJCD.
Senator Shoebridge. No? Yes?
Remarkable statements in my life, but to suggest that the PJCIS has robust debate, when actually there was a landmark moment sometime last year where for the first time in 20 years, there was actually a dissenting opinion on the PJCIS. I think it's only happened once that there was a dissenting opinion on the PJCIS, and everyone thought, oh my God, the sky would fall down. Because the PJCIS, which this is modelled on, has agreed and had unanimous recommendations every single time for like 2 decades. That's the kind of robust debate you get in North Korean politics. That's the kind of robust debate you get in Donald Trump's America, where if you speak out against him, you get sued. That's the kind of robust debate that Labor wants in this committee. I mean, to suggest that that's robust debate, it's actually embarrassing, genuinely embarrassing.
I don't take that as a question, so I'll go to you, Senator Chenna.
Thank you, Chair. As has been foreshadowed in our contributions on the second reading debate of this bill, the opposition will not be supporting this amendment from the Greens. Defence demands continuity, competence and bipartisanship, not politics. The new committee must follow the proven model of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and membership should rightly be limited to government and opposition parties, as has been the convention for more than 2 decades in relation to the PJCIS. We believe that appointing Greens or independents would politicise classified defence matters and undermine trust with our allies.
Well, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 takes defence review from the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade and puts those responsibilities into a new Joint Committee on Defence. I have 2 questions for the Minister, but I want to speak a bit more before putting those questions. Aside from this leaving a rather strange committee comprising of trade and foreign affairs, this is a necessary measure. AUKUS is the largest defence or infrastructure spend in Australian history. Oversight of this program is absolutely essential. There's a perception amongst the public that the submarine deal associated with AUKUS is simply too much money at a time the public is struggling, and the government is coincidentally selling off $3 billion in defence assets to fund its profligate spending. That decision should have been run past the new committee, surely. Why wasn't it? One Nation supports the AUKUS alliance, yet more respect should have been shown to the taxpayers to explain the spend, and more oversight on that spend was needed. Which is why One Nation is moving a motion today to amend the bill to include wider representation on the committee. My amendment includes a place on the committee for at least one representative from each minor party, being One Nation, the Nationals and the Greens. The ALP and the Liberal Party are represented automatically. There's a perception that the committee system is not designed to get to the truth, rather to get to the government's version of the truth. We're seeing this process at the moment with the sham Select Committee on Information Integrity on Climate Change and Energy, which was established to prove the critics of net zero are all lying and need to be shut up and deplatformed with misinformation and disinformation legislation. That's the purpose. It's a Greens-Labor Party stitch-up to control political speech in the finest traditions of totalitarian regimes throughout history. And we can see that in operation in every session of that committee, that hearing. Having representatives from every parliamentary party will ensure all political opinions are represented on the committee, and the witness list and inquiries conducted by the committee reflect a diversity of perspectives. The Uni-Party unity ticket on major issues is making the public feel they're just not being listened to. The people are not being considered. It's not an Australian law that there shall not be taxation without representation. Yet this Labor government is making One Nation's many, many supporters wish there was such a law here. The government is to spend several trillion dollars on defence by the time the submarine contract is completed. This needs wider and deeper scrutiny for the taxpayers' benefit and for the nation's benefit. And membership under this bill is subject to agreement between the government and the Liberal Party whips. Well, isn't that cosy? Yes, which may serve to keep out the other parties, unless the bill is reworded to protect the interests of the one half of Australian voters who currently do not intend to vote for the Uni Party. You're leaving out 50% of the population. So my amendment does include the votes of people who voted for other than the Uni Party. Minister, my first question is, why is the membership of the committee expressed in a way that would allow only 2 parties to serve on the committee at the discretion of those same 2 party whips?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Roberts, that inaccurately describes the legislation. The legislation sets out provisions for the appointment of government members and non-government members. As is the case presently for PJCIS, the Prime Minister of the day would make an assessment in consultation with the Parliament about the specific appointments for the non-government members.
Senator Roberts.
Minister, is that the same Prime Minister who took the staff off some of the crossbench and decimated our staff and actually intervened and sacked some of my staff and gutted our staff and left the other crossbench alone because they generally vote with him? Is that the same Prime Minister?
The question is that Greens Amendment 1 on sheet, Senator Roberts,
Second question, Minister's failed to
Yes,
answer the first.
Senator Roberts.
Why was the decision to have a fire sale of defence assets not run past the new committee? Surely
Sorry.
to the community.
Sorry, Minister. Sorry, Senator Roberts. You still were talking, but I'll put the. Do you want to finish what you were saying first, and I'll put it to the minister?
Surely bypassing the committee and just waiting a short while would be in the interests of the community.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Senator, the intention in establishing this committee is to provide a forum for oversight of a range of matters, and the scope of the committee's work is set out in the bill. I think self-evidently it would not be possible to refer decisions that are being taken now to a committee that is yet to be established, and the establishment of the committee depends on the debate that we're having in the Senate right now.
The question is that Greens Amendment 1, no one jumped, so no one's jumping, so I will go back to the running order. The question is that Greens Amendment 1 on sheet 3471, moved by Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Shut the doors. The question is that Greens movement number 1 on sheet 3471 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right, the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes, Senator McGrath to tell it for the noes. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 12, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll give senators a couple of seconds to move around and then we'll go to further amendments. I know. I said, would you believe I forgot James's surname? I had to look it up on it. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just had a question for the Minister. Minister, in a democracy, what's the justification to exclude elected representatives from a committee, particularly in Australia where we see 1 in 3 primary votes going not to the major parties? What's the justification of a government putting in legislation we are excluding anyone who is part of this 1/3 of elected representatives that the Australian people decided to elect? Surely this undermines trust in government, in institutions. As a government, you should be leading the country, not just trying to entrench a historical two-party system. I'd really love an explanation.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Senator, your question is based on a false premise. The legislation does not operate as you describe. The legislation is very clear about membership. It allows for the appointment of government members and non-government members. This allows for flexibility, and Prime Ministers will exercise their judgment about the appointment of non-governments in consultation with leaders of the recognised political parties within the Parliament.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Senator Roberts, do you seek the call?
Minister, who selects the additional members?
Minister.
This is set out in the legislation, Senator, but the Prime Minister consults with recognised political parties in the House of Representatives, and I will just seek clarification, but it is also the case that the members of the Senate are appointed by a resolution of the Senate on the nomination of the Leader of the Government in the Senate.
Senator Roberts.
So, thank you, Chair. So, as Senator Pocock said, it's a stitch-up.
Oh, Minister.
Senator, I think it's an unusual proposition to put here in the Senate chamber that a vote of the Senate is an illegitimate way to appoint a committee.
Senator Roberts.
Only, Minister, on candidates that the government puts forward. Oh, what could go wrong?
Now, there is other amendments. If there's no further questions to the Minister. Senator Roberts, do you want to put your amendments? You wish to speak to them?
No, I've spoken enough, thanks, Chair. I move my amendment on sheet 3634.
The question is that One Nation Amendment 1, moved by Senator Roberts on sheet 3634, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Close the doors. Okay. The question is that One Nation Amendment 1 on sheet 3634 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass. To the right of the chair, I nominate Senator Roberts to tell it for the aye. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Bell. My apologies. You're sacked, Malcolm. Sorry about that. Senator Bell. And the nose to the left, I put Senator McGrath to tell it for the nose. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative. Yeah, we've got a hard marker, haven't we? Yes, okay. Senator Shoebridge.
Acting Deputy, I move Green's Amendment 1 on sheet 3472. This amendment would say, for abundant clarity, that the whatever amendments are being made through this bill to parliamentary procedure and oversight, that they would have no impact on existing parliamentary oversight procedures. I can tell you now, I can already see the near future here. If this bill is passed, we'll be in Senate estimates asking questions of defence about why on earth he's spending $45 billion to buy 6 boats in Adelaide that are undergunned, won't arrive for a couple of decades, and only sort of enrich your mates. And we will be told, can't ask that question in Senate estimates. We have our secret defence committee where they have robust discussions about this in dark rooms away from the public gaze. Or when we ask questions like, well, how many $1 billion are you giving today to Donald Trump for AUKUS? And what on earth are we going to get for it? And is there a promise we might even actually get a boat at the end of it? We'll get the answer from, you know, Moriarty Mark II, along the lines of, well, Senator, you fully know that this seriously would impact the national
security. It being
security.
1:30, Senator Shoebridge, resume your seat. Chair of the committee, as it is 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate.
And you can pass that to Senator Shire if you
Oh, there you go. No, you go, brother. You've timed it perfectly, mate. Thank you very much. Thanks, mate.
Reports progress. The committee reports progress. We will now move to 2-minute senators' statements, and I call Senator Blythe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Energy bills have become one of the heaviest burdens on Australian families. Everyone I speak to says the same thing. The cost of keeping the lights on, heating and cooling a home, running a small business has climbed beyond what ordinary budgets can absorb.
It is felt in every quarter with every bill that slices further into a family's disposable income. Hard-working Australians are now making trade-offs on what were unthinkable things a decade ago. Parents are turning off appliances to protect the grocery budget. Seniors are rationing heating in winter and cooling in summer. And small businesses are shutting earlier because power costs make it difficult to stay open those extra trading hours. These are quiet sacrifices, but they speak to a deeper failure: energy policy that has lost contact with reality. Australia should not be a country where abundant natural resources coexist with crippling power prices. Yet that is exactly what has happened under Labor. Ideological targets have displaced practical planning. Dispatchable generation has been pushed out faster than it can be replaced. Investment has certainly collapsed. The result is a grid under strain, wholesale prices that move like a seismograph, and consumers forced to pick up the tab for policy experiments that never match the engineering. Lowering energy costs is not a luxury. It's an economic and social necessity. Affordable power is the foundation of manufacturing and the life support of small businesses. It's the safety net that shields families from cost of living shocks. Australians are doing everything they can to cope. A country with our resources should deliver cheaper power, not higher bills. Only the Liberals will get back to affordability, accept reality and restore balance to the energy grid.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Today I want to speak about a young South Australian named Archie. Archie was born with a serious heart condition. He had open heart surgery at 3 months old, and since then he's had 4 heart surgeries and 17 surgeries in total. That's not something you get used to. It's hospitals, procedures, recovery, and a lot of time waiting, all before you're even old enough to understand why it's happening. For Archie, this isn't a story about overcoming something, it's just his life. Regular appointments, living with scars, managing a body that needs more care than most, and still being a kid at the same time. He's had to deal with a lot more than most kids his age, and the way he handles this is amazing. His attitude and joy is really infectious. One of the things that Archie loves is cricket. In 2018, with the help of the Make-A-Wish Foundation and Cricket Australia, Archie was named honorary co-captain of the Australian cricket team during a match against India. That meant walking out onto the field, meeting the players, being part of the day, not as a patient, but as someone who genuinely belonged there. Those moments matter, not because they magically fix everything, they can't, but to cut through the medical routine and remind kids like Archie that their lives aren't defined by hospitals alone. The Make-A-Wish Foundation does that work quietly and very well. It creates space for kids with serious illnesses to just be kids, even briefly. Cricket Australia choosing to be part of that also matters. It says something about what inclusion can look like when organisations follow through for their community. I'm not sharing Archie's story today just to make a point. Archie is living his life, heart condition and all, and finding room for the things he enjoys along the way. And I think it's worth us pausing to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Right across the country, kids have been going back to school and starting their new year. And for families, this should be a time of excitement. First day photos, new routines, fresh starts. But instead, for too many parents and carers, it's a time of huge stress and anxiety about how are they going to pay for it all. If families feel like they can't get ahead, they're not alone. The Smith family has found that 9 in 10 families they support are worried about affording basic back-to-school essentials. This is now the 3rd year in a row that more than 80% of families say they cannot afford the things their children need for school. In a wealthy country like ours, that should shame us. Why are 1 in 6 children growing up in poverty? Parents are being pushed to put school books, lunches and extracurricular activities on credit cards, going into debt just so their kids don't miss out, while big corporations continue to make record profits. At the same time, Labor is still allowing 1 in 3 big corporations to pay no tax at all. Unless they choose to do things differently, this crisis will only deepen. Within the next year, more than 1 million children are projected to be living in poverty. Labor could make different choices. They could tax big corporations and billionaires fairly, not working people, and invest properly in families and children. The Greens will always put the needs of kids and their families over big business and billionaires and big corporations. The question is, does Labor have the courage to do the same?
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, with the rise in inflation and interest rates, the Labor government has again delivered Australians more poverty and more pain. There was no turning the corner, as they promised. Another failure in a long list of many broken promises, fuelled by policies that just don't work. Labor's focus is not on dealing with their broken economic strategy, but on deflection and denial. Right now, they are searching for new ways to get their hands on more of your money. There's no reward in that for hard work. In their face right now are big challenges: more people on JobSeeker and more on youth allowance, and increasing numbers relying on income support. On inflation and interest rates, Australia has higher rates than every comparable country, the UK, the USA and Canada. We differ in that Australia is the only one of those going backwards too. As Liberals, we know energy is the economy and energy impacts everything. Our plan is leveraging from our assets, reducing emissions in a way that protects jobs and keeps the lights on, not the reckless race to net zero. After a record-breaking heat wave, the energy bill shock, well, that's coming, Australia. Brace yourself, especially those on fixed incomes, and for my fellow South Aussies who already pay the highest electricity prices in the country. The job of government is to keep Australians safe. Labor has tragically failed at that, and we all saw them dragged kicking and screaming to a Royal Commission to find out why. Small businesses are going out of business in record numbers. The usual signals of real trouble are being ignored by Labor because the reality is they have no answers to a problem that is absolutely of their making.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I had the pleasure recently of flagging off the 2-car taxi trucks Southeast Rally, organised by the Post-Vintage Car Club of Tasmania. It was a strong turnout with more than 68 classic cars taking part and a clear sense of pride from everyone involved. The Post-Vintage Car Club has been part of Tasmania's community life for decades. It was formed by enthusiasts who wanted to preserve, restore and most importantly, drive and ride post-vintage vehicles. That commitment is still evident today, not only in the care of the vehicles, but in the way their knowledge, skills and time are shared between members. What stood out most was the spirit of the event. This was not about speed or competition. It was a carefully planned time trial focused on navigation, care and respect for others on the road. Drivers were reminded to enjoy the journey as much as the destination. The rally also highlighted the role that events like this play in bringing communities together. The route took participants through a number of towns across southern Tasmania, creating moments of connection between locals and visitors and showcasing some of the state's best scenery. I also want to say something directly to young Tasmanians who may have an interest in cars, mechanics or restoration. Clubs like the Post-Vintage Car Club offer a chance to learn real skills, hear first-hand stories and be part of a welcoming community. Getting involved is a way to keep these vehicles and this knowledge alive for the next generation. I also want to acknowledge the volunteers, the organisers and sponsors who made the event possible. These are the kinds of people who quietly give their time to keep community life vibrant and strong.
Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. This year, 6 women, including 3 First Nations women, have been murdered in intimate partner and family violence-related homicides. We are less than 5 weeks into 2026, and already 6 women have been murdered by a man that was known to them. These deaths are not isolated incidents. They are a painful continuation of the ongoing crisis of men's violence against women and children in our communities. The number of women being murdered in Australia is totally unacceptable, and it's much worse for First Nations women and children who continue to be disproportionately represented as both victims and victim survivors. That First Nations women are 35 times as likely to be hospitalised due to family violence-related assaults than non-First Nations women is a systemic failure. Women, children and their communities deserve much more from us in this Parliament. And let me be clear, this is a men's issue. It is men, by and large, perpetrating violence. So it is men who also have to be standing with experts and victim survivors to push for solutions. And we know that across the country they are. It is by no means simple, but we know what will make a difference. Consistent, sustainable funding for frontline services, funding for men's behaviour change programs, changing the way the media report on and how we talk about men's violence when it happens, increasing our social safety net, particularly to give victim survivors opportunities to not just leave, but to recover from violence. Banning gambling ads and focusing on the industries that we know to accelerate violence. Expanding social housing options and listening to women about their experiences, about their solutions, and working in partnership to implement them.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last Parliament we came through here and we passed health amendment laws that dealt with vaping and illicit tobacco in this country. At the time I was very, very concerned that 1.4 million vapers in Australia would have to become criminals to be able to get their fix to help stay off tobacco. Nothing has changed in my point of view. There's been this crackdown on the law and order supply of bringing the illegal things, the illegal shops, but it isn't working. I've just found out overnight that a shop found selling illegal tobacco and vapes in Newcastle was served with a 3-month closure order. It was the Maitland and Rutherford tobacco store. A 3-month ban. And what happens 5 days later? They are open again. 5 days after they have been shut down, yellow notice on the sticker, this store is open. There is no enforcement of the laws we have in this country. So many issues we deal with here, so many with law and order, on terrorism, on all of these things, are because we aren't doing our job as a government of enforcing these laws. We have driven real Australians, honest Australians out there into the arms of illegal organised crime, large organised crime, importing these vapes, importing this illegal tobacco. People are leaving vaping back to tobacco. Tobacco rates are increasing in water supplies because of our actions. It is not what we wanted, but it is what we have done. And that is the way we should be judged as a nation. Not what we want, not what we say, but what happens here. And so we can't say we are tough when 3-month closure orders and the shop is open 5 days later at night, trading 6 to 9 up there in the Hunter Valley where I come from. We can't say we are helping people when we were driving people from vaping back to tobacco, and we can't say we are helping when we're driving millions and millions of dollars into organised crime bank accounts, and they are burning down tobacconists across the country, 300 last count. We have done this wrong and it needs to be revisited.
Senator Delaga.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to let the Senate know about some of the amazing activities that were going on in the lead up to and during Australia Day on Tassie's northwest coast. On the 23rd of January, I had the opportunity to join Mayor Alison Jarman and Federal Member for Braddon Anne Urquhart at the Devonport City Council's Australia Day Awards and Citizenship Ceremony. It was an absolute privilege to welcome 23 new Australian citizens and to celebrate the achievements of this year's award recipients: Peter Viney, Esther Campion, the Devonport Park Run and Maybelle Ralph. I'd particularly like to recognise Maybelle. She was a toddler. Since she's been a toddler, she has raised funds for charities and inspired our community through her love of reading and commitment to giving back. Though through her Maybelle's mission, her readathons, she has raised thousands of dollars for local and national charities while encouraging other children to develop a love of reading. Maybelle's compassion, her initiative and her community spirit show that age is no barrier to making a difference in everyone's lives. On January 26, I had the privilege of joining the Central Coast Mayor, Cheryl Fuller, at the Central Coast Council's Brekkie by the Beach, the Australia Day Citizenship Ceremony and the Australia Day Awards. It was an amazing event for the community to come together and welcome 7 new Australian citizens and to acknowledge local champions Jean Coutser, Bree Howe, Michael Wilson, the Penguin 150 committee members and the community group Due South. It was a great local community event with great people, some bloody good grub that was provided by local community groups. And another great local event was Henley on the Mersey. The sun was shining, there was great food, the drinks were flowing, and there was Douglas the donkey wearing his Australia Day cap. It was so good to see so many Australians come out, get in the spirit to support each other and to act peacefully and to respect each other.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Australians woke up this week to another interest rate rise, and they know exactly what that means for their wallets. Mortgage holders pushed closer to the edge, renters next in line as landlords pass on the pain. Families are already making impossible choices: rent or groceries, childcare or healthcare, just to keep a roof over their heads. And then we learned Labor is selling off public defence land, including Victoria Barracks, to patch up the budget that they've blown. Public land that could help ease the housing crisis, sold off instead of used for public housing. Handed to private developers while more public housing towers face demolition in my state. You are ripping the public off, and honestly, can anyone still be surprised? This is a government that hands out tax breaks willy-nilly to wealthy property investors, that inflates house prices and locks renters out of ownership. A government that takes donations from gas giants while energy prices soar. That subsidises fossil fuel companies, then claims that there's no money left for housing. Billions for submarines that may never arrive, but nurses, teachers and early educators can't afford to live where they work. Millions to multinational consultants, but no budget for public housing, schools or community safety. Let's be clear, the money exists and this is about priorities. Australians aren't locked out of homes because they're poor. They're locked out because this government keeps handing public wealth to the corporations driving the crisis. People have every right to be angry, and they are. They are being priced out of housing, squeezed on energy, and told to tighten their belts while others cash in. Well, the Greens will keep fighting for fighting for homes that people can actually afford, for lower bills, and for a government that puts communities before corporations.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In answers to questions on notice that I received this week, I learned that since the start of 2024, more than 33,000 TAFE qualifications have been cancelled by the regulator. Now, these cancellations happen because of TAFE and VET institutions being deregistered after not reaching the minimum standards. Look, I'm not arguing that the government should sit idly by while Australians are getting dudded by shifty providers, but the system as it currently stands makes victims of graduates rather than helping them. Firstly, for the people who have these qualifications cancelled, it can be devastating. If they're working when their qualification is cancelled, it may cost them their job and their livelihood. Once their qualification is cancelled, the government essentially says, whoops, you paid thousands of dollars for a qualification that's now worthless. Better luck next time. These decisions can be appealed, but appeals are often unsuccessful. In WA alone, 3,400 qualifications have been cancelled, of which more than 1,000 were related to childcare. Several hundred more cancelled in areas like disability support and aged care. These are sectors that are screaming out for new workers. A study by Social Ventures Australia last year found that 5,000 children in WA were living in childcare deserts. I'm not saying people who do not have skills should be allowed to take care of our children, but to those who do have the skills, the government should be doing everything they can to let them prove their skills, whether it's redirecting them to skills assessments or accrediting training providers. The government needs to take an active role in making sure that people who want to work and have the skills can play their part in addressing workforce shortages in these key sectors.
Senator Bragg.
Well, on the 14th of December last year, we saw some incredible acts of valour and bravery on the beaches at Bondi. And one of the clubs I want to recognise today is the North Bondi Surf Club, in which victims of gunshot wounds were given first aid in the immediate aftermath and the ongoing uncertainty where the shooters were still on foot at the beach. And so I think it's important to recognise the incredible acts of valour of David Friedman, Michael Niehaus, Jodie Salmon, Steve Waring, Charlotte Ross and Steve Lavarch, who's also the club's president. These people went out of their way and put themselves in great danger to administer first aid to people when there was great risk that they themselves would actually be injured by the shooters on the beach. There are many, many clubs and many, many individuals who showed the true Australian spirit on the 14th of December, but I do want to recognise in particular the North Bondi Surf Club today. Also, of course, North Bondi RSL that I've previously acknowledged. Can I also make the point that it is quite shocking to me that 2 Sydney federal members have decided to make statements which I think are very offensive to the Sydney Jewish community. The President of Israel is visiting Australia to provide comfort to the Sydney Jewish community, which has undergone a religious massacre that we've never seen in Australia before. And so I think it is disgusting to see that the members for Warringah and Mackellar, Ms Stegel and Scamps, have decided to disgrace themselves by attempting to deny the Sydney Jewish community of the support of the President of Israel, who is visiting very shortly.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm back. You can kick me out, you can dismiss me or try to silence me, but you can't stop me because Australians know I have their back. Growing numbers of Australians now have mine. It's an injustice I wasn't able to debate legislation last month, but I am proud of my colleagues following my lead. They stood tall against Labor's attempt to scapegoat lawful gun owners for Anthony Albanese's failure to check anti-Semitism and radical Islam. I am proud of my colleagues defending free speech. When you try to silence me, you try to silence millions of Australians who are tired of your cosy two-party system because it doesn't deliver. You put yourselves in vested interests before the Australians you are supposed to serve. You are not part of the Australian we know and love, the same Australia you are trying to destroy with net zero and mass migration. The same Australians you won't help with the rising cost of living. More Australians are supporting me because they know you aren't putting their interests first. Unlike you, I don't take this support for granted. We're going to earn it and show Australians that One Nation can deliver for them. I'm not part of your cosy, self-serving system any more than everyday Australians are. I will never be, no matter what the media says. One Nation stands alone. One Nation will always be independent. My goal is to get rid of this toxic Albanese Labor government. We can't afford another term under Labor. I'll work with anyone who shares this goal, but I'll never join them.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Well, working people are being made to absorb the economic pain caused by extreme wealth in this country. The Reserve Bank has just confirmed what workers across the nation already know. Their wages are not keeping up with the cost of essentials and are not expected to meaningfully grow until the end of 2027. At the same time, inflation has spiked again and people with debt are being asked to pay the price in the form of higher interest payments. That means another year where working households fall further and further behind through no fault of their own. Nurses, cleaners, teachers, tradies working hard, paying their taxes, trying to keep up with growing prices, yet their purchasing power keeps shrinking. Not only are these workers paying more tax than a third of big corporations in Australia, but their wages are now, we are told by the Reserve Bank, not keeping pace with the cost of essential groceries, things that are important to every household in this country, and especially the costs of housing, of mortgages and of rent. House prices and rents are completely out of control in this country. We are in a severe housing crisis. Yet instead of reforming tax concessions, fuelling that house price spike and fuelling inequality, the government is presiding over falling real wages, rising interest rates and a tax system where workers are hit harder than millionaires and billionaires. This is not just an economic failure, it's a political choice with serious consequences for intergenerational inequality. This government's responsible for a system that tackles inflation by suppressing the household income of workers while protecting housing wealth and corporate profits. Until the Labor government is willing to confront the concentration of wealth in this country, working people will keep paying the price of inequality. Until they're willing to fix the tax system and take those big tax breaks away from wealthy property hoarders, housing crisis will get worse.
Deputy, in December 2023, the Darwin helium plant closed, and with it Australia lost its helium sovereignty. Overnight, we became completely dependent on imports, yet just weeks later, the government removed helium from the critical minerals list. That was a mistake. Our supply chains are now significantly more vulnerable. Trade wars are a normality now, even with our closest partners. Helium is a critical mineral essential to our health system, our economy and our national security. Let's start with healthcare. Every MRI machine in Australia relies on helium to function. Without it, these machines simply stop, delaying diagnoses for cancer, strokes and heart disease. Right now, our hospitals are vulnerable to global supply disruptions entirely beyond our control. A domestic helium supply is fundamental to a resilient health system. This is also a major economic opportunity. Australia has the resources to meet domestic demand, but also to become a leading exporter in a world facing repeated helium shortages. And that means long-term jobs, regional development and sovereign capability. We also need natural helium for renewables and the technologies needed for the green energy transition. Natural helium is essential to the growth of Australia's tech sector, needed for data centres and quantum computers, for its high-performance cooling and ultra-low temperatures. Projects like the Firmus AI data centre in Launceston show the high-skilled jobs and economic growth that are possible when we invest in advanced technology. But those opportunities disappear without access to critical inputs. Finally, helium is integral to the AUKUS agreement. We're committing billions of dollars to submarines and systems that rely on helium. If we're serious about a future made in Australia, natural helium must be part of the plan. We must reinstate natural helium onto the critical minerals list to unlock investment, fast-track progress.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Darmanin.
I was delighted to visit Good Start Pakenham last month. Shout out to Alice Spalding, their dedicated manager who cares deeply about running an excellent service for families. It's a vibrant centre, the children are curious and friendly, educators are passionate about their work. Many have worked there long enough to see the children that they once educated go through school, university and then return as centre educators themselves. Pakenham is growing and demand for services there is increasing, and early childhood education is not immune from this demand. The quality of the service run by the educators at Good Start Pakenham is obvious. Children move on at 4 years old, some reading and writing, absolutely ready for school. I want to pay particular tribute to Selma Wong, who was a Good Start Educator of the Year in 2024 and is an outstanding advocate for her colleagues. The reality is, while positive progress has been made in improving their conditions under this government, early childhood education is a feminised industry and more work is to be done. I want to pay tribute to all the workers in the sector.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. The time for statements has expired. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements for question time.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I thank the Senate. I advise changes to ministerial arrangements. Senator McCarthy will be absent from question time today due to ministerial business interstate. In her absence, ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letter circulated to the President and to party leaders and independent senators.
Thank you, Minister. Senate will move to question time. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Yesterday in the Senate you said, and I quote, "The highest spending government was the Howard government." What is the basis for this claim?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, President, and I thank Senator Patterson for the question. I was advising the Senate that there has been times where, despite what those opposite claim repeatedly in interviews and in here about the level of spending currently and its relation to other periods where it's exceeded that, I was drawing the Senate's attention to that. If I've made an error, I'm happy to change that. I will get the figures that I was relying on.
Please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
To assist the minister, I can table the mid-year fiscal...
No, Senator Patterson, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. 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 If you want to do something different, you seek leave. Minister. And also, you interrupted the minister. Minister Gallagher, do you wish to continue?
Yes, I'm happy to continue. Thank you. I was responding to claims that have been made by people in this place around the level of spending. And there have been times where it has exceeded the level it is now, and those opposite failed to recognise that. Now, this government has taken responsible decisions around spending. We have made savings to the budget. We have contained spending growth, despite periods of time that we're going through now where there is pressures on the budget coming from areas like defence, NDIS, healthcare, aged care, all coming at the budget, that we have managed to responsibly manage the budget, find savings where we can, and return money to budget for budget repair to pay down the Liberal debt that we inherited, and to make sure that we are finding room for the investments that the Australian people rely upon. That is responsible budget management. I'm proud to be a member of a government that takes the approach we have, not the slash and burn approach that those opposite like to refer to, or the savings that they sought in the election campaign, but a responsible approach that seeks to ensure that services are funded appropriately while managing the budget appropriately as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Can I seek leave to table the mid-year and economic fiscal outlook from the Departments of Treasury and Finance, which have the historical Australian government data
thank you, Senator
spending.
Patterson. So you simply ask to seek leave? Because you were asking me a question.
I am,
so,
yes.
Okay, is leave granted?
They're government documents. You don't need to table them. This is, you know, in an effort to distract from his involvement in leadership shenanigans. He's now trying to create. He's now trying to create a stunt. But we all know who you are.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. I will ask again, Senator Patterson, if leave is granted. Is leave granted? Is leave granted for documents to be tabled? If there's no objection, yeah. So, thank you. Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Your first supplementary. Thank you, President. Minister, in the most recent financial year, government spending was 26.2% of GDP. Can you name a single financial year in which the Howard government spent more?
Thank you, Senator Patterson.
Thank you.
Minister
and President, sorry, I've just been trying to get some advice. My comments yesterday, I do need to correct the record. My comments should have said the Morrison government, not the Howard government. Well, no.
Order. Minister, please resume your seat. Minister, please resume your seat. I'll wait. I will wait for the chamber to come to order. Order. I'm waiting for the Senate to come to order. Senator Bragg, Senator Bragg, withdraw that comment.
Oh.
No, that isn't how you withdraw, Senator Bragg.
My apologies, I withdraw.
Thank you. And Order. Order. Senator Watt. We're just 6 minutes or so into question time, and the disrespect in this chamber, particularly to me, is unacceptable. Now, I'm going to call the Minister to answer Senator Patterson's first supplementary, and I expect there to be silence. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I would like to apologise to the Senate that I wasn't aware until Senator Patterson's question that I'd got the names of the former Prime Minister Howard and former Prime Minister Morrison wrong. But the substance of the point I was making at the time was that that the Morrison government was the highest spending government. The Howard government was actually the highest taxing government, and that was the mistake I made yesterday. I take my responsibility seriously, so I've corrected the record, but the substance of the point I was making was correct.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. To be fair to the minister, she's not the only minister who made this mistake. Senator Ayres on Sky News yesterday also repeated this incorrect claim. Minister, how, as the Minister for Finance, are you making such a fundamental error about Australian government statistics, which you publish, and why did you not correct the record earlier?
I'm not calling the minister yet. Senator Wong. Senator Wong, Senator Cash. Senator Wong. Senator Wong. Order, particularly on my right. Senator Patterson has, of course, to be afforded to have his question asked in silence. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I've explained that I've got the names incorrect and I've corrected the record, and I would ask the same of Senator Patterson every time he goes out and does an interview where he misleads by saying, by not acknowledging that fact. And so if that's this government...
Order. Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senators Watt and McAllister. Minister, when those on my right are quiet, I will call the minister again. Minister Gallagher.
So just to be clear, the highest spending government was the Morrison government. The highest taxing government was the Howard government. And those opposite in the election campaign wanted to tax more, spend more, have deeper deficits in order to fund their nuclear-powered power stations. That is the offering from the last election from those opposite. They have zero economic credibility, and we will continue to manage the budget responsibly.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Albanese Labor government is united and focused on delivering cost of living relief, quality health care, helping more Australians into home ownership and cheaper and cleaner energy. What is the government delivering to help Australians get ahead?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Walker for not only that question, but for her strong advocacy for the people of South Australia, particularly regional South Australians and those of the Fleurieu, where she's from. And like her, I think we would both acknowledge the bushfire that's been raging at Deep Creek since Sunday, and thank all the CFS firefighters who've been working tirelessly to contain the blaze which came so close to Cape Jervis. The question I'm asked is, how is our government delivering for Australians? Well, we've seen high wages, the lowest average unemployment rate of any government in the last 50 years, with 1.2 million jobs created, the smallest gender pay gap on record, cost of living support, helping more Australians into homes. Senator Bragg, please listen to this, because in my home state of South Australia, we saw the Prime Minister in Adelaide announcing a landmark agreement with the Malinowskis Labor government to unlock 17,000 new homes, including 7,000 for first home buyers. Now, on top of that, we've opened 8 Medicare urgent care clinics across the state from Mount Gambier to Elizabeth and Victor Harbour, delivered $2 billion in additional public hospital funding, $500 million for Flinders Medical Centre and the REPAT in partnership with Premier Malinowskis and his government. South Australians have also saved around $150 million on cheaper medicines, also opposed by you. Every taxpayer has received a cut, with more to come, and all of this delivered beside the trenchant opposition of the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, the three parties of the right, all lined up to prevent. I'll take that interjection. Careful if we get together, says the Leader of the Opposition. Well, I mean, we've seen in this chamber what that might look like, Senator Cash. We've seen in this chamber what that might look like.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
Australians rightly want a government that takes real action on climate change while continuing to help with cost of living pressures. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to delivering important cost of living relief to Australians while investing in cheaper and cleaner energy?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Australia is already a leader in rooftop solar, a world leader. And thanks to the Albanese government's Cheaper Home Batteries program, we are also making strides with battery storage. And we've taken around 30% of home batteries to permanently cut power bills. Over 200,000 cheaper home batteries have been installed across Australia since the 1st of July. And we are very proud in South Australia that we lead the nation with the most installations per capita, with more than 26,000 installations. And this comes at a time when, with renewable energy hitting record highs. This government has brought a record 7 dispatchable gigawatts of new energy supply into the pipeline. Of course, those opposite might like to know, with their attention to facts and details, how many gigawatts, equivalent gigawatts, came on when the former coalition was in government. Just one. Just one. So we are bringing on more power and investing in renewable energy.
Senator Walker, second supplementary.
Australians want and deserve a government that focuses on the issues they care about, not division and disunity. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering, and what stands in the way?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and I'm almost tempted to invite Senator Still to take my second supplementary, because he'd be funnier than I'm sure. He'd be funnier than I'm sure. And he and I both know, in fact we all know, just with what energy and determination those opposite are fighting each other. What energy and determination. I mean, we've seen energy that they bring to opposing cost of living relief. Energy rebates, tax cuts, higher wages, are all opposed. But now their energy is directed at each other. Their energy is directed at each other. Only if their energy could possibly be directed to considering what the Australian people want. But again, if I just maybe reference my home state of South Australia again, the division and disunity that we see here is very familiar to those of us from South Australia, because we have seen decades of infighting amongst the South Australian Liberals, and of course they rolled their state leader just months out from an election.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Defence, Senator Wong. The President of RSL Tasmania, John Hardy, has described the Albanese government's announcement of a Tasmanian Defence asset fire sale as, and I quote, a catastrophic strategic error that will stand as the largest withdrawal of defence presence from any Australian state since Federation. He went on to say that such a withdrawal fundamentally alters Tasmania's role in Australia's defence posture and sends a clear signal that Tasmania is no longer regarded as a state of defence significance. Minister, do you agree with Mr Hardy's assessment?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
Well, I would always treat anyone who served our country with great respect for their service. but we respectfully disagree with the assertions you've just made in this place. The defence, we are undertaking a significant reform of the defence estate, and we're doing that to ensure it is fit for purpose. And to ensure that we can provide the Australian Defence Force with the facilities and capabilities it needs to keep Australians safe. And what the audit, which was undertaken and very carefully considered, has highlighted that many defence properties simply aren't fit for purpose. They're not fit for purpose. That's why this reform is necessary. We do have sites which are vacant, that we do have sites which are underutilised, and those sites are costing millions of dollars to maintain. And they don't, because of that, they're not able to contribute in the way that the country needs to ADF capabilities. So I appreciate that this is a challenging reform, that it does mean change, but this is about making sure that Defence Estate is fit for purpose and provides the Australian Defence Force and the men and women who serve in it with the facilities and capabilities needed to keep Australians safe.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Defence's own figures show that the Tasmanian sites on Labor's fire sale list are used by around 300 reservists and 450 cadets. Nationally, up to 3,300 reservists will be impacted by this sale, around 15% of the reserve workforce. Minister, how can the government claim to strengthen defence readiness while selling off the very facilities that train our future force who already do so much for our country?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
Well, again, I reject the characterisation that's been used by the Senator, and I hope she's had the opportunity to read the audit which the Finance Minister and the Defence Minister released. That audit does make clear that many defence properties are no longer fit for purpose to defend Australia. That's a simple proposition. There was a very comprehensive process gone through to look at the many defence aspects of or locations of defence estate and to judge it against those criteria. Can I also indicate that the government did ask Defence to undertake a comprehensive assessment of the potential impacts upon personnel, including reservists, and all defence personnel, including reservists, will be transitioned to alternative sites.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, can the Albanese government guarantee that as a result of these estate sales, there will be no net reduction in defence jobs, reserve opportunities and defence training in Tasmania?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
Tasmania has an historic and high level of commitment to military service, and we are committed to maintaining to recruitment and retention of personnel in Tasmania. Defence will retain a strong presence in Tasmania, including through the consolidation of the Burnie Training Depot and the Devonport Training Depot to a new multi-user depot, which builds on a recent investments in the Tri-Service Cadet Depot in Launceston, estimated to be completed by 2027. And, of course, builds on major investments such as the upgrade and maintenance of facilities at Anglesea Barracks.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Attorney-General. On the 12th of June 2023, Senator Watt, representing the Attorney-General, told the Senate that then Justice Brereton will resign his appointment as an Assistant Inspector General ADF before taking up his role as the Commissioner of the NAC. On the 5th of June 2025, the NAC CEO told a Senate committee that Commissioner Brereton had resigned his appointment with the IG-ADF in or about May 2023. However, on the 3rd of December 2025, the actual IG-ADF, James Gaynor, in an answer on notice to another Senate committee, said Major General Brereton never provided written confirmation of their May 2023 conversation in which he stated he would resign as an Assistant AGF effective 1 July 2023. So, Minister, has Commissioner Brereton resigned as an Assistant IG-ADF, and if so, when and how?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Shoebridge for his question. I'm aware that he's taken quite a bit of interest in this issue in all of the previous estimates hearings, and one suspects that they'll be subject to questions next week in estimates. I, not being the minister responsible for this area, I can't answer your question directly, Senator Shoebridge, but I will consult with the Attorney General and come back as quickly as I can to respond to your question.
Thank you, Ministers. Senator Shoebridge, I haven't called you. Senator Shoebridge, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, that says a lot, doesn't it? They have no idea whether or not he's resigned. Minister, a bombshell letter from the Attorney-General to Commissioner Brereton sent in October of last year pointed out repeated failures from Commissioner Brereton to disclose his moonlighting with the IGADF to the Senate, to the former AG and to the current AG. Given this, does Commissioner Brereton seriously have the confidence of the Albanese government to head the National Anti-Corruption Commission?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Farrell.
Yes.
Senator Shoebridge, second supplementary.
Minister, you don't know if he's actually still the assistant IGADF. You've got no advice from the Attorney-General about her bombshell letter where she panned him for failure to disclose. The ongoing failures of Commissioner Brereton to deal with his own perceived and actual conflicts of interest, his failure to come even close to transparency with your government or the parliament is a rapidly eroding trust of Australians in the NAC. Why can't you see that, and why can't you do the right thing and sack him? Bring the motion and sack him.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Farrell.
Well, with due respect, Senator Shoebridge, I directly answered your last question. Well, you asked a question. You asked a question. Did we have confidence? Continue to have confidence in the head of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and I answered it as simply as I possibly could in the most direct way. I don't accept your proposition. This government did act on the issue of integrity. We have appointed Mr. Brereton to the job. He continues to do his work in that regard. He has made it clear that he is not involved in these other activities, and the government.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, President. Happy Thursday. Now, my question is to my good friend and Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell. Yes, he is. Now, since the Albanese Labor government was first elected, great strides have been made in opening many opportunities for Australian businesses into overseas markets. And this has included securing a comprehensive trade agreement with the United Arab Emirates. Could the Minister please update the Senate on the many benefits of this trade deal with the UAE and how the Albanese government has helped the many Australian businesses weather the storm of dramatic changes to global trade?
Minister Farrell.
President, and thank my good friend Senator Ciccone for that question. And of course, this is in an area where I have some expertise.
We like each other.
So the Albanese Labor government, the Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting free and fair trade. After all, 1 in 4 Australian jobs relate to trade. And with this in mind, we've been hard at work to ensure that our world-class industries are best placed to not just weather the storm, but to grow and succeed. And we've been building stronger and deeper trading relationships across the globe. And this approach is paying off, Madam President. Last financial year, Australia's total trade reached a record $1.3 trillion. I'll repeat that for Senator Shoebridge. A record $1.3 trillion. And it didn't just happen. We've created new opportunities and built on existing relationships to deliver for Australian businesses and their employees. Our most recent major achievement was the implementation of a trade agreement with the United Arab Emirates on the 1st of October last year. Last week, I returned from a trip from the UAE where I led the largest delegation ever to showcase the best of our produce at the Gulf Export Expo in Dubai with former Member of Parliament, Mr Christopher Pyne. The Australian Pavilion was a beehive, beehive of activity with buyers seeking to take advantage of purchasing the best food in the world at competitive prices thanks to our trade deal. Notably, our beef exports to the UAE have doubled.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Giacone, first supplementary.
Thanks, President, and can I thank my good friend and Minister for that wonderful answer. Now, market diversification has been central to the Albanese government's trade agenda, and a great deal has been achieved over the past 4 years to grow Australian businesses, support local jobs and help sell our world-class goods and services to the world. Could the Minister please provide an update on what further opportunities the government is opening for the many Australian farmers, businesses and workers?
Thank you, Senator Giacone. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and can I thank my good friend Senator Giacone for his first supplementary question. And despite the significant trade achievements over the past 4 years, there is more that can be done. This includes securing a comprehensive trade deal with the European Union. The EU is our largest trading partner without a trade agreement. It's a high-income market of 450 million people. Concluding a deal will complete the last major piece in Australia's network of free trade agreements. I look forward to meeting my European counterpart soon to close the gaps on the very few remaining issues. And I'm confident a deal can be done and will be done, which would require a better offer by the EU on agricultural market access.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Giacone, second supplementary.
Thanks again, President, and thanks again to my good mate and Minister for that answer. Now, Minister, creating export opportunities for Australian farmers, businesses and workers has clearly been a priority for this government. What action has the Albanese government taken to support and promote Australian world-class exports of goods and services to the world?
Thank you, Senator Giacone. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and can I thank my good friend Senator Giacone for his second supplementary question. And with an increasing level of global economic uncertainty, new export strategies are required to stay resilient and competitive. The Albanese Labor government is delivering on our election commitment to work with industry to grow and diversify into overseas markets. Recently, I announced 40 peak industry bodies would join the Trade Diversification Network as part of the government's $50 million Accessing New Markets initiative.
Thank you, Minister. I understand Senator Thorpe is unavailable and has made her question available to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Senator representing the Minister for Resources. In December last year, the Albanese government opened up expressions of interest for 25,000 square kilometres of ocean in the Otway Basin. Is the Minister aware that this summer we saw extreme weather events that completely shut down the Great Ocean Road, from catastrophic fires through to flash flooding that washed holidaymakers out into the ocean? Does the Minister think it's acceptable to be giving away our oceans to oil and gas companies in a time of climate emergency when we should be rapidly transitioning to renewable energy?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Whish-Wilson, for that question. And I just reflect on some of the previous answers and discussions about friendship and you know, the way that we ought to, you know, think about these things. There's a lot of interest over there, I think, on about these issues of friendship. I mean, I watched a group of friends at that house before that funeral, and I saw Senator Patterson, looking like a bank robber who pretends to be a security guard when the cops arrive.
I'm assuming you're asking me to draw him to the question, and I intended to do that before you stood. Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Whish-Wilson, it's not a time for a statement. Seriously. Minister Ayres, I draw you to Senator Whish-Wilson's question.
Thank you very much, President and Senator Whish-Wilson, for drawing me back. As you would know, Senator, that we disagree as a government with the approach that you would advocate, which in our view would wreck the prospect of progress in international climate negotiations, makes good slogans and good T-shirts, but in no way advances the position on climate or on energy. 52% of Australia's oceans already protected, working towards highly protecting 30%. And that does not mean, and it should not mean, that Australia's exports in terms of gas, or the need for us to provide gas for industry, much of which means lower emissions, much of which means sustainable Australian industry. The idea that we would take the approach advocated by you, bad for the environment, bad on global emissions, bad on climate progress,
Thank you, Minister.
and bad on
the time for
jobs.
answering has expired. Senator Whish-Wilson, first
Minister,
supplementary.
apart from the extreme weather events on Great Ocean Road, which have been linked directly to climate change, though are record events, we've also seen a record heatwave, 2 now, in South East Australia this summer. How are we going to transition off fossil fuels to get emissions as low as we need to get them to protect our families and future generations from a climate breakdown if you keep opening up more oil and gas fields in the ocean?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Ayres.
Well, this is the difference between practical action that actually makes a difference on climate and energy questions and sloganeering to no effect that comes from the Greens political party. I mean, adopting the position that you advocate would be disastrous for the climate, would be disastrous in emissions terms, would be disastrous for Australian industry, and would mean that we lose the framework that is critical to delivering these things that Australia is providing a leadership role in. Releasing new acreage helps address...
Senator Ayres, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
President,
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Orman-Payne, whilst I haven't called you directly, it was very clear on the 3 or 4 times that I called you to order, I was meaning you. While I had the Leader of the Government on her feet, you continued to interject. You are not in a debate with me, Senator Orman-Payne. I've called you to order. That is a direct order. Minister Wong.
Dealt with it.
Please continue. Senator Ayres.
If you actually cared genuinely about the progress in climate, you would adopt the position that this government has adopted. If you actually wanted to make progress instead of a sort of constant quest for emotional self-fulfilment, you would support the government's approach.
Your response is finished. Senator, my goodness. Senator Whish-Wilson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, just southwest of this 25,000 square kilometres of ocean you're going to open up, off the coast of Adelaide, we have a dead ocean. from a toxic algal bloom that has been linked to warming oceans, that have been linked to rising emissions, that have been linked to fossil fuels. What have you got to say to communities in South Australia that you are opening up new areas of oil and gas exploration in the oceans in a time of climate emergency? I can't work out whether you're deliberately misinforming the Senate around climate change or we actually have a plan to properly reduce emissions and transition to renewable energy.
Your question has expired. Minister Ayres.
Well, what this government is doing, Senator Whish-Wilson, is transforming our electricity system. Supporting, just
Senator
recently
McKim.
with $5 billion, our industries to move to lower-cost electricity in the manufacturing processes. We are moving this government from what it was under the sort of previous rabble to a position of global leadership on climate and energy and industry and electrification. And we are investing, it's a part-time Pauline over there, I know disagrees with it, but we are investing in regional jobs, and regional industry.
Please resume your seat. I have the senator on his feet. I'm just going to wait, Senator McKim. I haven't called you Senator Whish-Wilson because I'm actually waiting for your colleagues to come to order. Perhaps you can assist. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. A point of order on irrelevance. Are you really going to say that to communities in South Australia that are suffering a toxic algal bloom?
Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Smith. If you're calling a point of order, I expect you to make a point of order, not make a statement. I don't know how many times I've reminded the Senate you don't stand up and make statements. Minister Ayres, please continue.
It's the old barefoot investor over there. Can't see a disaster that you don't want to politicise. I can't see a problem like this problem in South. What you get from our government is progress and effort and a coherent political framework.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Canavan.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I refer the Minister to the government's decision this week to slash interest rates for large companies that borrow from the government's $5 billion net zero fund. The net zero fund is funded by the National Reconstruction Fund, which has an investment mandate to charge borrowers a rate 2 to 3% above the 5-year government bond rate. However, this week the government has announced that investments from the net zero fund will only have to achieve an interest rate 1% below the 5-year government bond rate. That is, in effect, a 3 to 4 percentage point cut in interest rates for investors in large-scale wind and solar projects. As the Australian Financial Review reported on this decision, Labor is in effect willing to lose money on renewables projects. In the very week that Australian families are having to pay more on their home loans thanks to Labor's reckless spending, why is the Labor government giving an interest rate cut to billion-dollar companies that invest in solar and wind projects?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I think Senator Canavan's position on investment in renewables, in decarbonisation, in energy efficiency, in low emissions technologies is well known, and he and I disagree vehemently on these issues, but I will acknowledge that he has remained consistent over many years on this. We believe on this side of the chamber that it is necessary for us to drive decarbonisation. We believe it is necessary to drive energy efficiency. And we also believe it is necessary to try and scale up domestic manufacturing in renewable and low emissions technology. That is, jobs and economic activity in Australia, the capability and the capacity to manufacture low emissions and renewable technologies here. And there's a number of reasons for that which are very much economic, not ideological, Senator Canavan. We know that the global market is transitioning, and if you're serious about wanting to make sure that our children grow up in an economy where we can deliver products and services to the world, where we can be part of supply chains which will be valued in a very different global economy, then we have to transform the Australian economy.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on a point of order on relevance, I have given the Minister 90 seconds, but
The question is, she hasn't gone to why are they getting a cut, why are the renewable projects getting a cut, but homeowners aren't.
I believe the Minister is being relevant, and I'll continue to listen carefully to her response. Minister.
Well, I thought I was outlining the public policy rationale and the jobs rationale and the economic rationale for why we believe that leveraging more private sector activity in these areas is a good thing for our country and a good thing for Australian jobs, and that's what the government is doing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. This week, the government's Clean Energy Finance Corporation has announced that it is funding lower interest rates on purchases of Hyundai and Kia fully electric vehicles. As the CFC stated, and I quote, eligible customers could save a minimum of 0.5% up to 1% on their finance costs across Hyundai and Kia. Why is the government cutting interest rates for cars made in Korea, while the government's reckless spending is driving up interest rates for Australian families who just want to buy a home made in Australia?
Thank you,
Why?
Senator Canavan.
Why?
Order.
Why?
Order. Order on my right. Order. Senator Watts. Senator McAllister. Senator Ayres. Order on my right. I should not have to name senators. Minister Wong.
Well, first, it is true we no longer manufacture cars in Australia. And thank you for reminding us of that, because we in South Australia will never forget Joe Hockey standing on the floor of that chamber and daring the car industry to leave. Daring the car industry to leave and being so proud. You know, that was in your Productivity Commission phase. Being so proud to be the Liberal government that stopped working with the car firms, the manufacturers, to ensure we no longer have car manufacturing in this country.
Oh, sorry, Senator Canavan. I'll just wait for there to be order in the Senate. Order. Senator Henderson, I'm waiting for you. Senator Canavan.
Order on relevance. The question is about a government-announced program this week, the day after the interest rate rise, this week. So the day before. Sorry,
thank
day before.
you, Senator Canavan.
But the minister's going to things that happened 10 years ago or more.
The minister is being relevant to your question, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister.
I wish we lived in a country which still made cars and had the capacity to produce electric vehicles in Australia, and so that we would be in a position where we could provide tax breaks for Australians to buy Australian cars, but that is not the case, and we all know whose responsibility that was.
It's time, Senator Canavan, so I'm going to invite you to put your second supplementary.
Yes, I was waiting for that. Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the government's...
I'm sorry, Senator Canavan. Just a moment. Please start again, Senator
Thank you, Madam
Canavan.
President. The government's net zero low-interest deals for big companies and electric vehicles are pushing up government spending, creating inflationary pressures and leading to higher interest rates.
Ayres.
How much is the government spending on its net zero agenda, and how much is that increasing interest rates for Australians who would just like to stay in their own home?
Minister Wong.
Well, the problem with Senator Canavan's question is an example of, an ideological position which...
Minister Wong, I'm sorry. The interjections across the chamber are disorderly. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. The difficulty with Senator Canavan's questions is they are an example of ideology getting in the way of economic logic. As Senator Ayres described, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he talked about the way in which the government was ensuring jobs and investment in one of the projects in his portfolio.
Senator Canavan. And Senator Ayres, perhaps you go outside and have a chat. Minister Wong, please continue.
As I was saying, Senator Ayres described very eloquently yesterday or the day before the way in which investment by government was ensuring jobs in Gladstone. And Senator, you know, because you are an economist, just as your government invested in the CFC, you also know that utilising government funds to leverage private sector investment is all about Australian jobs.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering. Senator Canavan and Senator Ayres, the running commentary needs to stop. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. The Prime Minister promised 100% renewables would deliver the cheapest form of power. The Capacity Investment Scheme is a key part of Labor's reckless energy plan that shifts the costs and risk of wind and solar onto taxpayers. Australian families and businesses are already paying soaring energy prices. If Labor is so confident this is the cheapest approach, it should be able to state the cost clearly and publicly. Can the Minister please inform the Senate of the total cost of Labor's Capacity Investment Scheme in the 25-26 budget, and to assist the Minister, is it within the quantified contingent liabilities?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Just a point of order. My recollection is, and I might be wrong, Senator Hanson, is that the Capacity Investment Scheme is in the climate portfolio, not the Treasury portfolio, so you would need to address your question to a different minister.
The question's been directed to Minister Gallagher. Senator Hanson.
I am addressing it to the Minister Gallagher because it is to do with the Treasury and it's about the budget papers.
Okay, that's your entitlement to do that. Minister Wong.
With respect, President, the Westminster system works on ministers who are responsible under the administrative arrangements for portfolios and agencies in their area. So it is not unreasonable for us to request that the minister who is responsible for the agency, if I'm right, and I think I am, is this minister to whom it's addressed.
As you'd be aware, Senator Wong, I've invited Senator Hanson. I've given her the opportunity to redirect her question. She has informed me that it's directed to Minister Gallagher. I will invite Minister Gallagher to answer the question in her capacity and in her portfolio areas. So I will leave it at that, Senator Hanson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I'm just wondering, Senator Hanson, if you could repeat the last bit of your question. I just couldn't hear the exact question. I heard contingent liabilities, but just a bit around that.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Wait for the call. Go now. Thank you.
The last part of the question is, can the Minister please inform the Senate of the total cost of Labor's Capacity Investment Scheme in the 25-26 budget, and to assist the Minister, it is within the quantified contingent liabilities.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister.
Thank you. Well, I don't have the budget papers with me, but it would be in the contingent liabilities, and it would probably also feature in the statement of risks as well. So it is fully accounted for. There is a review of the Capacity Investment Scheme that's currently underway, but the costs associated with it, and I'm happy to come back and provide. I don't have that document in front of me, sorry, Senator Hanson, but I'm very happy to provide that number to you. But it is accounted for and was accounted for in my EFO, and it has been an important part. If you talk to big emitters, it has been an important part of our response to addressing climate change, to reducing emissions and to supporting the economy as that transition occurs. It's a worldwide energy transition that's happening, and we have to respond to it. I know there's different views about...
Minister, the time for us. I beg your pardon.
Oh, I was going to say,
obviously
I was just getting started. When we came to government, 24 out of 28 of the ageing coal-fired power stations had announced they were closing within the decade. 8 had already closed, including Hazelwood, because they were old and at the end of their lives. And so rebuilding the energy grid and supporting big emitters with reducing their emissions has is a necessity. We have to provide an energy grid that works for the future, and the reality is the infrastructure we had, the policies we had that were under the former government weren't delivering that change, and the government has worked across the economy to support that transition. I will come back on the exact figure. The review is underway and the books do account for it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Thank you very much. Well, Minister, I'm very happy to hear that you intend to give me those figures on the capacity investment scheme, because the Labor's capacity investment scheme listed in the budget papers as not for publication. So, Minister, you are keeping the true cost of Labor's 100% wind and solar energy strategy a secret from the Australian people. Well, you've just told me you're quite happy to give me the figures, and I want those. That's wonderful. So, if you're not going to come up with it and under the budget papers, if it's supposed to be,
thank you, Senator
not for
Hanson.
publication,
your
why?
Time has expired. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I was trying to assist Senator Hanson. I answered your question. It is factored into the budget. It is contained in the contingent liabilities. There is a review underway. Where figures are commercially sensitive, we can't release them, but I am happy to provide you with whatever information I can around the capacity investment scheme. 23 capacity investment scheme agreements have been executed with projects representing 7 gigawatts of capacity, and negotiations are continuing with 33 projects. The CIS, the capacity investment scheme, is delivering at least 40 gigawatts of new renewable and clean dispatchable capacity to replace capacity from the ageing and increasingly unreliable coal plants, as well as place downward pressure on electricity prices and help deliver the Australian government's renewable energy target by 2030.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'm asking you to tell us how much it's costing the taxpayers with this for wind, solar and batteries. That's what we have to know. Is it 50 billion, 60 billion? How much is it costing the taxpayers? Why are you keeping the secret from the taxpayers? Because they're footing the bill for this. The taxpayers have a right to know. Now, you said you'd give me figures, so I'd be interested to see what figures you intend to give me.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Gallagher.
I am explaining to you, Senator Hanson, that I will try and provide you with whatever information I can. Where those investments are commercially sensitive or not for publication, of course that is a constraint. But I can also give you figures on what is actually happening with driving or building the new energy system here. I mean, this is about making sure energy remains affordable in light of the fact of our current ageing infrastructure, including those coal-fired power stations that are no longer providing the energy that we need. That's the reality. They're closing, they're ageing, they're breaking down. I mean, I remember even just a few years ago, if you had a heat wave, people had to try and manage their electricity output. Because we have put in place new energy into the grid, the energy system is a lot more stable than it was.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Education, my good friend, Senator Walsh. How is the Albanese Labor government's historic Better and Fairer Schools agreement supporting students, families and teachers heading back to school for a new school year? How are these agreements delivering stronger public schools, more support in classrooms and better outcomes for students? And how is it helping families with back-to-school cost of living pressures?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Walsh.
Well, thank you, friend, for the question. And schools are back across the country, and many children have had their first ever day of school, including your gorgeous daughter, Zara. And we wish them all the best. There are relieved parents, some nervous kids, and teachers back in classrooms, prepped and ready to go for the year ahead. And as someone who proudly comes from a family of teachers, I know what this time of year feels like for them. They go back knowing that teaching isn't just a job, it is a calling. It's about giving all children every chance to reach their potential. That's why the Albanese Labor government is united in our commitment to our public schools. For the first time ever, we have agreements to fully fund every public school student in Australia to 100% of their fair funding level. Through the Better and Fairer Schools agreements, we're delivering an additional $16.5 billion in Commonwealth funding to public schools over the next decade, the biggest new injection of Commonwealth funding to public schools ever. This investment means stronger public schools, more support in classrooms and better outcomes for students, particularly those who need extra help. And it also matters for families. Back-to-school costs are real, and properly funded public schools help ease pressure on household budgets while making sure every child gets a fair go, no matter where they live or what their parents earn. And none of this works without our nation's teachers. They do one of the most important jobs in this country, and our government is backing them with fairer funding, better support and a clear focus on what helps kids succeed. We are united in delivering stronger public schools and better outcomes for Australian kids.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Better and Fairer Schools agreements are being rolled out with more funding this year for Australian schools. How is this funding tied to real evidence-based reforms in classrooms this year, particularly to lift reading, writing and numeracy outcomes for those students in our communities who need the most support?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. Well, as a government, we are proud to be fully funding every public school in Australia to 100% of their fair funding level. This record new investment is tied to reform, and that reform is already being delivered. We're rolling out Year 1 phonics checks nationally, so children who are struggling to read are identified early and supported before gaps widen. We know this works because we've seen the improvements in your home state, Senator, in South Australia, where phonics checks have been in place for several years. We're applying that same evidence-based approach nationally. We're also strengthening maths in the early years with a new early years numeracy check. Because again, we are united in building strong foundations for Australia's children.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. You're a great friend of public schools and therefore a great friend of mine. Why is the Albanese Labor government's approach of strengthening and fully funding public schools so important, and what does that mean for families facing cost of living pressures?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Walsh.
Well, thanks, mate, for the question. And we're united in our belief that education sets people up for life. We know strong public schools matter for families and for the future of this country. And the contrast with the opposition could not be clearer. When they were last in government, they ripped $30 billion out of public schools, and that is a stain on them that will never wash off. Since then, they've opposed just about every cost of living measure this government has brought forward to help families. On this side of the chamber, we take a different approach. We are fixing the system that they broke. We are united in our commitment to our public schools and to every student in our public schools. So while you are all focused on yourselves and your iPhones right now, we are united in our focus on Australia's future.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. My office has been contacted by John, whose father is living with dementia and has been waiting for a residential aged care place for more than 12 months. After being hospitalised, John's father was deemed unsafe to return home and remained stuck in the Modry Hospital in South Australia for 47 days, costing his family more than $3,800, as well as the taxpayers thousands of dollars more, and taking a serious toll on his mental health. John told my office that his father was not alone. An entire ward occupied by older Australians waiting for aged care placements was what his father shared. Minister, will your government take full responsibility for this national aged care crisis, which is leaving thousands of older Australians, like John's dad, stranded in hospitals?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you, Senator Ruston, for the question. And
thinking about John and his father, I understand how challenging it is for people who are facing these circumstances and who are in many ways facing a very significant change of life. This is a complicated and very long-standing issue, as you will understand, Senator Ruston, in our aged care system, and those pressures are being felt particularly acutely in some regions. So the Commonwealth has responsibility for the aged care system, and we are working very closely with the states and territories who, as you know, have responsibility for the hospital system to manage the issue. Of course, our view is that every day that an older Australian spends in a hospital when they should be in a more appropriate care environment puts a lot of pressure on those families, and I'm sure that John and his family and his father are feeling that, but it also puts pressure on the hospital system. This system wasn't fit for purpose for older people when we came to government. That is exactly why, Senator Ruston, that we are rebuilding our aged care system from the ground up.
3 times I've called you.
To make sure that people are getting the care that they need, where and when they need it. And Senator Ruston, we were grateful for the constructive approach that the Coalition took to that work. But we observe also that this was work that could have been done in the period when you were in government. And we are moving very quickly to make up ground for the work that should have been done in the decade that you were in office. We are essentially attempting to do a decade's worth of work in aged care in just a few years.
Before I call you, Senator Ruston, you need to stop the running commentary. First supplementary.
My office has been contacted by Ron, who lives with Parkinson's disease and is cared for full-time by his wife, but she's now experiencing serious mobility issues herself. Ron was approved for a Level 4 home care package last October, but has been told he faces a 10 to 12-month wait despite the urgency of their situation. Minister, do you accept the excessive home care wait times caused by your government's decision to ration care are causing incredible distress to older Australians, as well as placing more pressure on our hospital system?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you again, President, and thank you, Senator Ruston. As you know, we are making a substantial investment, backed by legislation, to roll out further packages so that families can get the support that they need. People whose needs are urgent are being prioritised, Senator Ruston, and I am advised that they are being offered care much sooner. There are longer wait times, but we are pleasingly expecting to see some of those come down.
Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Yesterday, Labor health ministers in South Australia and New South Wales revealed that 1,200 older Australians in New South Wales and 363 in South Australia are currently stuck in hospitals waiting for aged care placements. Both ministers called out the federal government for the fact that more needs to be done to fix this national problem. Minister, do you agree that more needs to be done to move older Australians out of hospital and into the aged care system?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, as I indicated in my answer to Senator Ruston's primary question, a great deal needs to be done in the aged care system because of the neglect that characterised your approach to this policy area during your very long period in government. It was the finding of the Royal Commission, and we moved very swiftly on coming to government to start to address it. It's meant bringing in new legislation, it's meant providing new resourcing, and it's meant working carefully to ensure that the workforce is available to support people and to deal with the ageing population. All of those demographic signs were there when you were in government, Senator Ruston.
Minister McAllister,
all of that information
please resume your seat. Senator Ruston, I've lost count of the times I've called you. I've also asked you to stop the running commentary. So if the remaining 20 seconds, please be quiet. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thank you, President. So yes, we intend to continue to work, as we have done from the very first moment of coming to government, on building the aged care system so that it is fit for purpose and so it can meet the needs of Australia's ageing population and make sure our people have the care that they deserve.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Minister Gallagher.
Just further to an answer I gave in question time to Senator Hanson, where I said if I had some figures, some numbers I could come back to her on. I can confirm in the 23-24 budget, 9.9 million over 5 years was provided to AEMO for arrangements related to the capacity investment scheme, and 6.4 million was provided to the Department of Climate Change and Energy to design the auction process. The arrangements for the capacity investment scheme and the work that's gone into that indicate that $73 billion in investment in our electricity sector will be generated by the arrangements under the scheme. Other costs relating to specific projects, whilst accounted for in our budget books, are not for publication due to commercial reasons.
I call the clerk.
President, order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres, to make an explanation in relation to an order of 4 February 2026 relating to the Australian Government's 5% deposit scheme.
Minister.
Thank you very much, President. I'll just take a moment to move through my notes about offshore acreages to get to the right folder. The documents in relation to this order for production of documents are being processed in the usual way, as is outlined in Minister O'Neill's letter to the Senate of 26 November. There are a substantial number of documents that may be in scope. It is important that these documents are considered in a thorough manner, particularly given the expansive scope of the order, which goes to a period of almost 12 months. And the government, and of course having an eye on the work of the many public servants who are engaged in the work of complying with these orders for production of documents generated by various senators, Senator Bragg and Senator Payman and Senator ChatGPT, generating these enormous volumes of material.
You need your own renewable power.
As I said yesterday, I mean, people worry, as Senator Watt was pointing out, people worry about the amount of power that's going to be required to electrify industry and to support these data centres, the amount of power and staff that need to be engaged in complying with these sort of vanity exercises, these sort of vainglorious efforts for relevance from people who otherwise, I mean, Senator Bragg sought a congratulatory letter the other day. Senator Payman's proposed, order requires ministerial submissions, records of conversation, letters, briefing notes, meeting agendas, file notes, meeting invitations, meeting notes, meeting minutes, emails, instant messages, electronic messages. I mean, that is a list generated by artificial intelligence right there that just betrays the complete lack of it's sensitive soul.
Minister,
I'll brag you on his feet again.
Minister, don't need commentary as you resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
Point of order, Deputy President. I believe the Minister was impugning Senator Payman by promoting an idea that perhaps
Senator
she had done her
Bragg,
own work.
Senator Bragg, that's not a point of order. Minister.
Well, I mean, work. You wouldn't know the meaning of it.
Minister, let's stick to the topic.
In this portfolio alone, well, I actually care about the people who work for a living, Senator Bragg, a concept that may be foreign to you, in the department, who are working every day to comply with these vainglorious, ridiculous orders for production of documents.
Minister,
I'll let Senator Henderson
resume your seat. Senator Henderson.
Deputy President, point of order, I would ask that you ask the Minister, who's been most disrespectful, to withdraw that comment. And a second point of order is on a number of occasions, but most recently a couple of minutes ago, he is not referring to senators by their correct name. So also address that.
I will remind the Minister to refer to senators by their correct name. If a senator has been offended, I'll ask the Minister to withdraw the comment. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, exactly what's asked being withdrawn, but if you have offended a senator...
If you ask me to withdraw, even though we're not quite sure what we're withdrawing, I withdraw it unreservedly. There are, in this portfolio alone, because senators over there don't understand their responsibilities to the parliament, 3,995 pages worth of documents. Like that is the entire length of the normal edition of The Lord of the Rings, 3 times over, sought by people who will never read it, who've never opened any of this material in their lives. It's 4 times the length of Odge's 14th edition, 4 times the length of it from people who've never opened it. It is, I'm told, I have to correct the record yesterday, I did say that it was 8 times the length of Senator Bragg's latest self-published book, and that was very unfair. Very, very unfair. It's 16 times the length of Senator Bragg's self-published book. And the truth is, what is this all about? It's this anxiety and antipathy from Senator Payman and Senator Bragg, who don't want young people to be able to access 5% deposits, are hostile to the interests of young Australians who want to get a foot on the ladder. And that is a disappointing attitude, but it's the kind of attitude that's consumed the Liberal Party for its whole life, and it's the only strain of consistency that you can see amongst them.
Minister, some of us do read Odgers. Senator Payman.
Deputy President, I move that the Senate take note of the explanation. Recently, I was reminded of a quote I'd seen a while ago. I tracked it down to former Senator Rex Patrick's website. He quotes former Labor Minister Barry Jones as saying, and I quote, "In Canberra, I feel like a member of a football team which never plays at home. The public servants have collectively about 85% of the information, and we have about 15%, much of which is acquired from leaks and newspaper reports." Now, every day, many of us in this place try to get that number up to 16 or 17%. What we saw yesterday was the 85% punching down on the 15%. I thought I'd fallen through a portal to 10 years ago. I thought I was back at UWA with the student politics that was on display yesterday afternoon. It was an act of juvenility and arrogance in equal measure. It was summed up when Senator Scarr sought to clarify the purpose of an amendment to the motion which gave rise to this attendance. Now, I'm not certain who it was, perhaps it was Senator Gallagher, but someone from the government benches called out that its purpose was to annoy you. That just about says it all. OPD 208 relates to the Australian Government 5% deposit scheme. Now, a 5% deposit sounds great. The bar to get a mortgage is lowered and more people have the opportunity to buy their first home. But let's think about what a 5% deposit means, though. It means a 95% mortgage. It means hundreds of thousands of dollars more in interest for banks over a period of a loan. The banks love it. Just yesterday, it was reported that the Housing Minister's Director of Policy, the guy who came up with the 5% deposits, has left for the Commonwealth Bank. Not a bad little rort. It also means as more people are able to enter the market and demand increases, the cost of housing will increase. Even Treasury has said that this program will push up house prices. So if you get into the program, congratulations, you'll soon be joining the ever-expanding group of Australians who are behind on their mortgage payments, as the RBA tells us that inflation is back on the rise and the rate-cutting cycle is over. For those who don't manage to get into the scheme, its effect on house prices means the Australian dream will just keep drifting away. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of Senator Bragg, who has struggled to have the modelling for the 5% deposit program released through Freedom of Information, a system which this government believes needs to be more secretive. I don't want Australians to think that this is just a Canberra bubble transparency issue. However, for the Australians who've been priced out of the housing market, it's all too real. The government hiding evidence that their programs exacerbate unaffordability means they can avoid having to take action on the things that would make housing more affordable in a systemic way. We've heard that this government is thinking about addressing the tax concessions that have turned housing from a place to live to an investment vehicle. A reform budget is reportedly in the pipeline, and I hope those reports are accurate. The capital gains tax discount and negative gearing, as I have said for years now, must be addressed. They have been putting upward pressure on house prices for decades, and first-home buyers of Australia have been increasingly unable to keep up with these price rises. If we want to make home ownership something that is available to many, not the few, we must attack housing affordability from every single angle. In October, it was reported that we were on track to fall at least 27% short of the 2029 housing target. We cannot leave current settings as they are and hope that things will just miraculously get better. We need to look at tax settings, we need to alleviate the skills shortages, and we need to reduce the cost of building houses. And we need to break free of the ball and chain of NIMBYism. If we do not do so, the trend towards Australia becoming a nation of renters, subordinate to a landed elite, will accelerate. Thank you.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. And I rise to take note of this particularly disappointing explanation by Minister Ayres, and I want to commend Senator Payman for bringing this motion to the Senate, because it highlights, again, the failure of this government to comply with the orders of the Senate or to comply with FOI arrangements. And I'd say that the people of Western Australia are getting good value from Senator Payman and her OPDs. I mean, the government make it sound as if it's a crime that we would dare ask questions or seek to get the information which is germane to policy judgments that they are making and they are getting wrong. And the Labor Party is great at politics, but they're very bad at doing stuff. They're very bad at management. This is a great example of a policy announced in an election campaign, 5% deposits, in which the government would remove all means testing and make it available to anyone, thereby supercharging the demand side of the market. This was announced in May. And then 3 months later, they thought, oh, maybe we should get some modelling done. Maybe we should just see whether this might actually have an impact on the housing market. And so they go off to Treasury and they say to Treasury, look, we've got this new policy coming in later this year. It's a big policy. We're uncapping a government scheme. We're giving everyone free insurance so you can get a 95% mortgage, whoever you are, no matter what your circumstances are, pretty much. Okay? Quite a significant intervention from the federal government in the housing market. And we forgot to ask you for modelling when we announced it in the campaign. So could you please go away and work out how much damage this might do? I'm sure they didn't express it in that way. That's my own editorial, in case you're wondering, Deputy President. And so they send off an email to the Treasury, and the Treasury does some analysis, and they come back with a number. They come back with a number, and they say that the changes that the government are making to the 5% deposit scheme will increase prices by 0.6%. 0.6%. The Prime Minister, when he's asked at some stage about this, says it's 0.5%. Now, we won't split the difference on a relatively small number, but that was the number they came up with. So, as a result, we also moved a motion in this place to get access to the modelling back in August. Senator Payment's motion was back in November. And all we have received in the OPDs that we have received back is just pages and pages of redactions, which are pretty useless and don't really make any sense. The same can be said for the FOIs, which come back with pages and pages of redactions, including the key part underneath where it says 0.6%, where all the assumptions and the commentary would be, the sensitivity analysis. Now, I'm sure the Treasury would have said, well, 0.6%, it could be, but here are a whole lot of factors that need to be taken into account and qualifications. But you know what? We're not allowed to see those. Those are secret, state secrets. The Commonwealth funds its own Treasury to do modelling on policy programs for the community, but we are not allowed to see that modelling. We're not allowed to see it. Whether we do an FOI or an OPD, the government has some ridiculous reason for not giving us this information. And that's why the Senate is frankly frustrated. And it's not just the Liberal Party or the National Party, it's the Greens, it's the crossbench. Everyone is frustrated because our job is to get to the bottom of things. And whether the government likes it or not, we're trying to do our best to get to the bottom of policy judgments, the basis upon which policy judgments are made by this government, how they spend taxpayer funds and how they administer programs. And at the moment, there's a lot of maladministration. A lot of maladministration and a lot of wasted money. So we're trying to do what we're paid to do. And the government cries and cries like a little baby that we've moved too many emotions or something, but we're never going to give up on trying to get to the bottom of why these policy judgments were made and whether they were made on a sound basis. And I tell you what, the evidence is in, because Mr Albanese says 0.6%, but the market data shows in the first month of operation, the market jumped by 1.2%, which is double. So that's why we want to know what the Treasury advice said, because we already know that it's wrong.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise also to speak on this attendance motion. I've got to say the Minister's response today was extraordinary. It was insulting. It trivialised an issue that is affecting the lives of millions of Australians, first home buyers, young people, people who've given up on getting into housing, and he doesn't think this is serious. He made a lot of jokes. He thought it was an amusing issue. And he defended the hard-working public servants who try and get this data out to the Senate to inform decisions. He didn't deal with the critical question that this seeking of information is trying to address. We are in a housing crisis where we need to know what works and what doesn't, and the impact of policy changes on the critical crisis in housing. This OPD is looking for documents which show the effect of that 5% deposit scheme on house prices. Second time, the Minister's been required to attend and explain the failure to comply with this matter. We're a chamber of review, and it's important that we get the data, the information that we need, so that we can take apart, examine, look at the rationale and the modelling of the impact of this decision on pushing up house prices. Prices are completely out of control in this country, and they are affecting the lives of so many families and households. The Parliament had no oversight of the recent expansion of the 5% scheme, which removed income limits entirely for people to have access to this scheme. Where is Labor's commitment to the low and middle income earners, first home buyers, who really need the most help? And we've had people across the country who are experts, economists, the Reserve Bank, Treasury. So many experts tell us, they all warned that these changes would result in increased prices in housing, and they have. You feed demand, you're going to push up prices where supply is constrained, especially in the case of moderately priced housing where first home buyers are focused. So this change has pushed up prices at the lower end of the market. Prices of homes eligible for the scheme jumped 3.6% in the last 3 months of 2025. That is incredible. 3.5% in a 3-month period. First home buyers out there are despairing about getting. They were despairing before a 3.5% increase in that last quarter. This is extraordinary times, and we have a right to the information, the assumptions that are in this modelling. And now with another interest rate rise, workers, renters, mortgage holders are going to cop even more economic pain from rising inflation. So we need real solutions informed by decent data. And we need to cut tax breaks for wealthy property investors and build social and affordable housing. But we also need to stop the very lucrative revolving door between ministers' offices and the hugely profitable big donor corporates like the Commonwealth Bank. We need to break the link between those who advise and those who benefit from decisions. When the Housing Minister, or the Minister for Higher House Prices, as the Financial Review called her today, when her advisor takes up a job at an institution that's amongst the greatest beneficiaries of Labor's policy in this case, what are mortgage holders and renters and first home buyers supposed to think? I'll tell you what they think. They think it stinks. They see it for what it is. They don't like it. They know it's a revolving door, and they know that they are affected by decisions which advantage the wealthy, advantage institutions, advantage advisors, and do down those who are trying to make it work out there in the housing market. The revolving door corrupts our democracy. It prioritises the interests of big business over the community. Australians are fed up with jobs for mates, a mentality that's plagued successive governments, and this is why we've always supported, here in the Greens, strengthening lobbying oversight by extending the ban on former ministers' lobbying to 5 years and applying it to senior staff. The Senate has a right to ask for information, and a Senate has a responsibility to hold ministers to account. When ministers come here to talk about the data they have not supplied, we should not be insulted, we should not be trivialised, we should be respected and provided with the information we need so that we can actually make the decisions that help home buyers in a housing crisis, that help renters, that can come to grips with a crisis, the biggest crisis we've seen in the post-war period, one that deserves a serious minister bringing serious responses to the Senate.
Senator Pocock, your time has expired. There being no further contributions on this matter, I'll put the question that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the Senate takes note of answers to questions from the opposition from Senator Patterson and Senator Chandler in question time today. Deputy President, we saw in question time yesterday, and through the correction that Senator Gallagher, Minister Gallagher, was forced to provide to the chamber today, the importance of the truth in this chamber and why Australians should be very wary about believing anything that Labor is saying. We've heard through just the last debate about how, with the minister who came in and made a joke of a serious matter of orders for production of documents, and the complete lack of respect that Labor has shown this chamber with respect to delivering information that the chamber, the parliament, the representatives of the people have asked for. They show no respect for that. And they do the same in question time. They will do anything that they possibly can to deflect from the truth, from the reality. And yesterday, on a day where interest rates went up by 25 basis points and Australians were hurting, the Labor Party tried to say that the Howard government was the highest spending government in the last 40 years. And of course we know, because the minister was forced to correct the record today, that that wasn't true. It wasn't true. the government tries to deflect from its high spending, which is driving inflation up and keeping interest rates higher for longer, tries to deflect from that. In fact, the Howard government never achieved a spending to GDP ratio anywhere near what this current government is. So the current government's spending to GDP ratio, according to their own documents, is 26.2% of GDP. The highest level for the Howard-Costello government was 25.1% in 96-97. And let's remember they were coming off the Hawke-Keating years where spending did run out of control, and it was that Howard-Costello government that put in spending parameters and delivered budget surplus after budget surplus after budget surplus, paid off $96 billion of Labor debt, left zero debt when we left government in 2006-07, and had put billions of dollars into the Future Fund. That's the government that Senator Gallagher tried to blame for being the highest spending. And of course, today had to correct for the fact that during the pandemic, when all of us were concerned that the Australian economy didn't crash because we had to close so much down, and yes, we did spend a lot of money during that time, but Labor wanted us to spend more money. Let's not forget that. Labor complained when we stopped JobKeeper. Labor complained when we tried to cut back, when we decided it was time to cut back on programs. They said spend more. So you can't believe a thing that they say. You cannot believe. This government is the highest spending government outside of a pandemic in 40 years. It's that simple. And then so what do we see? We saw yesterday also the Defence Force, desperate for money, having to flog off our heritage, defence heritage around the country, to pay the bills. And it's shameful. In my home state of Tasmania, there is no question that it will be much harder for young people to engage with cadets, whether that be Air Force, Navy or Defence, because it's not going to be in their hometown. We don't know whether Devonport or Burnie is going to have a base anymore. They're combining the two into one. 44th Transport Squadron, which has been there for decades. That base is being sold off. It's a disgrace. And at Scottsdale, where for 60 years that facility has been at the forefront of food innovation in developing materials and meals for our Defence Force, and received an $18 million upgrade in 2014, they're going to flog that off too. So that capacity being taken out of Tasmania. And it's no wonder that the head of the Tasmanian RSL said, such a withdrawal fundamentally alters Tasmania's role in Australia's defence posture and sends a clear signal that Tasmania is no longer regarded as a state of defence significance. It's shameful. This is an extraordinary position to adopt given Tasmania's long-standing and disproportionate contribution to defence recruitment service.
Senator Colbeck,
it's an outrage.
Your time has expired. Senator Darminant.
Thank you. Look, I just want to get some facts on the record here. We've just heard Senator Colbeck draw attention to some items that we were debating earlier this afternoon. But the highest spending government was the Morrison government, and the highest taxing government was the Howard government. And we won't be taking lectures on we won't be taking lectures from those opposite, the same Liberals who left us with much higher and rising inflation and a mess to clean up in the budget. The Coalition's many false claims and their record are among the many reasons that nobody takes the Liberals seriously on the economy anymore. If we want to talk about false statements, what about the Insiders program on Sunday the 1st of February just this year? Ted O'Brien made a number of false statements that just don't stack up. Ted O'Brien, from the other side, claimed that this is the highest spending government in 40 years. Spending as a percentage of GDP peaked at 31.4% under the Morrison government. We brought it down to 24.4% in 2022-2023, and it is forecast to stay below 27% and gradually fall over the forward estimates.
On my left.
Real spending growth averaged 4.1% under the Coalition from 2013 to 2022 when they were in government, whereas it has averaged 1.7% under our government, including over the 7 years through to 2028-29 forecast. Even when the COVID years are removed, average real spending growth was higher under the Coalition, 2.6%. Contrast that with the performance of this government. We have found $114 billion in savings already. $20 billion of that was in the budget update just less than 2 months ago. And we've engineered the biggest nominal improvement to the budget in our history in a 3-year term. A $233 billion budget improvement, $233 billion. And we've delivered a couple of surpluses and got the debt down to $176 billion. And our last budget update alone included the same amount of savings as the Liberals had in the last 7 budget updates combined. So again, I say, taking lectures from those opposite, really the Australian people know better. And that is all down to those outcomes that I just talked about then in terms of the budget management since we came to the office are those that have been brought in place since 2022. The first back-to-back surplus in almost 2 decades, returned over 70% of all tax receipts upgrades to the bottom line compared to our predecessors who only returned about 40%. And debt in 2024-2025 was $188 billion lower, as I said, than was forecast prior to the 2022 election, saving the nation around $60 billion in interest costs over the decade. So, I think it's worth getting the facts on the record just to be clear that the biggest taxing government in modern Australian economic history was not the Albanese Labor government, but was the Howard government. And the federal tax take hit of 24.2% of GDP in 2005-2006 was higher than the 24-25 figure of 23.7%. In addition to this, I would also say that were those opposite in government, that spending would be higher. In fact, the Coalition also opposed the Labor tax cuts for all 14 million Australians that we proposed to bring in and did bring in on the 1st of July last year, including those earning less than $45,000. 2 days before the election, the member for Hume snuck out the Coalition costings, which revealed $75 billion in higher personal income taxes and a whole range of other high taxes on motorists, the housing construction industry, higher student debts, bigger mortgages for tens of thousands of Australians, higher power bills. And at the same time, so those opposite want to lecture us about spending, yet their proposal was to spend more. And at the same time, this government, with careful and responsible budget management, has delivered savings, lowered taxes and brought in a range of measures to support the Australian people.
Senator Smith.
Government senators are guilty of suffering from the effects of long COVID. Selective memory, forgetfulness. When we talk about the budget decisions that were taken by the Morrison government, let's remember only one thing: the pandemic. And in fact, had Labor's measures been adopted by the Morrison government, then that level of spending as a percentage of GDP would have been considerably higher, not lower. Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, was elected on one pledge, and he said that Australians would be better off under Labor. Well, for Australian families and Australian businesses, 2026 has been marked, the beginning of 2026 has been marked by a trifecta of trouble. A trifecta of trouble for Australian families and businesses. Energy costs rising, inflation rising, and now interest rates rising. And who is paying the price for this? Australian families and Australian small businesses. The Australian Bureau of Statistics has said that electricity prices have increased by 19.9% in the year to November 2025, and it identified 7% in just one single month. The average residential energy debt for Australian families is now almost $1,500, up 38.6% since Labor was elected in 2022, and 205,000 Australian families are now on electricity hardship programs. Inflation. Inflation is the menace in any economy. It hurts pensioners, it hurts young families, it hurts businesses. The inflation rate has now risen to 3.8%. The trimmed mean rate for inflation is now 3.3%. Both of those numbers sit outside the RBA's band for inflation. So no surprise that the RBA has had to step in to correct the government's bad management. And that bad management is being driven by excessive levels of government spending. The inflation rate in Australia is now higher than the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, Japan and Germany. That is the record of that Labor government. And of course, interest rates. Interest rates. Australian families woke up this week to discover that they had to find more in their income in order to meet mortgage repayments, because the banks, not surprisingly, have now followed through on that RBA rate decision and increased interest rate payments for Australian families and households. This is what happens when you have a government that doesn't understand the economic fact, which is this: high levels of government spending always result in higher levels of inflation, which always result in higher interest rates. That is the economic law that Treasurer Jim Chalmers and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese think that they can ignore. But there is one Labor government minister who understands what's happening, and she belled the cat on media this week. Congratulations to the Minister for Social Services, Amanda Rishworth, for calling her own government out. And what did the Minister for Social Services say? She said it was unwelcome that inflation had ticked up. She also said, when asked how can the government respond, she said it's important that we make sure that the government is repairing the budget. Repairing the budget. And why does the budget need repair? Why does the budget need repair? Because the government's spending in the budget is now the highest it has been for 40 years. In the government's own economic documents, it says that government spending for 2025-2026 will be 26.2% of GDP. That is the highest level of government spending outside of the pandemic. It is the highest level of government spending for 40 years. Government spending is growing at 4 times the rate of growth in the economy. This is why 2026 has started off badly for Australian families and Australian businesses. And guess what? Australians are about to find out it's going to get worse under Labor.
Has expired. Senator Delegar.
Oh, thanks, Deputy President. And it's actually quite good to rise today to participate in this debate, which I think has been quite a great debate about how each side of politics has been addressing cost of living and spending and taxing. It's been really good to listen to. And, you know, old Johnny Howard has been rolled out again today. And
Senator Delegar, we address people properly.
Sorry, Prime Minister Howard, former Prime Minister Howard, has been rolled out again today and into the debate. And it takes me back, and how can we not go back and think of when that side of politics are not fighting and sniping and stabbing each other in the back, how they actually deliver cost of living support for working Australians. They introduce work choices. Now, that's a bit of, I have to give a trigger warning for people because work choices single-handedly cause so much destruction for working Australians at the hands of those opposite, not some all there today, but their side of politics. Work choices had a real impact on Australians. Australians who were on an award wage had a real pay cut of around $97 a week, thanks to actions of those opposite. 70% of workers lost their shift loadings, 68% of workers lost their leave loadings, 65% lost their penalty rates, 49% of people lost their overtime loadings, and 25% no longer had public holidays. And more than 3.5 million Australians lost their protection from unfair dismissal, and unknown numbers were sacked or treated unfairly and had no recourse. And my dad was one of those people who was affected by work choices and by those opposite, and by God, the trade union movement and working people will never forget what you mob are like when you have your act together, and that's why we will always continue to fight you. But let's also have a little bit of a talk about what we do on this side of politics, on this side, the government, on how we address cost of living pressures for everyday Australians. We are taking steps to implement policies that deliver real outcomes for people in need. And we started that off on the 1st of January this year with medicines. PBS scripts come in $25. $25. And, you know, we talk about the Howard years. Scripts have not been that low on the PBS since 2004. So we are delivering real cost of living measures for people who need it with their medicines. And these on benefits, like pensioners, their scripts are capped at $7.77 for the PBS. We're also delivering real cost of living when it comes to support, when it comes to health and mental health for all Australians. We're investing in Medicare mental health centres. And I know in my duty electorate of Braddon, the new Medicare mental health clinic that we've opened up on Steele Street has been warmly welcomed by the Devonport community. People have warmly embraced that they can come and get mental health support without the need for their credit card. All they need is their Medicare card. They've warmly embraced our Medicare urgent care clinic at the top end of Steele Street, and we've got the where people can come in and get the care and the support they need for urgent care without needing their credit card again and just their Medicare card. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive, and we've seen over 1,200 GPs sign up to be Medicare bulk billing practices. So again, people can choose between, they can actually make the decision to choose and prioritise their health rather than choosing to have to, whether they go to the doctor or whether they pay for school fees or whether or not they pay for groceries. We're putting health back as a priority, which is easing cost of living pressures. And we were talking about wages being cut, or I was talking about wages being cut under the Howard government. We've been increasing wages. Since we've come into government, we have supported 15% wage rises for the most vulnerable workers and needed workers in our community, aged care workers. We've also supported workers in early learning. My God, some of the most underpaid workers with some of the most important responsibilities that we have to care for our little ones while their parents can go to work and have the... We always talk about the dignity of work. Well, getting parents back into the workforce, contributing so they can have the life that they want is pretty bloody important. The public sector, we've increased public sector wages after deliberate suppression and attacks.
Senator DeLega, your time has expired. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, here we have a government that have got nowhere else to go. Their lies have become so many and so big. The gaslighting has grown so immense that now they have been forced to admit that they deceived the Australian people and told a big fat one when they said that the highest spending government was the Howard government. With absolutely no basis to this claim.
Order.
And then to put some spin on it, to cover up their embarrassment, they put some spin on. Oh, I've hit a nerve, I'll take those interjections because I've hit a nerve, because they're embarrassed at the fact that they made that claim, and then they put a spin on it to try to say, oh, no, it was about the Morrison government. It was about the Morrison... Yeah, righto. OK.
Order.
Well, you can convince yourselves as much as you want. The government's contempt for the intelligence of Australians could not be any clearer. And instead of being honest about how its reckless spending has driven up interest rates and inflation, all we hear from the Albanese government is that inflation was at 6% when it came to office. How convenient that Labor omits the context behind this figure. How convenient that Labor refuses to mention the pandemic. Oh, heaven forbid, should they have been in government when the pandemic hit, we would be in a worse situation than we're currently in.
Order.
And you'd think you couldn't get any worse than what we're currently in. How convenient that Labor overlooks the biggest economic downturn since the Great Depression and a crisis that sent inflation soaring around the globe. How convenient that Labor disregards the reality that Australia emerged from the pandemic stronger than most other developed nations, thanks to the coalition government's economic management. How convenient that Labor tries to erase the fact that its own pandemic measures would have cost taxpayers an additional $81 billion, but we know they love to spend like this, folks, like this. Labor's year zero mentality has come as no surprise. This government discards inconvenient truths, rewrites history, and, of course, this is because it's manufacturing the facts to suit their political agenda. For almost 4 years, the Albanese Ministry of Truth has been beavering away. There was the Prime Minister's historical distortion of Gough Whitlam's dismissal. There was the Prime Minister's historical revisionism of John Curtin's decision to look to America, an interpretation which, Peter Jennings said, would fail as an undergraduate essay. And there's a litany of Labor's promises that the government conveniently no longer mentions. And will I get some interjections? No doubt I will. I'm waiting for them. There's a clear pattern here. The promise of a $275 cut to power bills every year, the promise that families would be better off under the Labor government, the promise of cheaper mortgages, the promise to build 1.2 million new homes, the promise that when you visit the GP, all you need is your Medicare card. Where have the promises gone? Down the Orwellian memory hole. There's those interjections again. And then there's a big lie churned out by the Albanese Ministry of Truth that it inherited $1 trillion of debt. A lie Labor repeats ad nauseum. Oh, I'm hitting another nerve there. A lie so egregious it was even exposed by their friends at the ABC. When the coalition left government, net debt was $516 billion, almost half of what Labor claimed. Keep in mind that $343 billion was for pandemic measures, measures which saved some 1 million businesses and kept some 4 million Australians in jobs. And yet, isn't it ironic, Labor's $1 trillion debt lie has come back to bite them. The fiction they fabricated to smear the coalition is now an emerging problem of their own making. Fancy that. Thanks to the Albanese government's reckless spending, Australia is hurtling toward $1.2 trillion in debt by the next election. This debt bomb, not a bunker buster, but an opportunity obliterator, will land on generations of Australians to come. When future generations ask, how did we get here? Not even the Albanese Ministry of Truth will be able to erase a record of its reckless spending. The millions squandered on a divisive referendum, the billions taken from Australian taxpayers to subsidise a handful of university students, a Labor policy that failed the fairness test. And of course, billions of handouts to green energy grifters to roll out industry scale.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Shoebridge, can I just get an indication if you're splitting your time? Or
no, I understand it's 5 full minutes. You'll be pleased to know, President.
You have the call, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answer from Senator Farrell in relation to the Attorney-General's response to the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner. It was pretty extraordinary, Deputy President, when we've had prominent story today in the ABC detailing the correspondence that went between the current Attorney-General and the NAC Commissioner, which set out in detail the series of concerns that the Attorney-General has with the NAC Commissioner's failure to properly disclose conflicts of interest, failure to disclose them to her predecessor, failure to disclose them to herself, and failure to disclose them to the Senate in questions that were asked in committees. And that letter was, I think, properly characterised as a bombshell, because up to then there's been this wall of silence, or this pretend wall of solidarity from the government around Commissioner Brereton. It didn't matter how appalling his behaviour, how many times he couldn't see a conflict of interest that whacked him in the face like like standing on a rake. Didn't matter how many times that happened. We got this kind of mantra from the Albanese government, the NAC Commissioner has our full confidence. Well, we now find out that that response is absolute rubbish, because this letter from the Attorney-General shows that at least she's been watching. Maybe she's not allowed to say anything in public because the Prime Minister is gagging her from making any public comments, but this secret letter written in October made it very clear just how real the concerns the Attorney-General has with the NAC Commissioner. As I said, he couldn't see a conflict of interest if it ran up and whacked him in the face, this bloke. So what does she do? She says, I want a detailed response from you. But she also noted, the attorney, in her correspondence to Brereton, that in his public statements, and I'm going to quote here from the Attorney-General. She said this in her letter to the NAC Commissioner. In your declaration, you note that if a matter comes before the Commission affecting the interests of an individual or entity with which you have an affiliation, you will consider if an actual or perceived conflict arises and, if necessary, take steps to mitigate it. I would suggest it would be preferable for you to declare all relevant affiliations and interactions to the CEO. If an actual conflict of interest arises, it should always be mitigated through non-participation in decision-making. Reading through the lawyer speak, that is the AG schooling the Commissioner, the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner, on how you deal with a conflict of interest. You see, Commissioner Brereton, or Major General Brereton, was saying, oh, look, if an actual conflict of interest turns up, I'll have a think about what to do with it, I might do something about it, or maybe, kind of. And what the Attorney-General said is, if there's an actual conflict of interest, get out of the bloody room. Don't be anywhere near it. And she's no doubt saying that because this is the bloke, Major General Commissioner Brereton, this is the bloke that sat in on all the key decision-making about the robo-debt referral until the final meeting, even though he had a rock-solid conflict of interest because he knew people who were the subject of that referral. And so, again, even when he got told how grossly wrong he was by the inspector, and I still don't think he accepts the inspector's reports because the arrogance of the man is extreme. Brereton still doesn't accept that the inspector got it right. He accepts that he's been overturned, but he still thinks the inspector's wrong. So even though the inspector schooled him on the conflict of interest, the Attorney-General then has to say to him, hey, mate, if you've got a conflict of interest, get out of the room. Because he failed to do it on robo-debt, and it looks like he was keeping the door open to do it going forward. But then we get, and I've got to tell you, if you want to be depressed, have a read of the 9-page response that Commissioner Brereton gave to the Attorney-General. Self-justification, an essay in self-justification, why his failure to disclose time after time was justified. One of my favourites, in the middle of his essay to the Attorney-General, was when he was answering the complaint that the attorney had about Commissioner Brereton failing to disclose all the work he did for the IGADF in questions that I put to him in the Senate. And he goes around and says, oh, no, I was only asked questions about my role as a Major General. And even though he needs to be a Major General and a reservist in the Defence Force to do the IGADF work, he then tries to squirm out of that and says, oh, no, I wasn't being asked questions about my role in the IGADF. That's why I didn't tell you anything about it. I was only being asked questions about my role as a Major General. The guy couldn't see transparency if it bit him on the bum. He couldn't see a conflict of interest if it whacked him in the face, and he doesn't deserve to be the NAC Commissioner.
Expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it.
All right, we're now moving on to tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. I have Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I present Delegated Legislation Monitor 1 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. I rise to speak to the tabling of the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor number 1 of 2026. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 155 legislative instruments registered between the 22nd of October and the 25th of November 2025. In this monitor, the committee has commented on 2 new instruments and 1 ongoing instrument. The first new instrument that the committee has commented on is the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Aged Care Systems Modification Rules 2025. This instrument amends the Aged Care Act 2024 and the Aged Care Rules 2025 to, among other things, allow certain determinations to be corrected if they're deemed to be incorrect and to extend certain notice requirements. The committee is raising concerns under Scrutiny Principle L, which requires the committee to scrutinise instruments as to whether they amend or modify the operation of primary legislation. Such instruments may limit parliamentary oversight and subvert the appropriate relationship between Parliament and the Executive. In this case, the instrument directly modifies the Aged Care Act. Beyond this, the committee is particularly concerned that the instrument inserts new provisions into the Act which allow the Minister to further prescribe matters through delegated legislation. The instrument then relies on these new powers to amend parts of the aged care rules. For example, the instrument inserts new subparagraph 317 (1) (b) (I) into the Aged Care Act. This enables the Minister to prescribe laws and programs that may provide a basis to establish that an individual contribution rate determinations, income determinations and asset determinations are incorrect. The instrument then relies upon this provision to insert new section 317-1 into the aged care rules to prescribe these laws. Where an instrument amends primary legislation, the committee's long-standing expectation is that this approach must be comprehensively justified in the instrument's explanatory statement, and that the instrument itself should be time-limited and operate no longer than strictly necessary. In this regard, the committee does note that the instrument will cease operation on the 1st of November 2026 and that the rulemaking power itself ceases to have effect on the 20th of September 2026. The committee does consider that these safeguards are in line with its scrutiny expectations. However, the explanatory statement does not sufficiently justify why it is considered necessary and appropriate to use delegated rather than primary legislation to modify the Aged Care Act, particularly to create new ministerial rulemaking powers. This is especially pertinent as the instrument relates to means testing for funded aged care services and therefore directly impacts Commonwealth expenditure and the ability of individual service recipients to access funded aged care services. The committee drew the inclusion of these funding provisions in delegated legislation to the attention of the Senate in Delegated Legislation Monitor number 8 of 2025. The committee is therefore seeking the Minister's advice as to whether further detail can be provided about why it is considered necessary and appropriate for the instrument to amend the Aged Care Act, particularly by introducing new rulemaking powers into the Act. The second new instrument that the committee has commented on is the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulations 2025. This instrument specifies, among other things, the process and requirements governing applications for Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety licences. This includes matters that the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator needs to be satisfied of and consider when issuing licences, the conditions that apply to such licences, and matters related to licence suspensions. The committee is resolved to seek advice from the Minister for Defence in relation to Scrutiny Principles E and G. Scrutiny Principle E relates to the clarity of drafting, including the use of potentially unclear or undefined terms. Scrutiny Principle G relates to the adequacy of an instrument's explanatory materials. The instrument appears to use a range of terms that are undefined or unclear. For example, subsection 80(6) of the instrument provides that licence holders and other authorised persons must not construct an item that is important for nuclear safety unless they obtain approval from the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. However, neither the instrument nor the explanatory statement provides explicit guidance as to the intended meaning of this term important. Furthermore, several unclear and undefined terms identified by the committee are contained in provisions that impose requirements or conditions upon licence holders and authorised persons. Breaches of these conditions may be subject to civil penalties or constitute offences subject to terms of imprisonment. Furthermore, these offences impose strict liability and, in certain respects, reverse the evidential burden of proof. The committee is therefore seeking the Minister's advice about the intended definition of unclear and undefined terms in the instrument, or examples of guidance in relation to the intended meaning of those terms for those who may at some point need to access the law. Finally, the committee is seeking further advice from the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors regarding Aged Care Rules 2025. This instrument sets out requirements relating to the new aged care framework, including care and service obligations, pricing and payment arrangements, complaints handling, compliance and enforcement processes, and aged care provider registration requirements. Monitor 8 of 2025 was the document in which the committee sought the Minister's advice on the automation of administrative decisions, consultation and the incorporation of non-legislative documents into the instrument, conferral of board discretionary powers, privacy, coercive powers and the availability of independent merits review in relation to the instrument. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the Minister for his positive and constructive response, which sets a high standard for committee engagement and was of great assistance to the committee. That was some extensive list of requirements that we asked the Minister to respond to, and I acknowledge the presence in the chamber here of the Deputy Chair of the Delegated Legislations Committee, Senator O'Sullivan. I think who concurs with me that we were pleased with the level of response, which sadly hasn't always been the case. In particular, the committee welcomes the Minister's advice in relation to automated decision-making under the instrument. The Minister advised that automated decision-making is intended to only apply to decisions that are supported by objective and binary criteria and methods. More complex discretionary or subjective decisions will continue to be made by a human. The Minister also advised that the department is working with other Commonwealth agencies towards the development of consistent best practice arrangements for automated decision-making. The committee supports moves towards the development of a consistent framework across government services, particularly given the apparent increase in the number of provisions allowing for automated decision-making. The committee also welcomes the Minister's advice regarding the use of restrictive practices under the instrument. The instrument sets out several types of restrictive practices, including physical, mechanical and chemical restraints, and imposes conditions on their use except in emergencies. The Minister advised that the use of restrictive practices is subject to various safeguards, including that restrictive practices may only be used as a last resort measure for the shortest time necessary in a way that is proportionate to the risk and with informed consent obtained by supporting the person to make their own decisions wherever possible. The Minister also advised that restrictive practices are subject to monitoring and reporting requirements. Furthermore, the Minister explained the types of emergencies in which certain conditions on the use of restrictive practices will not apply. These include when an older person poses a physical risk to aged workers or other residents, or where a safety incident such as a fire or flood takes place and restraint is required for an older person who may lack capacity to understand the risks. The Minister also noted that commonplace residential care activities, such as risk of a resident falling out of bed, while significant and serious, should not be considered emergencies in the context of coercive powers. In light of this, the committee sought the Minister's advice about whether an explanatory statement can be amended. The committee is also seeking further information from the Minister on a number of other matters. With these comments, I commend the delegated legislation, Monitor Number 1 of 2026, to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. I understand Senator O'Sullivan seeking to speak on this report. Senator Ciccone, and then I'll come to you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I did just want to make a few brief comments and concur with the report and the comments made by Senator O'Neill, the Chair of the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation. It is an important committee. We've, through some analysis, worked out that some 90% of rules and regulations that come through this Parliament actually go through delegated legislation. That's on word count and the number of actual clauses. And so it's a considerable amount of legislation and rules that are applied upon the Australian people. And so it is important work. And but I did want to add my thanks to the Minister for Aged Care. It was a considerable amount of work that has been done, and we've gone on quite a journey to get to the point where we are now with this delegated legislation, ensuring that the law is clear to people that are applying the law and that are applying these rules, and it was absolutely essential. So I think it's a good demonstration that all ministers should look to what Minister Ray has done in working with his department to ensure that it's a good best practice to look at, and I commend all ministers to have a look at that, because we shouldn't be just imposing laws on people without it being fully disclosed and fully clear on what actually is being imposed. So thank you, and thank you to the Chair and the collegiality of that committee. It continues to provide a great service to the Australian people.
Thank you, Senator. Are you seeking leave to continue your remarks? Okay. The question is that the Senate takes note of that report. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Deputy President. I'll be very quick. I wanted to present a report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the ASIO Bill No. 2, 2025, and I move that the Senate take note of that report. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025. This report also concludes the committee's review of ASIO's compulsory questioning powers under the ASIO Act, a review commenced in the previous Parliament and informed by extensive evidence provided to the committee. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers have been subject to repeated review since their introduction back in 2003. In recent years, the powers have been used only sparingly, meaning there are limited examples against which their operation and effectiveness can be assessed. Nevertheless, the committee carefully considered ASIO's experience with the regime, as well as the concerns raised by submitters regarding the extraordinary nature of these powers. The committee also examined the amendments proposed in 2025 under the ASIO Amendment Bill No. 2, as it did in 2018. The committee has since concluded that ASIO's compulsory question powers remain necessary. Now, these powers were originally introduced to address the critical gap in ASIO's intelligence gathering capabilities, namely the inability to compel the questioning of individuals who were unwilling to engage voluntarily at a time of heightened terrorist threats following the events of September 11, 2001. Without the questioning warrant regime, that gap would persist today. The rapidly evolving and increasingly complex security threat environment facing Australia reinforces the committee's view that ASIO must retain the capacity to question individuals who may hold valuable national security intelligence, whether willing or not. At the same time, the committee is acutely aware that compulsory questioning is an extraordinary power for an intelligence agency to possess. It is therefore appropriate and reassuring, I should add, that ASIO continues to use these powers sparingly and judiciously. Now, the committee does not accept the proposition that infrequent use demonstrates that the powers are unnecessary. On the contrary, the committee hopes that these powers that ASIO has are rarely used, but needed just in case that it is the requirement of the organisation. Now, the committee is satisfied that the compulsory questioning framework is both necessary and largely fit for purpose. Accordingly, it supports the repeal of the periodic sunset provisions, making the powers ongoing, subject to future amendment or repeal by this Parliament. To accompany this entrenchment, the committee makes 4 recommendations aimed at further strengthening safeguards, accountability and oversight, including oversight by the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, and it's worth noting they have Royal Commission-like powers. And with the permanency of these powers, regular review is more important than ever. The committee therefore considers it to be appropriate, as proposed in Part 1 of the bill, that a further statutory review be undertaken within 3 years of the commencement of the amendments. And subject to the committee's recommendations, the report recommends that the bill be passed by the Parliament, and I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sheldon, is this on this report or a different?
No, different.
Senator Ciccone, were you seeking leave to continue your remarks? Yes, you were. That's granted. Senator Sheldon.
But thanks. I just want to present the Human Rights Scrutiny Report 1 of 2026 to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
Oh, sorry, I had Senator Kovacic and then I'll come to you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I present Scrutiny Digest 2 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to incorporate tabling statement in Hansard and to continue remarks. Thank you.
Granted. I had Senator Tyrrell first, Senator Pocock, so Senator Tyrrell.
I just wanted to seek permission to make a short statement about the Human Rights Commission.
Yes, you can speak on that report, yes.
Perfect. Australia likes to think of itself as a fair country, a place where everyone gets a go. But the truth is, without a Federal Human Rights Act, those values are too often optional. Right now, Australians often have no clear legal protection for their own rights, for our rights, the right to housing, to healthcare, to education, to live with dignity. And when those rights are ignored, people fall through the cracks, usually the same people every time. We see it when families are pushed into homelessness because there is no enforceable right to adequate housing. We see it when people with disabilities are left without essential services because decisions are made on cost, not dignity. We see it when regional communities lose access to healthcare or when social security settings trap people in poverty instead of supporting them into work. These aren't abstract principles. These are everyday decisions that shape whether people can live decent, secure lives. These are basic human rights, not simply privileges to lose. That's why the inquiry into Australia's human rights framework made a clear and considered recommendation. Australia needs a Federal Human Rights Act, not as a slogan, but as a practical tool to improve decision-making, accountability and outcomes. The inquiry didn't just say that what we should do, it showed us how. Appendix 5 of that report sets out a model Human Rights Act designed for Australia, balanced, sensible and democratic. It protects our rights while respecting the role of Parliament. It helps governments get decisions right the first time, instead of forcing people to fight injustice after the damage is done. A Human Rights Act won't fix everything overnight, but it will change the culture of government from can we to should we. It will make fairness part of the system, not something people have to beg for. If we're serious about dignity, equality and a fair go, then it's time to put human rights where they belong, into law.
Senator, are you seeking leave to continue your remarks on that? Senator Pocock, are you speaking on the same?
No, I'm speaking. I want to take note of the last item listed on item 18 on page 5, the report from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services.
Minister. I think to assist Senator Pocock, I think it would work if I just say that I present 3 government responses as listed on today's order of business and seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you. So I rise to take note of the PJC report on corporations and financial services on consulting. And I will be also referring to the government response on the final report of the Finance and Public Administration References Committee's inquiry into the management and assurance of integrity by consulting services. And I want to thank my colleagues, particularly Senators Colbeck and O'Neill, for their work on these inquiries. It was a big job and we worked very collectively and cooperatively on it. It is rare that you see tripartisan recommendations in this place on such a large body of work. which makes Labor's incredibly woeful response to the 2 consultant inquiry recommendations, to me, all the more disappointing. Australians are tired of seeing the same story play out over and over again. First, a massive scandal. In this case, PwC deliberately monetising confidential Treasury information. We cannot forget that this was one of the most shocking breaches of public trust in recent memory. PwC made millions of dollars in fees, and staff gloated in internal emails about their success. Then an inquiry is announced, evidence is gathered. Between the 2 inquiries, we held 22 public hearings and received 144 submissions. Australians paid attention. We unearthed a tidal wave of malpractice, poor governance and structural failures. We asked serious questions about integrity, influence and the hollowing out of the public sector. Then our reports were issued with clear roadmaps on how reform needed to unfold. The 2 inquiries made 52 evidence-based recommendations between them, which were agreed by Labor, the Liberals and the Greens. And then, just when the public expects decisive action, the government shrugs. It issues a short response and it quietly moves on. That is not accountability, it is not leadership, and it is not good enough. What good is the Labor Party if our community and our Senate goes through all of that work and then simply makes tiny steps towards progress? What is a Labor government for if not to deal with such a significant failure of governance and of integrity in our community? This is a government of gestures. When it comes to critical reform in response to a crisis like this, it shrugs, it gestures. Despite a truckload of evidence and comprehensive recommendations, the government is once again choosing to tinker around the edges instead of committing to the kind of wholesale actual reform we need. The government's response is to fob off our reports with tiny baby steps that are nowhere near meeting the scale of the crisis. Let me remind everyone what these inquiries found. They laid bare systemic problems in the way that federal governments engage with consultants. They showed the successive governments have allowed a massive and unchecked expansion of the consulting industry inside the heart of decision-making. They raised serious concerns about conflicts of interest, revolving doors between public office and private profit, and horrible workplace cultures rife with bullying and sexual harassment where profit and earnings were king. They showed that audit quality is in decline, with ASIC calling for concerted action from both Deloitte and KPMG to lift their game. There is no shortage of scandals that these inquiries uncovered. Who can forget KPMG's systemic power mapping of government department staff, colour-coded, laid out to a person, named and graded for their land and expand potential? And then KPMG lied about it. They said they didn't do it, and there were the maps that proved that they misled the Senate. People who charge millions for their work, people who ask for your watch to tell you their time. We need to do better, and these scandals were multiple. And what about the scandal around the then CEO of PwC, Luke Sayers, who was paid $30 million, an astronomical amount of money, for his 8 years at PwC, through the years of scandal and deceitful monetisation of confidential information, who could not recall any crucial conversations with the ATO, a man who looks to have experienced more damage from an intimate photo scandal than his serious failures in management and leadership at the top of PwC. PwC's unwillingness to provide the Senate with key documents was symptomatic of its problematic engagement with the committee, the various committees and the many hearings, a vast array of ethical failures, unchecked conflicts of interest and the lack of regulation in the consulting and auditing sector. The scandals are frequent, they're global in nature. And yet what have we seen in response from this Labor government? Review after review. No urgency, not enough meaningful action. I'm hearing from whistleblowers and witnesses who gave evidence to our inquiries in good faith incredibly disappointed at Labor's quiet retreat from what is really needed here. No clear commitment to end the practice that allowed this situation to arise in the first place. The recommendations were tripartisan. If the government genuinely wanted to clean up the consultancy sector, it would support its own Labor senators' own recommendations. Instead, their response has failed to meet the moment. It's one thing to have shared outrage. It's another to ensure that the tax leak scandals never happen again. We have the evidence for the consultancy sector ripping off the public and taxpayers, and we have clear recommendations. So when will this government act? The government noted all 40 recommendations in the second report. They noted them. There's been no action in structural reform of the kind that is clearly recommended, laid out in these reports. No action on stopping the revolving door. No action on holding PwC or Luke Sayers truly accountable. No action on conflict of interest, banning political donations from contractors, no independent regulator of the consulting sector, and the list goes on. 6 months ago, I stood in this chamber and expressed my outrage at the government's decision to allow PwC to rebid for government contracts. And it was a decision that Senator Colbeck and Senator O'Neill and myself strongly opposed. We wrote a joint letter arguing we saw no meaningful justification for giving PwC the green light while significant investigations remain ongoing. Regardless, they were let back into contracting to the public sector. What a shame. What a shocking failure of governance by the Labor government. This was gutless. It was a gutless decision, so far from the standard that Australians face in their own workplaces and community, in their own behaviour. The government's refusal to clean up the unethical practices rife across the consulting sector is the reason why I introduced a bill to this parliament to ban unethical contractors. It's not enough to have a code of conduct. There have to be consequences. As any parent of a small child knows, there must be logical consequences for behaviour. Unless there are, kids repeat it. And people with bad ethics in the consulting sector certainly do. We have to close the legal loopholes that allow government contractors who behave unethically to get away with it. They are laughing all the way back into public consulting and all the way to the bank. The government response reiterates that the government is aiming to, quote, reduce the government's reliance on contractors and consultants and rebuild capability within the APS. This is coming from a government that spent more on consulting firms than the Morrison government. The recent biannual consulting spending data shows that in the past 6 months of last year, the government had committed to spend over $600 million in contracts worth $2 million or more. Is this the behaviour of a government that is truly reducing its reliance on outsourcing? The Greens will continue to push for real reform. We want to see real reform, real transparency, real accountability. We will not accept a system where public policy is shaped behind closed doors by those with the deepest pockets and the best access. Australians deserve a government that works for them, not one that looks the other way when the warning signs are flashing red. What are you for, Labor? Not just for the scandal, you must be there for the action. When confronted with two of the most damning inquiries into consulting influence ever conducted by this parliament and probably internationally, the government has chosen inaction, dressed up as responsibility. We need a government willing to legislate real safeguards, not tinkering with voluntary guidelines and endless reviews, not gestures. The Greens have been clear about what meaningful reform looks like: cooling off periods to stop the revolving door, banning firms who make dirty political donations, having an independent regulator in the consulting sector, rebuilding a strong, independent, well-resourced public sector. And instead, these government responses send a message to consulting firms that business will continue as usual even when the status quo has failed. Well, meaningful reform would have upset powerful interests, and that's what we must do if we're going to see a real change that these reviews ask for.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm proud of the work that we've done as a parliament, in particular the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Corporations and Financial Services, in getting to grips with the egregious and unethical behaviour in the consulting sector that we uncovered and reported in this report, to which the government has responded this week. It's documented And I want to take the opportunity in particular to thank the Deputy Chair, Alex Hawke, Senator Paul Scarr and Senator Barbara Pocock for their dedication across party lines to the monumental task that unfolded before us. I'm proud that ordinary Australians are now alive and alert to the ethical failures of the big four accounting, assurance and tax advice providers in this country and globally. I've said many times in this place that these big partnerships that morph between being Australian or international entities as much as it suits them provide the financial information verification that ensures the proper functioning of the financial markets of our country. What they do, how they act and what they say and produce has an impact on the superannuation earnings of every Australian, every single one of us, and every cent of the $4 trillion under management. The fact is that the government is paying close attention to these issues and to the work of the committee. It is unusual in this place that a government responds to the findings of a committee over the course of the inquiry, but that is exactly what happened in the case of this inquiry. There has already been significant response and action in response to what we uncovered. And I'm pleased to say that as a result of the hard work of the PJC, there's a body of work in this report that will stand the test of time. I stand by it, and I stand by all of the recommendations. It is a tool of guidance not only for our nation, but for all democratic nations across the globe confronting similar practices in the financial sectors in their sovereign nations. Indeed, we can name the UK, China and South Africa as countries which have really suffered in huge economic terms as a failure of these entities. Let us never forget how PwC's monetisation of confidential government information brought the entire sector into disrepute. It significantly altered the way that government conducts procurement already and how we engage with those consulting firms. We know that this inquiry has significantly altered the landscape for those firms and how they conduct themselves when it comes to their work with government and the corporate sector. Our scrutiny tools, through the tools of Parliament, will continue. So shocking were the actions and the accompanying contemporary emails from PwC employees celebrating the hustle, as they called it, and the intelligence that the government had to respond immediately to what we found. Tax promoter penalties were significantly expanded 100-fold to in excess of $780 million, with enhanced power for the Australian Taxation Office and the Tax Practitioner Board to break the business model of deception that was embedded in their previous action. As seen in the government's response, Treasury has consulted on the regulation of accounting, auditing and consulting firms, with the regulation of partnerships regarding conflicts of interest, the role of regulators and the competition and audit sector. That consultation and scrutiny needs to continue. And the government, having noted the recommendations, now has considered and almost unanimously agreed a roadmap for further action. Having noted all 40 recommendations, this government is committed to the continuing vigilance and necessary change. Our Joint Corporations and Financial Services Committee continues our vigilance. We'll be hearing for the second time from the leaders of the public accounting bodies next month. And what I can assure Australians will be regular and ongoing scrutiny of their quasi-regulatory responsibility for professional standards in the finance sector. The work of the committees of the Senate and the Parliament more broadly through the two major inquiries were quite frankly egregious. Let's remind ourselves of the lowlights. Deloitte failed to disclose conflicts of interest in two separate cases with the Australian National Audit Office and the Department of Home Affairs, where the firm were advising the government on its tender process while also subsequently consulting to one of the bidding companies. Ernst & Young possessed an enormously inadequate cultural environment that was recorded in the landmark Broderick Report. KPMG engaged a mass power mapping, sharing internal resources of how power was distributed in government departments, with classifications for how inclined public servants might be at the time for the consulting firms, even going so far as to call relevant officials sponsors. Such contempt. Ironically and pathetically, KPMG Australia was slapped with a $615,000 fine for widespread cheating on an integrity exam. And in that instance, it was only because the American PCAOB had the grit to issue the penalty. It was unobserved here in our own country. And then there was PwC, a firm that held itself out as an arbiter of the corporate ethics and professional standards that was revealed to be engaging in basic double dealing. Senior partner given privileged access to confidential government information by the name of Peter John Collins returned to PwC Sydney, plugged our national secrets into a process at PwC Global. Partner Peter John Collins' goal was to create a saleable product for PwC Global at the expense of his own fellow Australians. He did that without any correction from his seniors. He did that to financially and professionally benefit himself and his hundreds and hundreds of largely unregulated partners, including the then CEO of PwC Australia, Mr Luke Sayers, and the then head of tax, Mr Tom Sayers, who went on to become the next CEO. Corporate ethics, governance and accountability start at the top. And when you have 1,000 plus partnership model that encourages sales at any cost, you end up with leaders like Luke Sayers and Tom Seymour. And you get the international fix-it operators like Kevin Burrows, parachuted in at massive cost to clean up the mess. Each of these men chosen to lead PwC I regard as having had significant moral failings. Mr Burrows, the fixer brought in by PwC Global in response to the Peter John Collins scandal, blatantly misled the Senate, deliberately failing to reveal the portion of his salary that he receives from PwC Global for the work that he did as part of that network. A mere $1.2 million owed to be in a situation where you could forget that was your annual salary from the global entity. He simultaneously runs PwC Australia and earns $2.4 million per year for that work. A $4 million man serving two masters, one his partners in PwC Australia, the other his partners in PwC Global. What a conflict of interest. Work continues everywhere on these matters. Our committee within government has revealed and worked alongside government on this issue, and I want to acknowledge the efforts of the media in unearthing so much of this. I note also that an AFP investigation into matters related to this professional failure saga goes on. This is not over. Serious cultural and ethical failings will always expose themselves. Indeed, much is revealed over time, and denial does not offer a fig leaf in this situation. I also note PwC's most recent failures in audit with corporate travel management and Camilla. These problems cannot be allowed to continue. They suggest a continuation of the deterioration of the core function of these vital entities. Their failures result in serious implication for shareholders and participants in the financial markets, and that's every Australian who works and has superannuation invested. Many whistleblowers, whom I want to thank, bemoaned the failures that they observe daily in their workplaces. There are wonderful, ethical people, people of hope, who are counting on us to continue this work. They want to serve their sector, they want to serve the community, and they want to be proud of the work they do in our country. It's a shame not enough of them are listened to and celebrated in their sector and reach leadership positions. I stand by every word and recommendation in the Ethics and Professional Accountability Report. It's a detailed and accurate account of ethical failure at scale. It's a noteworthy report, a significant contribution to public knowledge for public good. It is a revealing guide to the breathtaking ways in which major partnerships who provide the audit, assurance and consultancy services to major companies and to governments abused the trust they had once rightfully earned and held. No one can unsee what the committee revealed. A fundamental trust has been breached. As the eyes and ears of our fellow Australians who send us here to work on their behalf, I ask all senators and members to commit to continue our work together with the Assistant Treasurer, the Attorney-General, the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance, with the heads of every government department to ensure that the roadmap to improvement accepted by the government without rejection of a single one of 40 tripartite recommendations continues to be considered and informs further necessary action in the national interest to build on the significant work already undertaken in the course of the committee's inquiry and since the delivery of the report.
Thank you. Do you seek leave to continue your remarks?
I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No? Okay. On On Tuesday, debate was adjourned on a motion moved by Senator Hume to adopt the 188th report of the Privileges Committee. The effect of adopting the report will be that a right of reply will be incorporated into the Hansard. Are there any further speakers on that motion? Senator Whitten.
I move to take note of the Privileges Committee's 188th report.
Thank you.
On Tuesday, October 28th last year, I gave an adjournment speech which discussed the governance failings and questionable conduct at the Shire of Augusta and Margaret River in Western Australia regarding the proposed Scott River wind farm. A wind farm that has the potential to desecrate the Scott River wetlands and in turn Blackwood River. I did not name the CEO of the Shire, Miss Andrea Selvey, as this issue covers the last 10 years of the Shire dealings, so I was surprised to receive correspondence. However, Ms Selvey took it upon herself to accuse me of making unsubstantiated allegations and inaccurate and inappropriate remarks during my speech. Ms Selvey then published a statement on the Shire's website proclaiming that my comments are misleading, irresponsible, unfair and completely without foundation. She claimed that my lack of evidence shows a lack of personal and professional integrity. One would think Ms Selvey might have investigated the actions of a Shire before she made these allegations against me, as she has publicly defamed me. Who knows? Ms Selvey might have been led into believing that I do not have the evidence by people who had already removed the evidence from their websites. I have 3,624 pages of evidence, which I tried to table on Tuesday. In Ms Selvey's submission to the Committee of Privileges, she doesn't deny the allegations, but claims that, 1, the public officers embedded a wind farm into the Shire corporate plan and then outsourced the project directly to their own private not-for-profit incorporation. Well, they did do this. 2, that the officers exploited their roles in public office to provide AMR-CCE with public policy and public funding. Well, they did. That the Shire outsourced the wind farm to bypass obligations that would otherwise apply to a government body. Well, they did. And 4, the statement, birds of a corrupt feather work out how to make a profit together. Now, I think taking all the evidence down from the websites might be seen as corrupt, but maybe it's just me. Well, Ms Selvey is claiming that these remarks have caused her personal distress and reputational damage. As I understand it, all of these government's failings and misconduct began before Ms Selvey was even appointed as Shire CEO, but perhaps I am mistaken. Perhaps the efforts to suppress the evidence have taken place only recently. Community members were approached by Ms Selvey asking them for evidence. Ms Selvey also contacted Facebook community groups administrators requesting that they delete the recording of my speech. Clearly the public officers of the Shire are worried about what I said in my speech. They should be. If I can refer to the Local Government Act 1995, an act of the WA Parliament, whereby the CEO is an employee of the local government and subject to the Shire Employees Code of Conduct, and the councillors are legally bound to, and I quote, act lawfully, honestly and in good faith, avoid improper influence, misuse of office or confidential information, manage or disclose conflicts of interest, gifts of and impartiality interests, treat others with respect and courtesy, refrain from harassment, bullying or victimisation, and comply with meeting procedures and standards of debate. I think I've made myself clear. I take my role as a senator of the federal government representing the people of Western Australia very seriously. In this instance, my constituents who have legitimate concerns and have farmed in the Scott River region for multiple generations have been run over roughshod in the reckless pursuit of building a wind farm in an ecologically sensitive area. I will not stop shedding light on this issue. I will pursue the corruption that is rife within all levels of government on behalf of all Western Australians. Australians have had enough. One Nation will abolish the reckless pursuit of net zero and lower the price of power for all Australians. Our energy policy puts Australia and Australians first. It creates more reliable and affordable power for households, businesses, manufacturing and farming. Cheaper power makes Australia competitive again. Cheaper power makes Australia more productive and simply better off. And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this? Okay, the question is that the report be adopted. All in favour say aye. All against? No. Thank you. We will now move to consideration of documents. which are listed on pages 13 to 22 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Ah, yes, apologies. Thank you.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I seek to take note of document 3 on page 13, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Ministerial Statement by the Minister for Northern Australia, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I'd like to take note of documents listed on the notice paper at numbers 27, 82, 83, 86, 88 and 89, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Any others? Okay. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, which are listed on pages 22 to 25 of the notice paper. Any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Just before you go to that item, I'm seeking leave to table a non-conforming petition. I believe the whips have been informed.
Is leave granted? Thank you.
I table a petition from 1,607 signatories calling on the federal government to revoke its endorsement of David Connolly as NT Administrator.
Thank you. And we'll proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General reports. Senator Darmanin.
I would like to take note of committee reports listed on the notice paper at numbers 2, 9 and 19 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. No others? Are there any delegation reports? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to table a report from the Australian Parliamentary delegation and seek leave to present that.
My apologies, Senator O'Neill. Is leave granted? Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary delegation to the 151st Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly and the bilateral visit to Romania and Switzerland, which took place from the 12th to the 23rd of October 2025. I seek leave to move a motion to take note of the document, which I believe has been granted, and I move that the Senate take note of the document. This report provides an overview of our delegation's participation in the 151st Assembly of the IPU, as well as our bilateral visits to Romania and Switzerland. I was very pleased to be part of the Australian delegation to the 151st Assembly, which took place in October last year. Our delegation was very ably led by the Speaker of the House, the Honourable Milton Dick, and included the Deputy Speaker, my good friend Ms Sharon Claydon, Senator Brown, who sits right here, near me here in the chamber, and a fine representative for Tasmania, along with Senator McLaughlin from the opposition, a member for the great state of, Senator for the great state of South Australia, and myself. Our program included bilateral visits to Romania and Switzerland, followed by the Assembly itself in Geneva. These visits provided valuable opportunities to deepen parliamentary relationships and to engage directly with counterparts on shared global challenges. In Romania, I was particularly interested to learn of the important role the country is playing in supporting Ukraine. Romania is currently hosting around 100,000 Ukrainian refugees and has become a critical economic and logistics conduit, enabling Ukrainian exports, particularly grain, to reach global markets through Romanian ports and infrastructure. What may also interest Australians here at home is that Romania played an integral role in assisting Australians to flee Ukraine following Russia's illegal full-scale invasion in February 2022. Romanian authorities worked closely with Australian officials to facilitate safe transit for Australians seeking to leave the conflict zone, a practical demonstration of international cooperation in times of crisis. Across our meetings in Romania, our delegation also emphasised Australia's strong commitment to democratic principles and institutions. Many of our discussions focused on the growing threat of misinformation and disinformation, particularly in the context of foreign interference. As highlighted in Romania's most recent presidential election, the risk of large-scale cyber campaigns, something one might have once associated with science fiction, has become a real and present national security challenge. On our visit to Switzerland, and particularly to Geneva, provided further insights into the role of multilateral institutions in responding to global challenges. Switzerland's long-standing commitment to humanitarian diplomacy and international law aligns closely with Australians' own values and foreign policy priorities. At the Assembly itself, Australia joined 129 member parliaments in an exercise of global parliamentary diplomacy and collective problem-solving. The theme of the general debate was upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. The Speaker, the Honourable Milton Dick, played a particularly significant role at the Assembly. In his capacity as a member of the IPU Executive Committee and chair of its Subcommittee on Finance, the Speaker provided detailed briefings on the financial governance and organisation, promoting transparency and accountability across the IPU. He also addressed multiple geopolitical groups, including the Asia-Pacific and the 12+ groups, and answered questions from delegations on the floor. The Speaker also led Australia's advocacy on humanitarian protection, contributing to the general debate and ensuring recognition of the Australian-led declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel in the IPU's Geneva Declaration. This was a substantial achievement, with over 100 countries now endorsing the declaration, including Switzerland and the United Kingdom, which partnered with Australia in its development. Ms Sharon Clayton, as Deputy Speaker, also made a significant contribution. She was endorsed by the Asia-Pacific Group to continue Australia's mandate on the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, where she will serve until 2027. Ms Clayton participated in high-level discussions on gender equality, political participation and parliamentary workplace safety. She also represented Australia in parity debates focused on advancing women's leadership in politics. Ms Clayton also contributed to sessions on implementing the IPU's anti-harassment policies, drawing on the Australian Parliament's own reforms and experiences in strengthening standards of behaviour. Senator Brown and Senator McLaughlin likewise represented Australia very ably across a wide range of bilateral meetings and committee engagements. Over the course of the Assembly, the Australian delegation conducted more than 20 bilateral meetings with counterparts from Africa, Europe, the Middle East and the Indo-Pacific, strengthening parliamentary links and promoting Australia's democratic values and regional perspectives. I also had the privilege of serving as co-rapporteur to the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. We developed a proposed resolution on the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs and preventing corporate tax avoidance. The resolution recognises that tax avoidance is one of the most significant barriers to achieving sustainable development goals, as it deprives governments of the revenue required to fund essential services. I thank all of my colleagues for the wonderful work they did on behalf of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Ez.
I'm informed by the team from the Department of the Senate that if I don't proceed with what's on the paper in front of me, that estimates may not proceed next week, and it's only my commitment to the institution that leads me on against every fibre of my being, to read the following words. Acting Deputy President, I table particulars proposed and certain proposed additional expenditure for 2025-26 and seek leave to move a motion to refer the documents to legislation committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the documents, together with the final budget outcome 24-25, be referred to committees for examination and report.
Thank you. I table portfolio additional estimate statements for 2025-26 for the Department of Parliamentary Services. Minister Ez.
I table portfolio additional estimate statements for 2025-26 for portfolios and executive departments as listed on the Dunning-McGregor.
Thank you. Are there any ministerial statements?
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning online gambling, social security benefit restriction notices, the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, government responses to committee reports, and the Observer of the Housing Australia Board.
Thank you. The Senate will now proceed. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs, the Community Affairs References Committee and the Economics References Committee.
Is leave granted? Yep, leave is granted.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you. Okay. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 for concurrence. Minister Reyes.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
All in favour say aye. Opposed, no. Clerk. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and financial services and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 115(3), further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 16th of March 2026. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 and Corporations Review Fees Amendment Technical Amendments Bill 2025. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I call the ayes. Noes? The ayes have it. I put the question that the bills may proceed without formalities. Yep. Thank you. I call the Minister. The ayes have it.
Table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Apologies. Apologies. We need to go back. I didn't call the clerk to read the bill the first time.
Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025.
And Minister, your turn now.
Thank you. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister?
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
And I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025. Minister.
With some joy, move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I call the clerk. All in favour say aye. All against, no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
All in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Thank you. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 and Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025. Minister?
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 2nd of March 2026. Minister?
I move that these bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
Thank you. All in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes to the membership of joint committees. I believe so. Yeah, I call the clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 359, stating the name of Senator Henderson related to cost of living.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President, and I move the motion. Australians are living through the most severe cost of living crisis in a generation, and it is a crisis that has been made worse, not better, by the choices of the Albanese Labor government. This debate is not about slogans or ideology or misrepresentations. This is about outcomes. It is about whether Australians can afford to live, to rent, to buy a home, to raise a family, or to retire with dignity. Under this government, the cost of everything is going up, and Australians are entitled to ask why. Australians don't experience the cost of living crisis through Treasury forecasts. I have to say some pretty bad forecasts given what's now transpired, or spreadsheets. They experience the cost of living crisis through the weekly shop, the struggle to put food on the table, in their rent notices, in their insurance renewals, and in the crushing weight of higher mortgage repayments. After nearly 4 years of Labor, Australians are paying more for the essentials of life. Insurance is up 39%, energy is up 38%, rent is up 22%, health costs 18% up, education 17% up, and food is up 16%. These are not luxuries. These are the basic cost of living that so many Australians are forced to pay, and more Australians are struggling to meet. And the government's attempts to claim that the cost of living is easing has no credibility. Just days ago, millions of Australian mortgage holders were hit with another devastating blow, the 13th interest rate rise under Labor in less than 4 years. For families already at breaking point, this was not an abstract monetary policy decision. This was a direct hit to household budgets. The average mortgage holder is now paying more than $20,000 a year extra in interest compared to when Labor took office. This is crippling. And as we know, within hours of the interest rate rise decision being made, millions of Australians received from their bank that notice that their mortgages were going up by 0.25%. And this comes on top of grocery prices soaring, power prices soaring, escalating insurance premiums and rents that keep climbing. And despite repeated assurances from the government that inflation was coming down, of course we now know that that simply was not true. Inflation rose to 3.8% in December, accelerating over Christmas when family budgets were already under so much strain. The Reserve Bank, alarmingly, has now upgraded its inflation forecasts, expecting inflation to remain above the target range for at least another 2.5 years. And the consequences are clear. Interest rates are higher for longer. Higher interest rates keep on crippling Australian families. Real wages continue to fall. Slower economic growth, rising unemployment. That is the price that Australians are paying for poor fiscal discipline by this hopeless and incompetent Labor government. So Labor would like Australians to believe that this crisis is all global, unavoidable and beyond the government's control, and this is simply not true. Australia's inflation problem has been kept higher for longer because government spending has been allowed to surge exactly at the wrong time, when the economy is already operating at capacity and supply is constrained. This is not a controversial view. It is the consensus amongst every serious economist in this country. For instance, the AMP's chief economist, Shane Oliver, has stated very plainly the best thing that Australian governments can do to help bring down inflation would be to cut government spending back to more normal levels. IFM Investors' chief economist, Alex Joyner, has warned the fiscal guardrails have come off. These are not political figures. These are independent economic experts sounding the alarm bells. And I want to particularly draw on the alarm bells by the respected economist Judith Sloan, who has laid bare the core failure of this government's economic strategy. Her central argument, as published in her recent article in The Australian, entitled "Jim Chalmers thought he had discovered an economic secret sauce. He was wrong." Her analysis is simple and devastating. Australia does not have an inflation problem caused by insufficient demand. It has an inflation problem caused by excess demand in a supply-constrained economy, driven by government spending that is poorly targeted, poorly timed and poorly disciplined. Labor's approach has been to spray money broadly without adequate means testing. At a time when housing supply is constrained, labour markets are tight, infrastructure bottlenecks are worsening and construction capacity is stretched. And the failure, the desertion by Labor of the importance of means testing and a whole range of different programs has had dramatic consequences. When subsidies are paid regardless of income, wealth or need, which of course deserts the way Labor used to operate when it was government, when it used to provide government support to those who most needed help. Of course, we now see this government, through its failure to means test childcare, to means test the 5% deposit scheme, which is now open to anyone, including the children of billionaire families. That has a shocking consequence on this economy, pushing prices higher and forcing the RBA to respond with higher interest rates. And of course, such is the parlous state of the budget that we even saw the member for Corio, the Minister for Defence, Mr Miles, announce a fire sale of more than 60 defence sites, which frankly is a shock because they included the historic Fort Queenscliff, which represents a disgraceful betrayal of our community in the Geelong region, in Victoria, and shows contempt for one of Australia's most significant historic defence sites. So the government is now so desperate that they are selling off our history. Fort Queenscliff was a very special place of service, of sacrifice and national memory. And what a disgrace this government is, after more than 10 years of doing everything they could to sell off the Fort Queenscliff which is one of the most significant defence assets in this country, built in 1862 to protect Melbourne from potential Russian attacks, which served as a vital coastal defence hub, which is now a centre of military history. So much of the fort is heritage listed by the Commonwealth, and yet this reckless and uncaring government could not care less about the impact that these sorts of decisions have on our community, have on our state and our nation. And I can tell you I'm going to fight this every step of the way, as I know other senators and members on our side of politics are going to fight, particularly in relation to some of these historic sites which continue to play such an important role in our defence capability. I do want to reference the I do want to quote from this article by Judith Sloan, because it really bells the cat about how incompetent this government is when it comes to curbing the cost of living and running the economy. And she said in her article, in part, I'll quote in part, "Here's the thing. It has become increasingly clear that Chalmers simply doesn't understand how the economy works. When confronted with the unwelcome CPI release last week, the Treasurer pulled out all the talking points given to him by Treasury and attempted to tell us that black is white. Evidently, inflation is now all about the evil workings of the private sector. It has nothing to do with government spending." And she goes on to say, "The Treasurer is living on another planet if he thinks that the ramp-up in government spending is not making inflation worse. Just look at the figures. According to MyEFO, real government spending will increase by 4.5% this financial year. It grew by 5.5% last financial year. Government payments as a percentage of GDP are close to 27%, another record outside COVID and several years in the early 1980s. So we now see the RBA, the Reserve Bank of Australia, is being forced to increase the cash rate, because of Labor's economic incompetence, because of its mess. The Reserve Bank only has one blunt instrument, interest rates. So when fiscal policy pours fuel on inflation, monetary policy must slam on the brakes, and that is exactly what is happening right now. And Australian families are paying a very, very heavy price. And this is a stark indictment on the government's economic mismanagement. The Treasury Secretary is urging restraint, the Reserve Bank Board is urging restraint, and yet the Treasurer continues to accelerate spending. So irresponsible is this Treasurer that he decides to deliver this 5% deposit scheme, which under our previous government was very constrained, was means-tested, was targeted to first home buyers who most needed government help. He has opened the floodgates. So now anyone can apply for this government subsidy. And it is a disgrace, because it says everything that we need to know about this government. It does not care about those who most need our help. It is spending money like a drunken sailor, supporting the children of millionaires and billionaires with no regard for the impact that this is having on everyday Australians. And of course we know that housing costs are a key driver of inflation, and we know that this scheme alone is driving up housing costs, making it tougher for those who are desperately saying, how in this day and age will I ever raise the money to buy a house? And this government's policies are making the problem worse. So let's be clear about the scale of Labor's spending surge. In this financial year alone, Labor has added around $50 billion in new discretionary spending decisions, almost the value of the entire defence budget. Government spending is now growing 13 times faster than it was projected to grow under the coalition. Spending has increased from 24% to 27% of GDP, the highest level outside a recession in nearly 40 years. This is not responsible economic management. This is fiscal recklessness. This is a government that does not care about the growing black hole in our budget. So why were voters not warned about this before the election? Why was this not disclosed properly in my EFO? Why is the Treasurer still trotting down the street on his horse like the emperor with no clothes, pretending that everything is okay? Because it is not okay. This is a shocking cost of living crisis. So many Australians are suffering, and until this government restores fiscal discipline, Australians will continue to pay a very heavy price. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. If there's no further speakers, I'll put the question. Those that are of that opinion say aye. Against?
No.
The ayes have it. Being after 4:30 and there being no divisions, we shall return to the question at a later time. Thank you. I propose the question that the Senate now adjourn. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Strong communities require dependable and generous people. Long-standing member of the Labor Party in Wagga Wagga, Jeff Hall, who passed away on the 14th of January 2026, is being remembered widely as exactly that, a dependable, wise and generous man who was dedicated to his regional community. The heart and soul of Labor in the Riverina, he could be relied upon to always be there, organising election booth packs, managing rosters, engaging respectfully and advocating for his local community. Born into a Labor home, he lived a Labor life. He has now gone to his grave as a Labor man, to his bootstraps and beyond. I extend my condolences to Regina, Louise, Francis, Emma, Bevan and your families on the passing of Jeff, a man of true conviction, strong Labor voice for regional New South Wales who will be greatly missed. Acting Deputy President, I recently had the opportunity to revisit the extraordinary national heritage listed by Army's Nunu, also known as the Brewarrina fish traps. These fish traps that are over 40,000 years old harness timeless, innovative technology. Their skillful architecture allowed for the efficient herding and catching of fish and reveals the deep understanding of the region, with the fish traps providing resilience to high and low flow of the river. They're also a shining example of sustainability, with the rock weir and pen system encouraging people to take only what was needed. However, not too long ago, in the context of millennia, there was a sustained period where the fish traps were at risk of being destroyed. Paddle steamers entered the region, and to accommodate those steamers, settlers blew up natural weirs and rock formations, sowing division within this community. And, in the course of that action, damaging the river. The result, these ingenious fish traps that had sustained so many for millennia could well have been lost because the wisdom and voices of the people who lived, loved and knew intimately this part of the world were being ignored. We in the Labor government, we hear these stories, we reflect on them and we learn from them. The Labor government understands that the needs of the regions are understood best by those who live in the regions, and that's why we work with our regional partners to deliver for regional Australia. In Brewarrina, for example, the Council, in partnership with the PCYC, developed an idea for a multi-purpose youth and sports complex. Following a competitive merit-based grant process, they secured over $10 million in funding from the Australian Labor government through the Growing Regions Program Round 1. Then, instead of plonking in some sports centre design that might meet the needs of a metropolitan precinct, in Bree they worked with their architect to ensure that, much like the fish traps, the flow of regional life was incorporated into this design. In doing so, as Brewarrina Shire Council General Manager David Kirby stated to me, it'll be more than just a sports centre. It will be a place where young people can find opportunity, inspiration and connection, where families and people of all ages can gather and where community can flourish. It is this sentiment that the Labor government understands. Regional New South Wales doesn't need colour-coded spreadsheets that fund ill-fitting buildings as favours for politicians or political parties obsessed with infighting and their own sense of importance over prioritising their constituents and communities. Regional New South Wales needs political parties that understand, represent and respond to their needs ethically and with decorum. Next week, members of the New South Wales Labor Party from across regional remote New South Wales will descend on the town of Orange for the New South Wales Country Labor Conference. They'll ensure that strong regional voices are at the forefront of the development of Labor policy. Unlike those opposite, our branches, our Labor branches and members are part of a united party that seeks to serve all Australians, from Broken Hill to Baddo Bay, from Moama to Mount Druitt, from Wagga Wagga to Woy Woy, from Cooma to Campbelltown. These delegates, nominated by their grassroots local branches and unions, are everyday Australians who, like the much-loved and recently deceased Labor member Jeff Hall, care deeply about their local community. They'll speak up for their region to ensure that they have what they need to continue to foster opportunity, inspiration and connection. I'll be there, and I'll certainly be listening to the voices of citizens from the regions, the members of the great Labor Party who speak into our party, to the Labor Albanese government on behalf of the people they care for and live with in regional Australia.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I stand here today in the Australian Senate a proud member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. As a Queensland senator, I strongly believe in the coalition between the Liberal Party and the National Party. Since 1949, the greatness of Australia has come from her people and long periods of coalition rule where Liberals and Nationals have focused on the economic and national security of Australians. It is in the national interest that the coalition is reformed, indeed reforged, sooner rather than later. Our disunity is giving a free pass to Australia's worst Prime Minister. So I encourage all my friends in the Liberal Party and in the National Party to focus on what unites us rather than any differences. In our LNP Senate team of Susie, Matt, Paul and myself, we have 4 strong fighters for Queensland from all corners of Queensland. 2 Liberals, 2 Nationals. We're members of the same party as the Premier David Crisafulli and the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Adrian Schrinner. But Matt Canavan, who has done more to expose the hoax of net zero than anyone else in this country, proving that net zero is an economic dementor that sucks the energy out of the Australian economy. We've got Susie McDonald, who has forgotten more about Northern Australia than most of us will ever know, and Paul Scarr, who is the go-to person in understanding the modern, diverse Australia that is brought up and made up of multicultural communities. We work together as an LNP team, and I hope and pray we continue to work together as a coalition team. So as we move on from last year's election loss, I look forward to a reformed coalition bringing forward policies based on our shared values of lower taxes, of smaller and better government, of less regulation, of building roads, dams and bridges for the future, of trusting families and individuals and businesses to get on with their lives, trusting farmers, trusting small businesses, of controlled immigration, of building aspiration through work and through home ownership. Our country, our home is safer, stronger, richer, happier and more comfortable when the Coalition is in power. For the sake of Australia, for the sake of Australians, I hope and I pray and I beg that the Coalition is reformed, because it's not about us, it is about Australia.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Napajipa-Price.
Acting President, the Northern Territory has the highest rates of domestic violence in the country. Nearly 100 women have been murdered by their partners over the last 25 years. In speaking about domestic violence, I'm not a bystander. I know what it means to be brutally assaulted and hospitalised. I am a survivor. And I've lived the consequences of domestic and family violence that stretch far beyond the incident itself. I've also seen what violence looks like when it's tolerated. My cousin, Caroline, a twin and mother of 4 in her late 30s, was deliberately mowed down and murdered by her partner. Then there was her sister Stephanie, another cousin of mine, who was in her late 20s and a mother to my niece Kira. I had to ID Stephanie's lifeless body after she was killed in a violent car crash. Stephanie was in the front passenger seat of a car when her companion who was driving was attacked by her abusive partner seated in the back seat. There was my niece Linda, a mother of 2 small boys, who was callously stabbed by her ex-partner in a town camp in Alice Springs. Her life was cut short because she chose to escape a violent relationship. Their lives were changed forever. There was my Aunt Rosalie, my mother's sister, stabbed to death in a town camp in Katherine, this time by a woman known to her. There was my Aunt Rita, the wife of my loving uncle, who died of kidney failure before her life was taken. She was beaten and stabbed by a group of women in a town camp in Alice Springs, leaving my young cousin an orphan. Violence continues to plague Aboriginal communities because violence was normalised in traditional Aboriginal culture. But you won't hear a peep about this from the activists in the Aboriginal industry or those opposite. They prefer to turn a blind eye to domestic violence today and romanticise Aboriginal traditional culture in its entirety. Domestic violence continues to plague many parts of our country, not just Indigenous communities, because there's a failure to draw clear lines, because perpetrators are allowed to remain in positions of authority, because accountability is avoided, because the message sent to victims is to endure rather than to expect justice. And that's why I reject claims that stronger sentencing is excessive. Excuses do not protect women. What protects women is consequences, because when there's no consequences, there's no deterrent. I've seen what happens when perpetrators face no real consequences. Violence escalates, victims are silenced, and communities learn to tolerate the intolerable. It doesn't have to be like this. This week, the Northern Territory Government introduced legislation that provides a clear, unequivocal and consequential response to domestic violence. Thanks to Leah Finocchiaro's leadership, the Territory has proposed the strongest sentencing laws in the country for domestic violence murderers. Under these changes, offenders would face a mandatory minimum non-parole period of 25 years. That's 25 years in prison. Importantly, a new mandatory non-parole period doesn't mean automatic release. Offenders will still face rigorous parole thresholds before they are ever considered for freedom. I support these strong measures because they prioritise the safety of women and children. Strong sentencing matters. It matters for deterrence, it matters for community safety, and it matters for restoring public confidence to the justice system. This reform is about prevention. It's about enforcement, about sentencing and corrections that protect victims rather than a justice system that seeks to rehabilitate perpetrators at any cost. Australian women mustn't endure what the law should prevent. And I hope other Australian states and territories will follow Leah Finocchiaro and her Attorney-General Marie-Claire Boothby's example. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinga-Price. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. Labor governments are reforming governments grappling with the major challenges facing our nation. And Australia's ageing population is one of the major forces that will shape our economy and our society in the coming decades. Ensuring Australians retire with dignity and continue to live meaningful and fulfilling lives in retirement sits at the heart of the Labor Party's commitment to superannuation, a commitment to Australians in retirement. Prior to the superannuation guarantee, Australia's retirement system was patchy, inconsistent and inequitable. The age pension was too low, and defined benefit schemes that did exist were largely the province of white-collar workers and usually paid at the discretion of the employer and were not transferable between jobs. Arguing the case for the superannuation guarantee in 1991, the great Paul Keating said that for retirees it would be, in his words, the difference between a full, active life and a life governed by budgetary exigencies and the vagaries of politics. Since the introduction of the superannuation guarantee in 1992, the superannuation and retirement savings of Australian workers have grown, with trillions of dollars now under management, particularly in APRA-regulated funds. Across the OECD, government expenditure on public pensions averages around 9% and is projected to increase on average. Australia, meanwhile, spends around 2.3% of GDP on pensions and is the only OECD country where this is projected to decrease in the future. As a result, Australia's superannuation guarantee remains one of the boldest and most transformative pieces of economic architecture, not only in our nation's history, but around the world. There is more work to do. The reforms implemented to the superannuation system by the Albanese government seek to address some of the areas that required improvement or change. The workforce of today is very different to the workforce of the early 1990s. Workers are more diverse, flexible and mobile. As a result, more employees have been falling through the gaps and missing out on their superannuation entitlements. During the 2022-2023 financial year, the Australian Tax Office estimated that $6.25 billion of super owed to employees in Australia was either not paid on time or not paid at all. Unpaid or delayed superannuation payments prevent the compounding growth of retirement savings and can cost Australian workers significantly through their career and reduce the lump sums they retire with significantly as well. Among the worst affected by unpaid super issues were women, and particularly women in low-paid industries. The Albanese government's payday super reform, which takes effect in July this year, addresses this head-on. Employers will be required to pay superannuation within 7 days of payday, bringing contributions into line with wage cycles. This ensures that workers' savings begin growing sooner and improves compliance, as employers failing to make appropriate contributions can be identified sooner and the issue can be corrected. Equally significant is the reform to make super payable on paid parental leave. Career breaks, predominantly affecting women, compound the gap in retirement savings between men and women in Australia. Extending super to paid parental leave helps to reduce this gap and recognises that the decision of parents to take time out of the workforce to raise children should not mean sacrificing their financial security later in life. Australia's superannuation system remains world-leading because it has evolved over time. It was a Labor government that put it into place, and it is a new Labor government that continues to improve this system. There are aspects that still require improvement for women, for the young, for people who don't own their own homes. And we need to pursue some of the fiscal benefits that motivated the creation of the system but have not yet been fully realised. The Liberals, by contrast, have done about everything they can to undermine the superannuation guarantee and the superannuation system in this country, opposing the introduction of the guarantee when they were in government and delaying scheduled increases in the superannuation guarantee along the journey. They have unjustly attacked industry superannuation funds to satisfy extreme and ideological predilections, and at the last election they had a platform encouraging young Australians yet again to draw down on their super to pay for a housing deposit. Those are the types of policies that would make Australians worse off in the long term. That is not the Labor way. Labor's way is of imagination, vision and values.
Time has expired. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. I rise tonight after a visit to a little multi-educator family daycare facility at Latrobe in Tasmania last week. Addison's Family Daycare have been operating for about 15 years as a multi-educator family daycare model, and they're currently caring for about 50 children from 35 families. I've raised this matter before in the chamber, and I recently, not long prior, went and visited a little place called Abracadabra Family Daycare at Sprayton. It's been operating for 20 years as a dual educator model, where Tanya's looking after some children there, and there's about 35 children at that facility with, again, a number of families. And the issue I want to raise tonight relates to a sincere request for the government to get on with the job of implementing recommendation 5.3 of the Productivity Commission review of childcare services. If it doesn't, the running of these two facilities is under threat. Talking to Natalie last week, the cost of the expense to her service will be something in the order of $600,000, where they have to make alterations to the facility if this recommendation isn't implemented. In terms of Tanya and her facility at Sprayton, the reality is that her facility may need to close, and all of those families and all of those children will lose access to the service. And the interesting thing, talking to the local council after I'd met with Natalie last week, was the Deputy Mayor said that these services aren't just appreciated in the local community, they are loved. That is the value that's placed on them by the families that utilise these services. In many cases, more than one generation of children have been through these dual educator, multi-educator family daycare centres. And just to put it into context, I'll read out recommendation 5.3 of the Productivity Commission review, which is to allow two family daycare services to be run in a single venue in regional and remote Australia. The National Quality Framework should be amended to allow two educators to provide education and care to up to 14 children at any one time at an approved family daycare venue. No more than 8 children can be preschool age or under. This amendment should only apply to approved family daycare services venues in inner regional, outer regional Australia, remote Australia and very remote Australia as defined by the Australian Statistical Geography Standard. Now, the Minister has said on a number of occasions that the government is implementing the recommendations of the Productivity Commission review, and very good, terrific. But can I say, in terms of these two small providers in an area of childcare shortage, can you please just get on with it? Please just get on with it. These services are needed. Both of them have waiting lists of over 100, and I acknowledge that the government is putting a significant amount of money to support another private facility in Latrobe because one other centre said it was going to close and a new provider is coming into town, and so the government is funding a temporary service. But we can't afford to lose the ones that are there, and we certainly can't afford to lose ones that are so greatly appreciated by the community. As I said, the Deputy Mayor of Latrobe said to me on Friday, these services are not just appreciated, they are loved. So please, don't leave this situation to hang. They are currently operating under exemptions granted by the state government. The state government is doing their bit. But can I say, Minister, please get on with the job of implementing recommendation number 3. It's no controversy. It just helps take the pressure off these services, in some cases allows them to continue to operate, but also to provide really important and valued services into local communities.
Colbeck. The time has expired. I remind honourable senators that the legislation committees will meet to consider estimates commencing on Monday the 9th of Feb 2026 at 9 a.m. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday 2nd of March at 10 a.m. Good night, senators.